If you ever feel like it's all so Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon.
What do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black pill reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime.
This is cinema right
That's
here.
why
This
I
is
watch
music.
the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get in, Hasan is streaming. Hasan, Hasan.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's a beautiful day. It's a sunny day here in California, Los Angeles.
Get in, Hasan is streaming.
That was Hospilled by Cam Kardutzian. Holy shit, that was incredible. From the HasanAbi Head Anthems playlist. This is a new one. It just came out a day ago. This is my first time reacting to it. It was fucking incredible. Call Cutie, she's mid-breakdown again. Wait, what? Cutie is live and she's having a breakdown? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What is Kaya eating? Kaya is chomping on a massive ram's horn, Icelandic goat horn. I think goat horn or ram horn. I don't fucking know. The horn though. Damn, I just started and Megaphonics already got oh my god, that's so funny. There's nothing funnier than just like turning on the camera and watching Megaphonics immediately get fucking clapped by Fossabot for spamming the same shit over and over and over again. Look at this. Ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way it fit in key, ain't no way it fit in key, ain't no way. Chat, stop saying it's Megaphonics coded. You can't stop saying it's Megaphonics coded. Jeez, that's crazy. That's crazy. Just least unhinged chatter award goes to Megaphonics once again. Does that horn have vitamin D? Hell yeah, baby. It's got the vitamin D up mark. It's an influencer tax on top of that too. Only the best for Kaya. Anyway, it's fucking Tuesday, 11/21/2023, and it's 11:05 a.m. It's 73 degrees and sunny here. I have some updates from my life. from the journals of HasanAbi Optimized in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And let me tell you, some things have happened in my life, except not really that much. I do have a funny story, though. I started watching Blood Diamond last night, and it was crazy. It's a pretty good movie. Watching a bunch of Rhodesian, Zimbabwe motherfuckers trying to steal as much as they can out of Africa. But, yeah, Elon's documentary, basically. Fucking ill. I'm Rhodesian. You crazy, bruh? Jennifer Connelly looks great in it. Anyway, but in the midst of all of that, there was a really funny moment that happened with my mom that I have to elaborate on here for all of you. In my personal news part of the broadcast. My mom, in her endless grace, while she is a beautiful soul, can sometimes have the capacity to be hyperfixated on certain things. And her latest hyperfixation has become this baklava from a specific place. Okay? Now, unfortunately, on Uber Eats, the baklava is always sold out. So, what does she do? What does any normal person do? They go, all right, maybe I can get it from somewhere else. And I literally offer it. I'm like, Mom, I know you love this place. I know you love the baklava from this place, but I can get it for you from another place. And she's like, no, absolutely not. I do not care for I do not care for other places. The baklava is not as good. Simply. Okay. So I'm like, okay. So every day I look on Uber Eats because she really wants this baklava. Every day I look on Uber Eats over and over again, hoping that I can find this baklava. Okay. Now, we can't find it because it's always sold out. So what did she do? She went to the fucking restaurant personally. The restaurant is also run by a Turkish woman. Apparently, she went to the restaurant personally to check if they have it. Okay. They have a conversation. Apparently, the lady says, I don't know why it looks like it's sold out. It's not actually sold out, but I'm making one right now. I'm making a fresh batch. She comes home. In the midst of watching Blood Diamond, I get a random phone call from a random Los Angeles number. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Pick up the call. There's a Turkish lady on the other side of the line. Says, the baklava is ready. I'm like, okay, fine. And then I hand off the phone to my mom. They start having a conversation. I'm listening in. I'm like, what's happening here? What's going on? What are they going to talk about? These two old Turkish ladies, okay? Not old, young. Young in heart, young in mind, young in soul. They start having a conversation about the baklava, and she's like, well, it's still not allowed. It's still not available. I don't know what's going on, whatever. And yes, I did look over my shoulder to see if my mom was there. She's not. Okay. They're having a back and forth. They facilitate a deal. This is the ingenuity. Okay. They facilitate a deal. She says, I am going to order a different dessert, 6 of them as a matter of fact, which will mathematically calculate to the same price point of an entire tray of baklava. Lady says, yeah, sure, let's do it. That seems like a great idea. I'll even throw an extra dessert in there for you because I want you to try it. I'm really confident in this dessert. And they're cutting a fucking deal like Bogdanov in the phone, right? And it's crazy. They have transcended beyond the need for Uber Eats or DoorDash. They're still utilizing Uber Eats as the main delivery mechanism, but they've transcended beyond the need for these kinds of deals. The Uber Eats doesn't show baklava, then guess what? Anne will find a way. So then she orders it. She orders the baklava. It's on its way. But of course, it's being delivered by some kid who's making whatever, $10 an hour, right? As one does. Or maybe an adult. Still underpaid. No real interest. So the baklava is a minute away at this point. She's following this closely. She's following the process closely. And then all of a sudden it's 2 minutes away. All of a sudden it's 3 minutes away. She's very confused about what's going on. She tells my dad to go outside. My dad goes outside to try to wave the delivery guy in. There's a car on the street. We do not know who it belongs to, but the car drives away. A notification comes saying the baklava has been delivered with a photo of a door that I have yet to see. Turns out they delivered the baklava to the wrong house. So my mom goes, We're finding that fucking baklava. So she goes out. I go out. I take Kaya out as well. We're on the hunt, going door to door in the entire fucking neighborhood. At which point I'm like, Mom, when do we actually just take the L on this? And she's like, no, I must have this baklava. So for like 20 minutes, I'm outside in the cold, going door to door trying to find this fucking baklava. My mom is like trying to contact the Uber Eats delivery driver to be like, where did you leave it? Where did you leave it? I'm not even kidding when I tell you, it's like a 25-minute process at the end of which the Uber Eats driver comes back, okay? Goes to the house that he delivered the baklava to, which had a gate, goes through the gate once again, picks it up, and hand delivers it to my mom. And the entire time I was just like, what the fuck are we doing? Just like, literally, just let it go. Let it go. Please let it go. But at the end of this like multiple hour long process, at the end of this, hunt, we ended up eating the delicious baklava. The reason why I'm mentioning all this is because, goddamn, when my mom has her mind set on something, it is going to happen. Okay? No matter what happens. No, it's not mid. It wasn't mid at all. It's great, actually. No, it's great. Yeah. Extra dessert was good, too. I just find it really funny that, my dad, my mom, myself, Kaya were scouring the neighborhood looking for my mom's baklava that she had to get through this like jerry-rigged process, negotiations, personally going to the restaurant. Like, it's crazy. That's the type of shit I'm on lately. That's the type of shit I've been doing lately. If you ask me what you do, Hasan, on your personal news, like, what do you do? That's what we do. Why is TikTok beefing you and not with you and not Sam Hartman? What do you mean? Is that shirt Carhartt WIP or mainline? I don't know. It might be WIP. It might be mainline. Not entirely certain. Please don't ban. Chatter tricks Hasan into predicting the future. I found the perfect clip for you to play when people say you always cover breaking news.
My friend, I'm not saying this is irrelevant news. I'm saying that it's not relevant right now because I don't want to cover it right now because it's a developing story and I don't know what's going on because I'm unfamiliar with the process. I need to do more reading. Why is this so fucking difficult for some motherfuckers to understand? I am not a 24/7 news broadcaster with a fuckload of producers that are behind the scenes feeding me information so I can read it to you. I don't want to cover breaking stories like this unless there's something that's like completely within my wheelhouse and I can just adequately diminish the fake news that are spreading, like if they were saying this is a vaccine injury or something, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, please. I'm not actually upset about the story itself. I'm just not trying to cover it currently. Please don't ban me. I'm a good chatter.
Anyway, 24-hour news cycle perverts rise up. Fox News had their Patriot Awards again. Oh, that's my fucking shit, dog. I love that. I love that so much. That's my favorite type of shit. That's the shit I'm on. Always. Is Kai still on her period? I don't actually know if she is. We should turn that into a command, mods. Frogan's going through her own personal 9/11 right now. Yeah, I saw. All of Frogan's faves are abandoning her. Okay? There's no fucking way James Maslow from Big Time Rush is in Israel with a fucking press vest on. Is it a good cause with the room with us right now, James Maslow, or is it to spread Zionist propaganda? You are so disgusting. Have the worst voice of your bandmates. I love that that is like the deep cut here, that he has the worst voice out of his bandmates. Good luck to Morgan, on her relentless endeavors of trying to stan white men. Okay, yeah, this is what you get. You deserve it. I'll say it. You simp for white man, that will happen to you. Okay? Oh God, I should have never said that. Now people are going to cut this and be like, Hasan hates white men. Hasan is a racist against white men again. Oh, anyway, the white man will betray you. Remember when they tried to do that for Starfield? God, I have the fucking stupidest people in my orbit. Like, my orbiters My hater orbiters are literally just collectively 8 brain cells together, rubbed together. Remember during Starfield Saga, which I loved, by the way, I played it. It's midfield, but I still enjoyed it because I loved that garbage. I was making a joke about Todd, and I was like, stop sucking on the white man's penis. Like the white man will hurt you or whatever. And everybody clipped that and we're like, Hasan hates Starfield because it was made by a white man. I had the gamers fucking forgetting all about Fallout 76 due to how much they fucking wanted to shit on me. It was awesome. The Matt Rife drama is kind of fun given Cutie and Austin were hyping him up. Y'all must discuss on the next Fear End. Yeah, the cancel culture has come from Matt Rife. And as a guy who was also regarded as a hot guy with a big female following who then was hit routinely with like the misogyny allegations, okay? Let me tell you, it happens. You know, I've been there. Except I think in his situation, it's a little bit more valid. He is a comedian after all, so he is going to say some fucking edgy ass shit over and over again. But you know, we'll talk about it. Seems like someone survived. Wonder why. Don't ban me. I'm a good chatter, but is this really a picture from your stream yesterday? Of course not. It's not a picture from the stream yesterday. Were you crazy? Come on now. When's your lazy ass going to start working on those gala collabs you've been on? Folks, it's a little hard to do all those gala collabs right now because everyone has left the building. We are now in the pocket of my favorite time / my least favorite time in some respects to be in Los Angeles. What do I mean by this? We are officially in the holiday season. And during the holiday season, Los Angeles clears out. Okay? All the fake ones leave. All the fake ones just leave. And the real ones stay behind. So that's where we're at right now. Jesse Waters and Fox News mauling over woke Christmas. Oh, I love that.
Nutcracker.
War on Christmas is back on, baby. Talk about all of that. Okay. Let me blast off on that note. Because, one Kaya update, pup date. Went on a big structured walk this morning with the girl. And let me tell you, she pooped. She pooped outside. It was a huge deal. I did a song and dance. I got very excited. Oh, by the way, Jenk is going to be here for Thanksgiving, as always, our annual uncle-nephew special. We will duke it out in the marketplace of ideas. And maybe we will even agree on certain things like don't care, still voting for Jenk type shit. Yeah, Opsgiving is back. What is this? Call of Duty game modes are going crazy. Yemen, Socotra Island, Republic of Yemen, cum extraction. Hardcore modes, remove your HUD and make weapons even more deadly. But the deadliest weapon of all is an unsucked penis. Ready for the cum extraction. All right. Hostage negotiations underway. Possible 5-day ceasefire. Are you going to play the new COD campaign or are you skipping it? There's a new COD campaign? Dude, I'm not even aware. I didn't even realize there was a new COD. Okay. Does the Goon platoon still function during No Nut November? You remaining silent on this issue speaks volumes. Okay, dude. A lot of you are posting the meme about me playing Spooderman again. Except, like, I know y'all are not going to... It's bad. Skip it. I didn't even realize there was a fucking new COD campaign. It's crazy. How do I get the calendar? Can anyone buy it? No, it'll come out. We haven't done it yet. Israeli foreign minister is calling upon the IDF to circumcise the Hamas corpses. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, which is really funny because, like, what are they going to do when they... Well, there's questions that I have about the foreskin gate, which I will prominently feature. Don't worry. Okay? Endless cycle. Hasan doesn't game and gamers don't believe he'll game, so they don't stick around except for me. Yeah. Are you going to play the Lethal Company game again? It was awesome. I hit up Poke to potentially play with him. I saw him playing with Jerma too. Like, what a squad. I would love to be a part of that. But Poke and I haven't played in a long ass fucking time, and I feel like Lethal Company is the perfect opportunity. You know what I mean? This might be inappropriate and maybe off topic, but I love my foreskin. I had so much fun with it as a kid. That's inappropriate, but only because it's a flex, and I hate that. Play Super Mario Wonder. The fuck? There's a new Super Mario, and I wasn't even aware of it. Bro, that game was so good. I haven't watched you game in 2 years, but that game was fire. Remember when you thought Germa was Robin in Gotham Knights? I know. Both with Germa and Poke, I've had like some very funny moments while playing video games. Old heads remember when Poke and I used to play all the fucking time. And I feel like this game is a perfect opportunity, like the Lethal Company game. Anyway, so bro, just watch the Game Awards nominations to catch up on the new releases. Ironic that you mentioned that, but it is kind of true. What is this? Why did you send this to me, dude? Look at this. Look. Chatter just sent me this. And it's like the most ridiculous. I need a country. Can I have some land, Britain? Yes. We're not using the Ottoman land we took in the Middle East. You can have it. Wait a sec. Hold up. There's already people living here. Oro? So pretty. Oh, I'm going to recognize you as a country right now. It's been less than 3 hours since we declared our statehood. We will never allow for the establishment of the state of Israel. Moshe Dayan wishes he looked like this. Get the fuck out of here. Ugly ass motherfucker. The Jewish people must fight for a homeland. I've been fighting hard for so long that I've routed the forces of the Arab League and driven the Palestinian Protectorate back to the sea. Would you all like to ally with me? Hell yeah. Yes. And then they're sad. This is just because it merges two of my interests doesn't mean that you should send it to me. What is this clip?
What the fuck did she just say? What?
Waste your time. I won't even ask you a question.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this recently partnered peach jars?
Chance, the stuff that you taught me was, I hope it's not a waste of time because I will keep those lessons for the rest.
Oh, wow stuff. Fuck! I'm so fucking tired of it! Oh my god, bro, like, all I fucking heard was wow, all fucking weekend. Wow this, wow that. It's like, why don't you come fucking play Peach? I don't know. Maybe I have a fucking job that has to be attended to. My job isn't sitting down and playing video games, all right? Okay, I can't fucking play it. I'm not fucking playing it. I see how everybody's fucking stressed out of their mind being like, I gotta play WoW. And then they're like, no, we're having so much fun, Peach. You should actually join us. No. And then I'm like, the trip's done. I'm free. I'm free from these fucking burdens. Like every time there'd be any more than 3 people standing around talking, they're talking about WoW.
Yeah, I mean, I know WoW is the meta right now and it's popping and like it's probably a good opportunity. It would have been a great opportunity for me to like dive into it. But I feel like it's such a massive investment. It's such a gigantic, ginormous investment. And it's also something that I've never actually like engaged with before. It would take me far too long to learn. It would make everybody so frustrated that I just kind of skipped that meta. I've skipped pretty much every meta. Let's be real. I've skipped every meta so far. I haven't even touched a singular meta in like the past year or so on this fucking platform. The TikTok news for Gen Z.
The UN Secretary General says Gaza is becoming a graveyard for children with over 4,000 gone and over 1,000 missing under the rubble. Daijobu-janai. Ohio, America-chan. Since World War II, the United States has given over $200 billion to Israel in aid, adjusted for inflation. Kya! Suguru-kun.
It's actually more than that. I think it's like 314, but whatever. It
As
doesn't
of
matter.
September, about 62% of Americans are living from paycheck to paycheck. Ooh. There's no point in advancing technology if it doesn't lead to increased happiness, safety, and quality of life. Ooh. Moshi moshi, tens of thousands of people have been marching for a ceasefire saying, no ceasefire, no votes. Ikimasen ka? Yakai, the U.S. Marines are now sponsoring gaming streams on Twitch, but Marines in my comments say there's still mold in the barracks. Ganbate! Ane-chan, 6.8 million American households had very low food security in 2022. Pew pew. Nya nya.
Bro, I'm a reactionary conservative now, I think. A big HasanAbi fan. I am now a reactionary conservative. I believe Israel has a right to defend itself unconditionally from every child in the occupied Palestinian territories. I now believe that Palestine is not a country and Palestinians are not a people. No, I'm kidding. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Listen, I'm glad. Whichever way people can consume their news and learn the truth is fine by me.
The UN Secretary
Okay. HasanAbi heads rise up, I think. This explains why I keep seeing TikToks of teachers saying their 7th grade students don't know how to fucking read. Yeah, the reason why they say that is because I know that, like, you know, children aren't Hamas in Gaza, but you know where children are terrorists actually? In the United States of America. iPad children are fucking terrorists, dude. They're ADHD adult terrorists. Take their fucking iPads away and you see the real face of terror. They're little terrorists. Yeah, their Spiegel went nutty with this fucking, like, I think 6-page, 5,000 words, 6 writers pretending to be shocked that a 20-year-old climate activist is broadly pro-Palestine. Her positions are incredibly mild. She does not even criticize Israel without ever realizing that the strange anomaly. The real story here is Germany. iPad kids did 9/11. iPad kids would do 9/11 times 100 if you took, collectively, if you took their iPads away. If you dropped an EMP in an area where there's a bunch of iPad kids, they would figure out a way to do multiple 9/11s in a row. Okay? They'd be going, on God, for real, for real. Aiden owns you while doing fucking multiple 9/11s on the same day, all around the country. W chat. Is this real? On God. Lazan. I thought Gen Z was bad, and then I found out what Gen Alpha's doing, and they're fucking skibbity toileting everywhere, okay? Shit is fucked up. All right. Hostage negotiations underway. Possible 5-day ceasefire. Foreskin Gate. 2 Lebanese journalists killed. Launching the real life lore, Palestine vid, and more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. You know way more than you should about them Gen Alpha. Brother, the only reason why I know about Gen Alpha is because I'm an online creator. So I'm basically the guy who knows all the ancient lore and the tomes, okay? When you're over the age of 30 and you're an online commentator or you're like spending any time online, you are the oldest person on the planet. You're the oldest person to have ever existed. No one is even older than you. Everyone older than you is basically dead, or they might as well be, right? And I recognize this. I recognize this especially because when I talk to normies, like I was talking to this new hairstylist I went to who literally was just like trying to make conversation with me, right? And he's like, so what are you watching? And to him, I was trying to explain, like, you know, well, I mean, I watch anime and stuff, and he's like, yeah, I had an assistant that liked anime. That's all I know about anime. And I was like, yeah, don't worry about that. Let's not talk about that. And honestly, you broke up with Jeff Wittick? No, I did not. I love Jeff. I just don't want to fucking bother him all the time to cut my hair. I think it's like fucking ridiculous to constantly do that. But I tried to have a convo with him, and I was like, well, I'm 32. I'm basically ancient. And he was like, what the fuck do you mean you're ancient? You're 32 years old. What are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, well, you know, you're ancient if you're online. At the age of 32, if you're online in this community, in the communities that I'm in, you're basically dead. I am literally the same age as Joe Biden. I might as well be. Might as well be Joe Brandon's age. On Jeff... Yeah, I saw this. And
go fucking watch Hasan. You know,
he did a live stream, I think, or tried to do a live stream. He's a boomer too.
Oh, look, I don't do live streams all the time, but I guarantee if I did them as much as Hasan, I'd be way better than him at them. I guarantee it.
He's right.
Tell Hasan to fucking meet me in a haircutting competition. He would fucking lose that. Have Hasan race me up Runyon. His big fucking ass wouldn't. He would take fucking 3 times the amount of time that I would smoke his ass.
That's true.
In a race, I would beat him in.
Yeah, you know what I got him on though? Peripheral vision.
Probably beat me in the vision test.
Yep.
Spelling bee, he probably beat me in. Political debate, he beat me in.
Math. I thought you good at math.
I'll smoke him in math. My drug deal in math was insane. I'll beat him in any math competition.
Drug dealer, man.
Smoking and streaming.
Doing drugs. I could probably do drugs on him, you know.
What,
I could probably fucking smoke way more weed than him. I would just like I could probably drink like 12 LaCroix faster than him.
That's a good one too. You probably could have like more Nicorette gum than you though.
Fucking owned. Is that kid his assistant or something? I love that you guys don't know anything about Jeff. It's so funny. Yeah, no, Jeff's the man. Love him. Good friend. Good guy all around. Yeah, I could out chew him on nicotine gum. And caffeine too. How will you ever recover from that? I will not recover from that. He fucking owned me. I'll say it. You know, I've been destroyed. Okay, left wing destroyed. Left wing destroyed. That's what happened. Did you see Denims got banned? I did not. I don't know why she got banned, but RIP. Hopefully she will get a prompt and swift unban. Facebook approved an ad demanding a Holocaust for the Palestinians. That's fucking fire. Of course. That's not very shocking. Pork pie is banned too. Uh-oh. What happened there? This is such a good tweet. From Der Spiegel, Germany, we are currently seeing anti-Semitism as we have never seen it before. Yeah? This is unprecedented, huh? That's crazy, man. That's such a funny thing. You should be embarrassed. You can't say that, man. Not as Germany. What? This is it? This is the worst, huh? Wow. That seems like a wild thing to say as, you know, Germany. It's so funny. You could pretty much say that about like almost every single European country throughout history, by the way. Like, this isn't even specific to Germany. I thought they taught like Holocaust history really well in Germany. What happened? Did they forget? Who edited Der Spiegel in the 50s? The answer might shock you. Interesting info about the Der Spiegel magazine. They still had Nazi editors for a long time and cooperated with the ex-SS people. George Wolf, who was the leading editor from 1952 up until 1978, had been one of the highest-ranking officers in the SS. They downplay this to this day. Europeans have been working overtime since World War II to make anti-Semitism an Arab thing. Yeah. No, they're like, hey, I mean, this is akin to Holocaust denial. I mean, this is actually, you could say this is Holocaust denial, I think. Straight up. I'm not even kidding. This is Holocaust denial. Germany, you can't say that. Okay? You can't. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, you could Nets DG that, Nets, what is it? Nets DG, Nets DWG or something? Whatever. Yeah, Germany, you got to sit this one out. You are so dumb, Hasan. Wait, what? Wait, explain to me how this is dumb, chatter. Go ahead. You have the floor, please. OpenAI update. Emmett Shear already in talks of resigning per Bloomberg. I love that. That's crazy. Emmett Shear running the fastest in and out campaign. This semi-breaking, semi-off topic, but for later, Ben Gvir and his allies are threatening to bring down the Israel government over the peace deal. They don't want the hostages released back to Gaza. No, they do not have the votes. They will say no. They will say no. They will never resign. Let's be fucking real. That would be awesome if they did, though. That would be super sick if all of the fucking nutty, psychopathic, like omega far-right, racist, Jewish supremacist MKs left the Knesset. That would be fire. Obviously, it's not like Yair Lapid and the centrists are any better, right? But even then, like, these guys are way worse, right? So I think it would be chill if they resigned. I like that. Anyway, thank you to Macy's for the playlist. Let's start on Israel and Hamas on the brink of a hostage deal, because it is happening. And we will be hostage negotiations. We will be talking about Itamar Ben-Gvir and also the dumb motherfucker Smotrich and what they are saying about the hostage release
Israel's
situation. Yes, I already blasted off. Okay, but I've also due to this being Thanksgiving and due to me beating this topic to death, have officially fallen off unimaginably. Okay, in magnitudes that you've never seen before. So that's why there's less than 20,000 people in here. And my tweets on the matter only get like around 200 likes. But I do not care. I will not stop. I will continue covering the news. And that's it.
It is meeting right now on a deal with Hamas to free about 50 of the 237 people being held captive. It's been 45 days since hostages, mostly innocent civilians, were taken by Hamas on the Jewish Sabbath, taken during an attack on Israel when terrorists raped women and murdered families. More than 1,000 people that day. For each spared that fate and instead taken hostage, The unknown and the wait is excruciating for their families. Now, we are told an announcement of a deal that will allow some of those hostages to come home could be imminent. President Biden addressed that moments ago.
We're now very close, very close. We could bring some of these hostages home very soon. But I don't want to get into the details of things because nothing is done until it's done. And we have more to say, we will, but things are looking good.
CNN is covering the story from all angles. Oren Lieberman is in Tel Aviv. MJ Lee is here in Washington at the White House. MJ, I want to start with you. That was a pretty remarkable moment from the President of the United States to lean that far into where he thinks that this negotiation is right now.
Yeah, that's right. You heard the president saying that we are very close to a deal, and that very.
I want you guys to understand something. This could have happened day one. This could have happened day one. Joe Brandon could have stopped. Joe Brandon could have literally forced this almost single-handedly. Okay? Sure, Israel, the far-right government of Israel would kick, scream the entire way like a bunch of petulant children. But almost all of the infrastructure destruction and all of the deaths, 50-plus journalists, 5,000-plus children, 13,000 civilians in general in Palestine, in Gaza, all of that could have been avoided. The many hospitals that have been destroyed, blown to bits, blown up, attacked with artillery and shelling from tanks, could have happened. You say Hamas could have surrendered, but this, for some weird reason, escapes your brain. When you analyze this from the perspective of Hamas, you forget that we have no control over what they do. We do, however, have control over what Israel does. We do. The ceasefire, of course, is only for 5 days, so we'll see what happens there as well. Here's a thread from Barak Ravid. We will be covering it. 6,400 children confirmed dead. Wait, really? The latest numbers are 6,400? That's crazy. People are actually saying they hope the war continues after the ceasefire. It's sickening. Yeah, I think that we reached a pivot point. We reached a changing point here. There's a generational divide on this issue, and I think everyone that has been conditioned and went through their more formative years, 5,400 children. Yeah, I don't think it was 6,000 children. I think it's 5,000 children. But what happens if Israel violates the ceasefire? It doesn't seem they would, given the constant war crimes. We'll see. I could totally see this being a violation on the Israeli front that they turn around and blame Hamas over, but it doesn't change the reality that Israel has all the power. They've had all the power since day one, and they will continue to have all of the power in the equation. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Very much echoes what sources have been telling CNN all morning, that the U.S., Israel, and Hamas are on the cusp of announcing this deal, and it could come as early as today. I was in the room when the president made those remarks, and I did try to ask him at the end how many Americans he believes may be among the 50 hostages initially released. And he said, I'll have plenty of time to talk about the hostages, but not now, basically declining to go into any of the details. And I'll let Oren speak to the details of sort of the contours of this potential deal. But at least for the Biden administration, this, of course, Dana, has been an urgent priority, trying to get these hostages out, because they have said all along that they believe there are at least a handful of American citizens in the mix in Gaza being held by Hamas. And now what U.S. officials are saying is that they are hopeful that 3-year-old American citizen Abigail Edan will be among the 50 hostages that are initially released. She is the youngest known American hostage. Her parents were killed by Hamas. So this is a very tenuous situation, but hopefully U.S. officials are saying this 3-year-old American toddler will be in the mix of the 50 hostages. We've, of course, Anna, seen U.S. officials working around the clock to try to secure this deal over the last few weeks. The president, of course, has been on the phone with Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Emir of Qatar, President of Egypt, and other top U.S. officials have been traveling in the region as well. But Dana, it's important to underscore, if this deal were to come to fruition, this is not only significant because of the release of hostages, but because this would mark the first sustained pause in fighting and the first major de-escalatory step that Israel will be taking really since the war first began.
MJ, thank you so much for that reporting. And let's get more specific about what sources are telling us this deal may include the release of 50 women and children. And in exchange, there would be a 4 or 5 day pause in fighting, as MJ just alluded to. Now, 3 Palestinian prisoners would be swapped for each civilian Israeli hostage or other hostage being released by Hamas.
People need to understand the 3-to-1 ratio is not necessarily because like Israel is bad at negotiating. They've done like 1,000-to-1 ratio before. The reason why it's a 3-to-1 ratio is because all of the Palestinians, almost all of the Palestinians, not all, but almost all of the Palestinians that are under Israeli detention are technically under unlawful detention according to international law. Okay? They have no idea why they've been detained for the most part. They have very little legal recourse. It is straight up a hostage situation. It's just that most people don't consider it to be a hostage situation because Israel is the Western-backed state in the process. So when they engage in this kidnapping attempt, then it is totally valid. It must be valid because those are our guys. And our guys don't do anything. Our guys don't fucking take hostages. Our guys don't take, engage in dragnets and collective punishment. They could never do that. That's terrorism. Only Russia does that. Only Hamas does that.
Hamas. Israel would stop flying surveillance drones over Gaza for at least 6 hours each day. Oren, I'm going to go to you now about what is happening in Israel as we speak. The government is meeting. What are you hearing about how that meeting is going and whether or not they will approve this deal?
So this is all part of a legal and political process that is required to approve such a deal and that is required for a critical part of this, and that is to approve the release of Palestinian prisoners.
I like how it's civilian hostages but Palestinian prisoners. Yeah, it's phrased that way so that because the Israeli state imprisoned them without due process. But they are, by definition, political prisoners. They are political prisoners. But it's also known as like it's also seen as like a normal part of the maintenance of the violent apartheid regime. So it's never going to be considered anything but just another day.
Women and children. So the first part of that is the war cabinet is meeting, and that's a very small group of people, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That will lead straight into a meeting of the security cabinet. Again, that's a slightly larger group. And then the full cabinet itself, that is the government. And it needs to be approved at each one of those stages for this deal to go through. Now, that's critical because 2 partners in Netanyahu's governing coalition, 2 far-right partners, I should say, have already put out statements saying they will oppose this deal. And that could, of course, scuttle it. And if they wanted to go to the extreme, they could theoretically topple Netanyahu's government. But having spoken to one of the families of the hostages a short time ago, they say they received an assurance from one of the other critical members of Netanyahu's government that if this deal is put forward, it will get approved. And that gives them a critical bit of confidence that having gotten to this point where we see the process in Israel begin to approve a hostage deal and an exchange and an agreement with Hamas that would see them free Israeli and other hostages potentially, that it will get over the line. And that's what they're looking to now. And that's important because these families have heard the word imminent before and have heard reports and rumors that something is about to happen. But if you speak with them, they believe there's something far more tangible here, something far more palpable and real, even if they haven't gotten an official word from the government at this point. Now, these 3 votes and meetings that are expected tonight are not the end of the process. There is then a 24-hour window in which there can be appeals that the Supreme Court filed against this. That, too, will take its time as that runs its course.
Wasn't this what Hamas wanted in the first place? Weeks ago, they tried to facilitate a deal similar to this. But of course, at that point, enough blood hadn't been shed. So, pro-Palestinian streamers getting clapped today on Twitch. Denims and some others just got it. Be careful. I highly doubt that Twitch would ban me for my coverage over this matter. I have been incredibly careful in what I show, what I say. I mean, you can tell that is the case, given that most of the hater communities have basically been trying to, one, mass report, of course, but most of the things that they have said, like as to why I should be banned, are just untrue.
But from the indications we're seeing here, the government Netanyahu feeling confident as this moves forward through the evening, and we will certainly keep you posted, Dana, as it moves into the subsequent meetings.
Okay, so that's the process, which is important. The politics there, obviously, are critically important. And now let's talk about the people who are being held. Do we know anything about the condition of these hostages? All of them, but even specifically the women and children on that list of 50 who...
Where can I watch your true yourself? I mean, this is my true self.
Who are hopefully going to be released.
The answer is we simply don't. We know so little about the nearly 240 hostages held in Gaza, and that has been an incredible source of frustration. In fact, the little information we do know has only come out from the Israeli military when it says it has found the bodies of 2 Israeli hostages killed in Gaza and brought them out. There were several hostages released very early on, but that was weeks ago, if not more than a month ago. In terms of who is coming out, the 50 women and children, we know at this point almost nothing except that little bit. On the flip side of that, we also don't know anything about the 150 Palestinian women and children who are set to be released as part of this exchange. So in terms of the details of how this plays out, really the nitty-gritty of this, we are still waiting for that. And of course, the families of the hostages still waiting to find out if their loved ones are on that list.
Oren, thank you so much for that reporting. And this potential breakthrough in these hostage negotiations comes a day after the families of hostages met in Israel with the war cabinet there. Emotional calls to bring the hostages home. That's what happened in those meetings. Now, we heard similar emotion from one of the family members of a young girl that MJ was talking about, Abigail Adan. She's 3 years old. She's being held in Gaza. This is her great aunt speaking to CNN this morning.
These people have been in the dark for 45 days. Abigail is a beautiful child who wants to run around and play soccer with her older brother and sister. And she hasn't been able to run around in 45 days. I don't know where she is. We don't know. She should be home with her family and with her sister and brother. And she isn't right now. I'm not a politician. I'm not a diplomat. I will believe it when I see them walk out, be driven out, and they are free.
Our hearts are...
So there's, that's the latest updates on the hostage negotiation process. Meanwhile, Ohad Tal from Religious Zionism has said, we are also considering resigning from the government and withdrawing from the coalition. And also Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich have said that they are going to vote against the initiative in the Knesset later today. Of course, ultimately, it doesn't matter that they vote in that direction. They can just do it symbolically, knowing full well that the majority of the Israeli Knesset is going to vote in favor of facilitating this hostage negotiation, unless, oh my God, are you serious? There's a couple updates that I got to get into. Unless Benjamin Netanyahu fucks it up, sorry. That's what I was going to say, and then you guys sent me an insane article from Emmanuel Fabian, who is the embedded Times of Israel reporter on the ground in Gaza. Holy fuck. Several IDF deaths in Gaza were results of friendly fire. Bro, this is the most cop-coded military on the planet. That's cope. No, I'm serious, dude. There is no more cop-coded behavior than this. It doesn't get more fucking cop-coded. I did predict this would happen in the beginning, and it is the most ACAB force, dude. This is literally, I mean, they are cops, technically. Don't they literally train our cops? They sure do, brother. They sure do. Thank God. I don't know what else to say about it other than maybe Hamas has infiltrated the IDF. Maybe Hamas is inside of IDF. What do you mean cop-coded? I mean, dude, just forgetting to turn off friendly fire and just opening up on your fellow IDF occupying force members in the midst of making TikToks inside of fucking schools and shit is the most cop-coded thing you can do. Okay? Just turn off the friendly fire, forehead. What the fuck are you doing? Right? Typical. I saw the Israeli video that came out showing the IDF's military operations where they absolutely eviscerate air inside of hospitals, schools, and the like. I did see that. So Maybe the IDF was doing human shield stuff. Maybe they had some Hamas human shields. Maybe that was what was going on. Anyway, I'm a soldier who hates the IDF as much as anyone, but I can't explain enough how much easier it is to accidentally shoot your own guys than it is to shoot the other guys. No, for sure. Friendly fire happens all the time. The difference is that in this circumstance, especially if you're scared shitless inside of hostile territory that you're occupying and you don't usually fucking see the enemy at all, you're going to end up blasting on your own comrades, because most of the operations that you are conducting, you're usually conducting in empty areas that you have eviscerated with bombs. There's nothing precise about their targeting. There's nothing precise about their operations. And when it's imprecise, of course there is going to be friendly fire, because the noises that you hear, like there's tunnel systems everywhere. You don't have enough intel. You've already destroyed your own combat environment ahead of time. And now you're scared of all the fucking shadows. You're literally going to open up on anyone and everyone and accidentally kill your comrades here. Oh, I saw this one. I don't know if this is new or not, though. Soldier with a thick U.S. accent, apparently U.S. Marine.
Every rat hole that they hide in.
I don't know what this is from, where this is from. I saw this video earlier, but I don't know. A lot of stuff like this usually will be from like a different time, maybe even from Syria or some shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know where this is from.
Drop down enough explosives to scare God Almighty.
It mentions October 7th.
I do not see men. I do not see soldiers. I see lions. I see a pride of hungry lions. Well, let me tell you a promise, gentlemen. A promise that I give to you before God Almighty. It is hunt season in Gaza. And you will all be well fed before this is done. And Mr. Close, I have a message. Message I would like to give to my enemy, wherever he may be. I will pass that message on to you, so that when you find him, you can tell him that I said it.
God, Americans are such bloodthirsty monsters in general, dude. It's just like, is this the goon squad? Yeah, that's why he's saying, like, fear not, gentlemen, fear not. Like, if you're cum hungry, there's plenty of cum to extract on the battlefield, okay? Hoorah! When I say there's enough semen out there to drown the mighty Red Sea, I means it. We are the goon platoon. Now, many of you have been gooning in your goon caves for the past 25 years. You will take that skill that you have developed and you will use it on the battlefield. We are going to be stimulating prostates. Amen. Goon squad out.
On October 7th, you killed my angel, so I have only my demons to send. So dig your graves, dig them wide, and dig them deep. Paratroopers are coming. Hoorah!
Wait, what the fuck? I mean, dude, I've seen so many videos like this, and this is the first time I've seen it from, like, the Israeli occupying force. You know what I mean? This is usually this is a classic. I've seen this video. I've seen this exact same video played out. Wait, did they post this as like an ad for themselves? No shot. I've seen videos like this before, but it's usually like lesser trained Arab forces. You know what I mean? Like Arab militias, shit like that. I've seen videos like this from Chechens. You know? You mean terrorist? No, I am showing you terror. I am showing you the face of terror. Not just terrorists. I mean, firing a shoulder-mounted firing a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher in a tiny ass fucking space like that is crazy. In general, especially when there's like a wall behind you. It's okay. The window is behind them. You mean terrorists? Have you seen them shooting Abu table and Abu wooden furnitures? I did. Anyway, I don't know where this is from. Maybe someone can confirm where this came from. And maybe someone can confirm that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Those who are not subscribed will be able to confirm it because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But if you do see those ads, you can confirm it in the chat now. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Anyway. So yeah, I saw the video of, where is it? I saw the video of like IDF shooting at fucking demons. I don't know where the original is. Does anyone have the original video? Because I saw the edited version of this. The IOF releases a video of them fighting inside of air, fighting air inside of hospitals and schools and shit. But like, I haven't seen the. Why are they releasing this stuff? I don't really understand. Like, they're pre-firing corners, fine, but also, why the fuck are you just showing that? Like, the only good, like, valid IDF footage I see of like striking targets is drone footage that the IAF releases regularly, where like there's a building, someone fires outside of the building, someone fires from a window outside the building, they fucking laser it with the drone, okay? Then more fire comes out of the building windows, then they just drop the building. That's like one of the only instances where I've actually seen IDF combat footage, or IAF combat footage rather, where there is like a valid target and they're actually fighting against, like they're actually doing something against like people firing on their positions, which of course is, and many of the veterans in here will tell you, pretty classic American operations as well. It's the modus operandi of like the entirety of American combat footage in fucking places like Afghanistan and Iraq. You just go in, you have superior military gear. Your enemy is, of course, your enemy has no air force whatsoever. And they're using like rusty ass, old ass fucking weapons that the American government gave them many years ago. And then they go in, they get fired at, like sniper takes pot shot, rips a fucking Marine's dick off. And then immediately they dig in, call for air support, light up an entire fucking tree line or an entire village, and then they move in afterwards. And that's usually how it goes, times 1,000. Evan Hill via Twitter, Israel would likely resume a much more aggressive bombing campaign afterwards after the hostage swap. Yeah. People watch basketball for the fundamentals and not the cool-ass dunks. Obviously, this is the same concept. This one is crazy. This one was wild. I saw this one, and I was like, what the fuck are they shooting at in that one? Also, in the other clip, they're standing and aiming out of windows. Easy way to die. Yeah, they're just blasting at fucking windows and tables and stuff, which is, I mean, more power to them. Any bullet that they're wasting on fucking tables is a bullet that they're not wasting, or a bullet that they're not using on children. So happy to see that they're doing that. Even in fucking Afghanistan, there were more like they were really ruthless and really brutal and really awful, but at least they were like clearing fucking houses and shit. You know what I mean? It's wild to consider, this is by no means a defense of like America's actions in Afghanistan or Iraq, because they were objectively genocidal actions in Iraq and Afghanistan, but at least they were still fucking clearing houses rather than blowing up the entire city block and then coming in. Like the rules of engagement, which were routinely violated in places like Afghanistan and Iraq, were still set in a way that was infinitely more restrictive than the rules of engagement, or lack thereof, in Gaza for the Israeli occupying force. The U.S. Army is not confiscated army, though. I mean, it was in Fallujah, it was shoot anything that was moving. No, there were parts of this. Yes, there were parts of their operations like that specifically were really, really brutal, violent, objectively genocidal. Fallujah being a good example. Bro's a millionaire with no sunglass liquid. Those lenses are getting scratched. Hey, HasanAbi, how's Pokemon's cookie scam going? Good? Yep. Brother, we are covering an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. If your major talking point here is like Pokemon's upmarked influencer tax cookies, you got to fucking really take a cold, hard look at yourself and just reconsider your priorities. You know what I mean? It's motherfucking cookies, dog. Like, cookies. IDF posted pretty solid proof of Hamas's operation under Al-Shifa. So there will more proof will come, I suspect. Except these are just through this door underneath the Shifa hospital. There are Hamas terrorist tunnels. Here's the proof of Hamas terrorism festering underneath hospitals. Like the only thing that they've shown so far, and I hope that they will inevitably show some proof, quote unquote proof. But the only thing that they've shown so far is that there is one fucking access near the door, or near the street. That was a tunnel underneath one of the structures in the hospital compound that I don't know if it connects to the actual underneath the hospital, the tunnel structure that was built underneath the hospital or not. The tunnel structure that Israel built as well. Problem is, they rarely ever show the connecting tunnels. It seems like there are rooms at either side behind those doors. Yeah. They rarely ever show the connection on either side. It does seem to me like at this point that there is a outside tunnel structure, like a tunnel structure that leads to one of the compounds underneath the hospital that actually ends up connecting into maybe like beneath the hospital in general. We'll see what happens. I don't believe it's normal to find AK-47s similar in a command center. I mean, they've had fucking 3 days, okay? They've had, 4 days now. I'm sure they'll be able to find things down there so they can at least prove that it's a command node, not the headquarters that they claimed it was originally, but a fucking command node for communications or something. Wait, oops. Where's the Eric Toller take? This isn't a Hamas tunnel. It's an old transmitter facility in Sweden. No. That's entirely different than what we're looking at. This is most likely behind the blast door that they opened up. How are they going to motorbike down there, though? No, there are, as far as I understand, there are tunnels that you can actually bike through, but I don't think these are those tunnels. There's plenty of tunnels underneath Gaza, as I've said time and time again. But, oh, here's Eric Toller. The IDF published these 2 photos, they say, from the tunnel passageway, presumably the same one seen earlier under the Shifa hospital. For comparison, this is the door at the end of the videos published over the weekend. An IDF spokesperson said yesterday in an interview they found additional doors beyond that one. So if you take him at his word, these are the doors beyond the previous ones in the video. We shall see. Those tunnels were used for smuggling KFC? No, these tunnels are not used for smuggling KFC underneath Al-Shifa. The tunnels that you're talking about are through the Rafah border. Many of them were closed and blown up. Why don't they send soldiers under the tunnel to do the whole Hamas cleanup and be done with this? Why kill innocent people? Because then you would have actual, you would put IDF soldiers' lives at risk, and it's much easier to simply keep bombing and break the backs and the will of the Palestinian population and punish them while simultaneously claiming that you're actually getting rid of Hamas when your goal is not to get rid of Hamas in general, especially because the only way that you can get rid of Hamas is through a political solution, not one that is militant. A reality that every American at this point understands didn't work out in Afghanistan. Yeah, you're talking about these smuggle tunnels that were underneath that were underneath the border to Egypt.
Of collapse. Literally.
Yeah, these are also made out of dirt. They're like hastily made out of dirt. Those are the tunnels that they used specifically to smuggle like KFC and shit originally, and whatever the fuck they could, including missiles, for the record. I'm very confused about the Al-Shifa tunnels. I watched Ehud Barak on CNN say something that Israelis built the tunnels. I forget that there's so many people that like circulate in and out of here, but yes, we have known that the tunnel structure underneath the Al-Shifa hospital was originally built by Israel years ago. It has been reported on. It was recirculated on Twitter for a week. And that is simply what Ehud Barak was talking about with Christian Amanpour on CNN. Okay? That is separate. I do not believe that Israel built the tunnel that they found originally underneath one of the structures facing the street side in the hospital compound. Okay? But yes, that has been reported on. I think there was either a Forward magazine or a Tablet magazine article from like 2014 that talked about the Al-Shifa tunnel structure underneath it. A lot of hospitals have tunnel structures underneath them. It is perfectly normal to have a basement/tunnel structure underneath your hospital. That does not imply wrongdoing automatically. So Yeah, the bunkers underneath the hospital, or the tunnel structure underneath the hospital, was built in like 1980s. There is a basement and corridors built under Building 2 at Shifa. They are different from the tunnels they're in, which are designed in the exact same way as other tunnels, as I linked yesterday. Yeah. I have not seen what the tunnel structure looks like under Al Shifa, the one that like Israel built. I do not know if those tunnel structures connect to these ones, but this is a separate structure underneath the Al Shifa compound, the larger compound that has like numerous buildings. Okay? I was transported in a tunnel underneath the hospital here in Ohio, and when I had been wheeled around for a brief time, yes. Regardless, as I've said already, even if there was a literal fucking command node underneath the hospital, under no circumstances can you blow up the fucking hospital, kill the patients inside of the hospital. This is very important for you to understand. The bar to actually attack a hospital is incredibly high under international humanitarian law. I've shown it time and time again. Claiming that there is a Hamas network underneath the hospital is simply Israel's copium / justification for attacking the doctors and the patients above the hospital. In order for you to even attack a hospital that is debatable under international humanitarian law, not valid, debatable, okay? Like, is this a war crime or not? If we're getting to the ICC, if we're getting to the tribunal, and we're debating whether or not it was considered a fucking war crime or not, in order for it to be even a debatable prospect, there has to be an overwhelming number of enemy combatants that are clearly defined as enemy combatants shooting outside of the hospital, and the enemy combatant to the patient ratio, the enemy combatant to the patient / doctor ratio needs to be infinitely higher. You cannot justify attacking a hospital, especially if you go into the hospital without any sort of fucking counterattack. The fact that they just rolled up into the hospital, you make this way too complicated? No, it's not complicated at all. You cannot, under any circumstance, attack a fucking hospital. There are very, very, very limited circumstances in which, like, you could technically justify attacking a hospital. But Israel, even if they were to clear all of the proof that they've shown, would not be able to justify their actions under international humanitarian law. Everything that they have shown thus far, whether they found guns inside the hospital, whether they've found tunnel structures underneath the hospital or not, still does not mean you can attack the hospital. You are not even allowed to attack military hospitals, as a matter of fact. You are not allowed to attack hospitals that are treating wounded Hamas militants. Many people do not understand this. They think like, what? It's Hamas. That means you can kill everyone in the fucking 10-mile radius. Like, it doesn't work that way. You can't do that. It is a war crime. I know that as Americans, we are used to doing war crimes because that's what we do. Specifically, war crimes like the Highway of Death, for example, in Bush 1, where we destroyed, lit up with our Air Force, a retreating force that had disarmed themselves. And we killed a shit ton of, women and children, and also retreating forces. We did that. That was a war crime that the United States engaged in, but it doesn't change the reality that it's still a war crime. And what Israel is doing in this circumstance is trying to engage in post hoc rationalizations and justifications that still would not hold up to the scrutiny of international humanitarian law. And yet they are doing this not because they will ever withstand scrutiny from the international humanitarian law. They are doing this specifically to trigger all of the fucking racist, bloodthirsty monsters in the Western world into going, see, they did this for good reason. They did this for good reason, as a matter of fact. It's just pure might is right politics. Yeah, Highway of Death, also famously a war crime that Call of Duty said Russia did in one of the latest Call of Duty games in the franchise. This is why, in the end, liberals and conservatives are two sides of the same neoliberal coin. Both Dems and Republicans will swallow a picture of a tunnel as a justification to attack a hospital. Yep. I'm giving you a hypothetical now where attacking a hospital and killing doctors inside of the hospital and killing patients inside of the hospital could be potentially valid. Are you ready for this? Or technically considered collateral damage. Hospital is already completely evacuated. It's being used as a staging ground for counteroffensives. The overwhelming majority of the people inside of the hospital are enemy combatants that are armed and attacking your occupying force. In which case, if there is, like, let's say, a doctor that happens to be there still, and you end up accidentally shooting that doctor while you're literally fucking killing, 100 enemy combatants, in that circumstance, it's a little bit more justifiable. It's still a horrifying situation, and it's still technically awful, but that would be the only instance where Israel's actions would not necessarily be justified still, but at least could be debatable. You cannot attack a hospital as long as it is still functioning as a hospital. Israel tries to muddy the waters regularly by saying, well, there are circumstances where it's allowed. No. Okay? No. And this isn't even like me being Mr. Moralistic, peacenik, leftist Hasan. Oh, how unreasonable. This is me simply reiterating the international humanitarian law under our supposed rule-based international order. These are laws that we are supposed to be upholding. And a violation of said laws would automatically make you a terror group, unless you are, of course, a part of the allied forces, unless you're, doing this at the behest of the West, in which case then you are not terrorists, of course. You are brave and totally valid in your incredibly violent actions. Anyway. Same with attacking ambulances, like totally not allowed, totally not valid, ridiculous. But they did that. We'll talk about the additional things that are coming out. Let's just watch this real quick while I go pee again.
Hostages in Gaza, children, women, men, and the elderly, also including IDF soldiers who were kidnapped by a ruthless terror organization and are currently held in Gaza. We are going to do everything we can to bring them back as quickly as possible. The Chief of General Staff conducted a situation estimate inside the Gaza Strip with the reservist soldiers. He told them that the ground maneuver is bringing achievements, but we still have a long way ahead of us, and we're going to continue to exert pressure on Hamas until we achieve the goals of the war, which obviously include bringing back the hostages home. We will update the families of the hostages with every piece of information we have regarding their loved ones, and after we update them, we'll inform the general public. As for this difficult matter, I recommend that you only listen to reports from official agencies. We will tell you the truth once we have the details and the facts. Once we have these, we will report. Today, the IDF forces have continued to deepen their activities and achievements in Gaza. We have finished encircling the Jabalia region, which is an important one, and also completed our battles in the Zaytun region. Our forces are catching terrorists and killing them. We have the upper hand in every battle. We are going to continue to target and kill Hamas terrorists wherever they are. We continue today to expose the underground sphere of the Hamas tunnels, including beneath the Shifa hospital. We're going to continue to expose other hospitals in Gaza. Hamas terrorists have built an extensive and systematic network of tunnels and are using the patients and doctors as human shields for terrorist acts. This is a war crime. This is in contradiction to international law. And we're going to...
This is like also a funny thing where they say like, well, using hospitals as like a human shield is a war crime, right? Now, there is way more justification as to why a defending force would do that, because Hamas in this circumstance, whether you like it or not, is a defending force, okay? However, under no circumstances can you do extra war crimes because you're saying your enemy is committing war crimes. That is an American-ass fucking take. And as it's been the case with October 7th in comparison to the past month and a half of the relentless bombing campaign, if we're going band for band, the Israeli war crimes greatly outnumber the Palestinian Hamas war crimes or the Palestinian militia war crimes. Okay? Just mentioning that really quickly for all of those who are unfamiliar. But that's precisely the reason why there's always this like desperate attempt to try to compare a violent militia force to the military machine, the industrial death machine of Nazi Germany. Okay? It's not the same. If there's one party that is closer to Nazi Germany in this conflict, if you want to call it a conflict and not an ethnic cleansing campaign, it's Israel. Israel is infinitely closer to the actions of Nazi Germany as the militarized death machine, an industrialized force of evil here in this circumstance, than the violent militia group that is a reactionary violent militia group that is currently engaging in a defensive posture in the occupied territory that Israel has no right to be inside of and has no right to defend itself in, as it is a belligerent occupier.
Continue to expose this to the world in order to get them to stop using this method. In the north of Israel, we've killed and eliminated several anti-tank missile cells which were launching their missiles towards Israel. We are nipping in the bud any immediate threat on our territory. This is a battle area from which Hezbollah launches terrorist acts and in violation of every decision and resolution of the UN. Hezbollah is a terror organization operating from urban terrain in southern Lebanon, and by doing so, it is risking civilians. In addition, we've attacked various military.
Shove your propaganda up your ass, fucking loser. Truth coming from your mouth. That's a good one. Same script. Oh,
compounds and production facilities of the Hezbollah terror organization. That is in response to their opening fire on civilian areas in the north of Israel. No Israelis have been injured or killed. We are readily prepared both on the offensive and in the defensive in the north. Regarding the home front, we are constantly updating the home front command instructions. Please follow them. They save lives. So far,
Okay. Oh, fucking bullshit, dude. I can't
in the Middle East, we are
families of hostages held by Hamas urge leaders to make a deal on release.
waiting.
Remember, for the past month and a half, as Israel was engaging in its unjustifiable bombing campaign in an occupied territory that it is the belligerent occupier of, that it has no right to fucking bomb at all, committing a litany of different war crimes that they tried to contextualize in Western media, the people that were actually demanding a ceasefire inside of Israel were, of course, understandably, the immediate family members of the hostages being held by Hamas. Now, obviously, if the Israeli Defense Brigade in the United States of America, that is thousands and thousands of miles away from Israel, had a very different perspective on the matter. They were saying, no, the bombing should continue. Now, of course, if you exercise a little bit of critical thinking, you would immediately recognize why the immediate family members of the hostages being held inside of Gaza would want to demand a ceasefire and a negotiations process to start. That's precisely because, of course, Israel is blowing up their fucking family members. Duh. No shit. It's the hostages that are also getting bombed in this circumstance. Finally, their voices have been heard. A little bit of the bloodthirst has been satiated, seems. So now we've arrived at a potential hostage release and a negotiations process that will create a 5-day ceasefire. The ceasefire is an absolute necessity for even the logistics of hostage releases. For the record, for those of you who don't understand, a concept that Hamas has been defending and pushing for since the beginning of the bombing campaign, since day one, something that they also advocated for once again a couple weeks back after releasing the two older ladies that created a major PR disaster for Israel that was very controversial for them, but they, at the time, the Israeli government and the American State Department had said, no, Hamas is trying to slowly release one by one each individual hostage, specifically so they can engage in a daily ceasefire every single day. Which, of course, that was the case. That is fucking insane. Why wouldn't they do that? I don't understand. You have to do that. You have to do that to release the fucking hostages. The idea that you are upset that they're delaying the violence that you want to subject the entirety of the Palestinian population on, and that's good enough reason for you to demand to refuse to negotiate with Hamas is fucking insane. Here is a different story, I guess. Noah Schnapp gets to plaster LA with Zionism and sexy stickers, and there are absolutely zero consequences for his career. Melissa Barrera posts in support of Palestine and gets dropped from a franchise which she has been a lead in 2 films. Absolutely wild to watch. Melissa Barrera dropped from Scream 7 due to controversial comments. More details on One Take News. This is the controversial comments. I too come from a colonized country. Palestine will be freed. They tried to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds, she said. I don't know if this is correct or not. I don't know what's happening here. This is a developing story. Variety was the first to report the news. Well, we'll take a look at Variety's reporting. Susan Sarandon has been dropped by her talent agency, UTA, after being vocal about the ongoing genocide happening in Palestine at a pro-Palestinian rally. Nice. My goat. Susan Sarandon is my queen. She is my goat. She is the best. But yeah, this is McCarthyism. It's happening already. It's been happening. It's ridiculous. Hollywood has done this before, and they will do it again. Bella Hadid was not dropped by Dior. Please stop. That was... Oh God, what is this? Would love for you to check out our statement on demands for legal institutions and a response to McCarthyism.
Law Students for Free Palestine, our nationwide coalition of over 40 law schools
who stand in unwavering solidarity with the people of Palestine and against the unfolding genocide in Gaza.
Since October 7th, Israel has slaughtered over 11,200 Palestinians, more than 4,000.
Brother, this is 8 minutes long. But yes, as far as I understand, law firms are taking an insane stance against any kind of mention whatsoever that is like pro-Palestinian, is met with a shit ton of resistance and McCarthyist ways of denying you an opportunity of employment. But what were we expecting? Of course, this was going to happen. The media spent the past month and a half hyper-focusing on college campuses and incredibly selfish, incredibly self-centered, incredibly idiotic perspectives instead of covering the actual fucking news in an honest way. So, you know, they were setting up the reasonable manufactured consent to be able to act out like this, to engage in these kinds of unjustifiable, McCarthyist, pro-censorship, to engage in like censorious actions like this for reasonable perspectives.
For a deal to pause the fighting and allow the exchange of some hostages held by Hamas for prisoners held by Israel.
The only thing you must remember in all of this, in this sea of hopelessness, is that there are more of us who demand emancipation for Palestinians, who demand an end to the occupation, end to the apartheid, than there are of those who want the occupation to continue. And even if there weren't more of us out there all around the world, that still would not change the reality that our cause is just. Okay? Do not get intimidated. Do not back down. The pressure campaign that many of you have participated in mounting has unironically changed the outcome. In all of the years of my advocacy for Palestinian emancipation, I have never seen this much support for Palestinians, specifically from the younger generation, certainly. But remember that. Man got permanent on Twitter because I said from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free 2 years ago. Yeah, it is outrageous, and it is objectively ridiculous. It is unacceptable, and yet, you know, this kind of pressure campaign from all of these organizations that control the levers of power only will work if you back down. Okay, there is a reason why these institutions are so desperately trying to stop the flow of information. It's because they cannot defend against people seeing the truth. Once you recognize the truth about the ongoing atrocities in Gaza, it is very hard for you to unsee it. Okay? It's almost impossible for you to remain remain quiet. The only way that they can try to demand you stay quiet is by threatening your employment, is by doxing, is by trying to force you into submission. And the only way to push back against that is by demonstrating solidarity. Okay? So do not back away, and do not be bullied. Do not be threatened. Keep peacefully demonstrating.
$90 for...
Okay, this is later. We'll get to that in a little bit. All right, let's watch.
Israeli troops have surrounded a second hospital in Gaza where hundreds of people are sheltering in place.
No, man, you can't fucking punch people. Shut up. God, I can't tell if some people like specifically come in here to Fed Post.
Israel says Hamas fighters are inside a nearby refugee camp. As Lilia Luciano reports, the slow pace of negotiations is making life very difficult for both sides.
With their children wet and shaking from the cold, shielded by nothing but a tent, displaced families in southern Gaza ask of Israel, if they wanted to displace us from our homes and land, why didn't they build camps for us? Sheltering from the rain, but thirsty, this mother told CBS News producer Marwan Al-Ghul in Rafah.
I don't say it's okay, but these kinds of things are part of the reason people become anti-Semitic and believe the Jews governing the world narrative. I'm seeing that around me, trying to educate them, but many don't listen. 4 or 5 ceasefire is nothing. I need to be indefinite, or at least enough for the people to go south. Yes, anti-Semitism does unironically rise because Israel is seen as the Jewish state. This is, of course, the design that Israel has brought forward. This is why I say this is a deeply anti-Semitic narrative that Israel itself and defenders of Israel have engaged with that also contribute to the rise of anti-Semitism. The actions of the Israeli state are the Israeli state's actions alone. They do not represent the international Jewish community. They do not even represent Jewish people in Israel. Okay? However, Israel's actions against the Palestinians are only allowed because the United States says so, because the United States allows it to happen. Okay? That's it. It is not Jews controlling the American government. It is Americans controlling the Israeli government. Israel's actions can only be considered permissible as long as they are inoffensive to the Western interests in the region. Okay? There are more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists. After all, there are only 16 million Jewish people around the planet. 9 million, well, not even 9 million Jewish people, but like around 6, 7, 8 million in Israel, I think. 7 million in Israel. There are infinitely more Christian Zionists than there are Zionist Jews. Okay? There are 20 to 30 times more Zionist Christians than Zionist Jews? No. There are 20 to 30 times more Zionist evangelicals than there are Zionist Jews. There are a lot more Zionist Christians than Zionist Jews in general in America. That number, the 20 to 30x, is actually evangelical Zionists who believe in Israel for theological reasons, for Armageddon reasons, the rapture shit.
We haven't had food for 3 days, no piece of bread. We don't even have water. Where are the Arab countries? Where is Mahmoud Abbas? That's the president of the Palestinian Authority.
I got inside this small tent and I found a lot of children, women. They spent all of their last night under heavy rains. It's a miserable life, the women told me.
Miserable and vulnerable as they await a ceasefire deal. While across the border in Israel, families of hostages also hold their breath for a deal. There are many children among the hostages that were taken on October 7th. Here in Tel Aviv, there are parents, family members of the hostages who are asking anyone willing to listen as the days pile on and the answers dwindle.
95% of Israelis agree with the actions of Israel. Don't be too charitable. Be real about it, please. They 100% represent most Jews in Israel. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. It literally doesn't. And it's 94.1% of Israelis that agree with the IDF's bombing campaign and say that it's not bombing hard enough. Israeli Jews, I mean. That part is correct. Okay? That part is correct. But this does not change the dynamic at all. Okay? It's the same concept behind the United States of America, as we showed you. Americans wanted to invade Iraq with similar margins after the immediate aftermath of 9/11. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. The only thing polls like that show me is that propaganda is very effective, especially in a racist country. America is a racist country. They were very easily duped into going into war. Israel also is a incredibly racist country, maybe even more racist. You said they do not represent Jews in Israel, but they clearly do. No, I said they do not even represent all Jews in Israel. And not only that, which is still true, by the way, it doesn't matter if it's like 94%, but it also doesn't change the reality that these are opinions that can change over time. And these are opinions that will change over time. Okay?
To do anything they can, whether it's their government, the US, or even the UN, to bring their children home. Parents like Hadas Calderon, whose mother was killed on October 7th, and whose 12-year-old son, Erez, and 16-year-old daughter, Sahar, were captured, know every second without a deal could be lethal. Do you worry about their safety in Gaza, given the way that the invasion is taking place?
Of course. I'm worried about everything. There are disease, there are bombs. I don't sleep, I don't eat.
Anything that frustrates you about the way that it's all been carried out in terms of prioritizing first destroying Hamas and second the hostages?
You know the answer. You know the answer.
And as so many await a deal, fighting has continued in that Indonesian hospital in Gaza, where still more than 2,600 people need to be evacuated. Nate?
A harsh reminder of all of the lives hanging in the balance. Lily Luciano, thank you.
Now, when we've met with the entire cabinet, what we've heard is that taking down Hamas and bringing the hostages are as important, are equally important. As far as I am concerned, and I represent myself and my family, this is incredibly disappointing because I feel that at this point, when we know that taking down Hamas, we keep hearing from them, is going to take months or years, and it's going to take a long time. On the other hand, the other objective is time sensitive. People are dying. We know that for sure. Other goal is time sensitive, and we're talking about people's lives. Then we all feel, especially when we're talking about our families, that this should be the top priority. It doesn't mean that we should not care about taking down Hamas. Absolutely not. Nobody is claiming that. Nobody is saying that. But we definitely have a criticism on how this prioritization goes.
At least 8 people have.
Yeah. Just like the pro-peace Russians who did everything liberal streamers wanted and then later said they should all die. Yeah, the thing is, I don't care if someone personally has even genocidal ideation. I've said this time and time again. Okay? I believe in emancipation for all peoples. This means that even genocidal ideation can be reformed. People can change. People do have the capacity to change. There are many of you who at least were old enough to justify or even take action in America's war on terror, who look back at those days, who look back at your actions and your opinions in those days and look at it with disgust. And you work every day to undo that damage. Okay? It's crazy. Of course, those people are horrifyingly racist towards Palestinians. Everybody knows that. Everybody understands that. Everybody recognizes that. The goal is to change this dynamic. And the only way that you can do that is through a one-state solution and an end to the apartheid regime. I do not care if people think that this is simply too unrealistic. It is the correct thing to do. And I will not stop from advocating for the correct thing just because people think that it is unreasonable because the Israelis are too fucking racist. Okay? It's ridiculous. If you stand with Israel, give them your land, maybe California. I mean, I don't give a shit. I've long said they should have built Israel in Germany. Okay? Half of it, especially in Western Germany, but like half of it, maybe like 75% of it in Western Germany and then 25% of it in Eastern Germany. Okay? Why can't you have a two-state solution? I've described this many times over, but I guess I should explain it once again. The reason why you cannot have a two-state solution is because, and many thinkers have actually moved away from believing that the two-state solution is the best path forward to a one-state solution, because Israel has been a singular state since 1967. It's been a single state that maintains occupied territories that currently house 5 million Palestinians total. It is simply an apartheid state, okay? It is impossible to do a two-state solution with 1967 borders because there are 750,000 total settlers in the West Bank and Jerusalem. Okay? And even if you take out Jerusalem from the equation, there's still 450,000 settlers in the West Bank. Removing them from the West Bank would be an impossible act. Impossible. Israel, knowing full well that a two-state solution was not really in their interest at all, openly dangled the two-state solution in these peace negotiations for the past 30 years while they continued rapidly expanding in the West Bank. Okay? This rapid expansion in the West Bank was unjustifiable, was an act of terror by international law, and it created partitions that removed any opportunity of contiguity for a Palestinian state in the West Bank. Yeah, really want a Jewish state in the country where everyone turned their back on the worst genocide in human history? I think that that would have never happened, obviously. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, there would have been a real denazification that would have had to occur before that actually happened, which would have been just. Does that make sense? Not like the fake denazification, like an actual one. You know what I mean? Like real tribunals that went far beyond the denazifications that occurred. Now, obviously, it's ridiculous, and it's understandable that Jewish people would not want to live there. It's, you know. Settlements also existed in the Sinai when Israel occupied. They were disbanded when Israel agreed to return the area back to Egypt. I don't know the exact population numbers of the settlements in Sinai, but again, remember, a lot of the times when Israel is pulled back from areas that they've settled upon, it's usually very little numbers in comparison to what the West Bank currently looks like. The West Bank currently is I mean, it's unimaginable. It's just 500,000 Israeli settlers live there, and they have very specifically, over the course of the past 30 years, built settlements that partition off areas where Palestinians live while also forcibly expelling them. The military occupation of the Sinai Peninsula, especially when you consider the land in the Sinai Peninsula too, like the arable land in the Sinai Peninsula, was not the same as like the West Bank. Let me look at the numbers there. There was 700,000 Egyptian internal refugees. The settlements, Israel had plans to expand the settlements of Yamit into a city of up to 2,000 residents. However, the actual population of Yamit never exceeded 3,000. The settlements in the Yamit region were demolished by Israel prior to the withdrawal, but the settlements on the Gulf, Ophira and Di Zahav and Neviot, remained intact and were further developed by Egypt after the withdrawal. The total number of Israelis that settled in the West Bank was what? Sinai Peninsula was returned to Egypt in multiple stages beginning in 1979 as a part of the Egypt-Israel Peace Treaty. Israel dismantled the 18 settlements, 2 Air Force bases, a naval base, and other installations by 1982, including most oil resources under Israeli control. Why doesn't it say how many people? Like, their goal was to settle 100,000 people. No, the 720,000 people that lived there were Egyptians that were relocated into Egypt. Following the Israeli capture and occupation of the Sinai Peninsula, Egypt launched the War of Attrition, 1967-70, aimed at forcing Israel to withdraw from the Sinai Peninsula. The war saw protracted conflict in the Suez Canal zone, ranging from the limited large-scale combat, Israeli shelling of the cities in Port Said, Ismailia, and Suez on the west bank of the canal led to high civilian casualties, including the virtual destruction of Suez, and contributed to the flight of 700,000 Egyptian internal refugees. Ultimately, the war concluded in 1970 with no change on the front line. On the 6th of October 1973, Egypt commenced Operation Badr to retake the Sinai Peninsula, while Syria launched simultaneous operations to retake the Golan Heights, thereby beginning the Yom Kippur War. Known in Egypt and much of Europe as the October War, the canal was reopened in 1975. The Israeli settlements in the Sinai Peninsula were split into 2 regions, one along the Mediterranean coast and another along the Gulf of Aqaba. Now, remember, the settlements, the Sinai Peninsula is not the same as the West Bank. The West Bank actually has aquifers and a lot of arable land that the Israeli government has forcibly taken over and taken over with a, what do they call it? They call it like military use, right? Very different than the Sinai Peninsula. Yeah, and the Sinai Peninsula was occupied for 6 years, the West Bank for 60. This isn't to say that the Sinai Peninsula does not have arable land. I'm simply stating that classic Azan only hates slurs that he decides are bad. Wait, what did I say? Why did you hit what? 43 month subscriber just wilding out. What did I say a slur? What happened? New LSF drama. Oh my God. Submitted 2 hours ago. I loved it. It's like always the same guy too. Fucking classic LSF. 2 hours ago, they fucking probably posted this yesterday. It didn't pop off, so they waited again 2 hours ago to post it in the morning. Immediately brigaded at this shit. 500 comments in 2 hours. I'm sure if I click on it, every single person is going to be like, oh, yet another classic HasanAbi Destiny thread. Classic. Oh my God. And then the rest of it is just like people being like, I told you yesterday as soon as you referenced it. Yeah, who cares, dude? Fuck them. Whatever. And then we'll go over the same arguments over and over again. That it's like, I've said this before. I think it's cringe to fucking consistently say Gusano, because it's like you're not a fucking Cuban revolutionary, okay? You're LARPing. Which is part of the reason why I had banned it already from my community. However, having said that, if we're talking about like this being the worst slur of all time, it is, of course, very weird that people hyper-focus on Karen or cracker or the words gusano, which is supposed to be a term for counter-revolutionary, sometimes fascist Cubans, okay? And counter-revolutionary and fascist is a political term, activists, okay? From the community that compares me to Bin Laden, and has made a website calling me HamasAbi, while simultaneously also saying the N-word and defending saying the N-word as a white person. It's all ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You are being duped into believing that this is a legitimate position, okay? And also, stop in the chat. Anyone that turns around and eats the bait and tries to fucking lean into it by being like, oh, Destiny is this, Destiny is that, is a fucking dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're literally giving this community everything they want so they can keep faking outrage over it, okay? Stop. Don't be fucking stupid. These guys brigade every fucking sub that I am even tangentially related to. Literally all day, every day. It is unbearable. They sit in here all day, every day, and watch the top of the hour ad break. Come and go. Let them. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I don't know who this Hasan guy is, but he sure is bad. Yeah, I don't want to be fucking lectured about morals from a dude who fucking hung out with like an actual neo-Nazi, okay, and ate chicken and waffles with him, who says the N-word and has defended tweeting out the N-word and defended fucking saying the N-word as a white guy. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, dude. Stop eating the fucking bait. It's so stupid and so unserious. Motherfuckers are out here being like, I'm pro-genocide, and then turn around and be like, yeah, you know, this Hasan guy, really bad. Who cares? Italian football celebration is taking the world by storm? No. Get yourself banned from the subreddit again? I wanted to. I don't want to be mentioned on that subreddit. I don't want to be on that subreddit. I don't even want to be mentioned on any subreddits, really. I don't want to be mentioned on Reddit at all. It just never stops. It's like a never-ending fucking, it's never-ending torment. But what are you going to do? All right, let's move on. Let's get back to the ongoing ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement. What was I going to talk about? There was more to talk. Oh, here. This is what I was going to talk about. The Israel's Minister of Communications calls on the IDF to cut off the foreskins of Hamas fighters as revenge, as David did with the Philistines in the Tanakh. I am not joking. This is a real post by a verified account of an Israeli cabinet minister. Here's the full account. You know, it's just, bro, you wrote too much, okay? It's just like, I'm sorry that happened to you. You know, much love. I don't know what was going on here. It's just like too much. It's so much. You wrote too much. You're really abusing the fucking no word limit shit here. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm happy that this happened, or I'm sorry that it happened. I'm not reading this. Holy moly. Now, Two questions immediately come to mind, though. One, what the fuck is going on with the obsession with penises and cum? First, we found out that there's a cum retrieval squad, okay, within the IDF that is doing post-mortem cum extraction. So that's odd, but it's like ethno-state behavior, obviously. And now there's this newfound obsession with like what? Fucking cutting off the circumcising the Hamas fighters. Now, I assume it's like religious symbolism here. There's no real reason why you would do this. But what this shows me is the hilariously racist Israeli government officials do not know that Muslims also get circumcised. Because like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna fucking cut off the forcings of the Hamas fighters as revenge, and then what? You're gonna find out that they are already circumcised. Muslims also get circumcised. So what's going on there? Yeah. What do we do with the dead guy's cocks? Seems like a major component of Israeli military planning. Seems like something that should be maybe interrogated ideologically. It's probably nothing. As David did, we don't have to accept Zionist framing of shit that may or may not have happened thousands of years ago. Consider how this fits into the narrative that people like Jackson Hinkle are trying to set up. Let's rely on material analysis. I made no claims about what actually did or did not happen. I'm bringing up why the communications minister specifically made this threat. And the example used in the Tanakh, part of David's story from the first book of Samuel, I don't understand what the contention is. This guy goes, fair enough. I accept you've studied more of this than I am. I don't get it. Obviously, none of this is like a good justification for this action. But it is pretty funny that like these dudes don't even fucking know that Muslims also get circumcised. I guess no, we don't. Muslims don't get circumcised? Really? Sufi Masudi? Sunnet is just fake. That's what you're telling me as the fucking resident Islam scholar? Are you fucking nuts? What are you talking about? Quick, explain yourself. Sünnet olmadıysan pilavdaki et kimindi? Yapma abi, of. Ama niye bunu söylüyorsun? Bunu translate etmeyeceğim amına koyayım. Translate etmeyin bunu lütfen İngilizceye. Daha önce ben bunun şakasını yaptım. Şu anda yapmayın. Anyway, I don't know where the fuck. I mean, listen. This is a troubling time for all of us who have lost a part of ourselves, okay, that we did not consent to. I am an intactivist, as you guys know. All right? I am an intactivist. Having said that, it is still a thing in Islam. It's also weird that the Israeli government is, or at least this guy is, unfamiliar with that, it seems, which is strange. Like, how are you gonna be in the Middle East region and not know and be this oblivious to like Islamic practices that so closely resemble Judaism as well in many respects, especially this one? What? I didn't know what it is, but I heard not all. Wait, what are you talking about? I thought you were the resident Islamic scholar. You're going to really come at me right now? The resident Islamic scholar who routinely says, I don't know enough about Islam, who routinely fucking tells me that I may be saying Islamophobic shit, just got fucking caught saying one of the silliest things ever? God damn. Were you surprised to learn most Americans are circumcised? I've never really understood it, but I guess like it's like one of those things where I feel like it's more so like social pressure that keeps it going. Like, oh, it happened to me, so we might as well do it. Like, I think originally maybe it was like one of those things where people said, originally, I think like they started it because they were like, oh, this is sanitary and it's good. Like there were medical reasons for it. And then it just kind of became a thing that continued. Here are the latest numbers from Anadolu Ajansı. 5,840 children, 3,920 women. Palestinian death toll from the Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip has soared to 14,128, says the health ministry in the blockaded enclave. That's where we're at. Okay. There was a wild fucking admission from Greenblatt to, here. A senior Israeli official said that in a briefing with the reporters that the IDF, Shin Bet, and Mossad support the hostage deal with Hamas, and so are the members of the war cabinet. The Israeli official said Israel's insistence in the last 2 weeks led to an improvement of the deal, mainly when it comes to the increase in the number of women and children that could be released and the decrease in the number of days of the pause. The official said that among the 50 hostages that will be released on phase 1, there will only be Israelis and Israelis dual nationals. The official said that if Hamas chooses to release foreign nationals who are not Israelis, it is doing this not as a part of the deal. The official said that if during the 4 days pause, Hamas locates more hostages it is willing to release, Israel is ready to give another day of pause for every 10 hostages Hamas releases. An Israeli official said, "We think Hamas can get 70 to 80 hostages. For all we are concerned, it needs to bring hostages from the Islamic Jihad and other factors that hold hostages." According to the Israeli official, Israel will not release Palestinian prisoners who've killed Israelis. In the 24 hours after the cabinet approves the deal, the names of the prisoners will be made public so that Israeli citizens can appeal to court against their release. The Israeli official added that Israel will allow more fuel into Gaza only during the days of the pause, and once the pause is over, the amount will go back to the level before the deal. The Israeli official said that Israeli intelligence services made clear they have surveillance capabilities other than drones, and therefore they have no problem with stopping the use of drones for 6 hours a day during the pause. As part of the agreement, Israel will continue to prevent the return of Palestinians from southern Gaza to the northern Gaza Strip during the days of the pause, and the IDF will resume military operations in Gaza once the pause is over. What? Am I mixing circumcision with something? Okay, you are, but it's okay. Maybe. So yeah. Meanwhile, here is some more Islamophobic psychotic nonsense. Okay, where the fuck is it? Before we get to the real life lore video, meet Stuart Seldowitz, a former advisor to the White House who used to advise Obama on foreign policy. He is a 3-time winner of the State Department's Superior Honor Award. Stuart Seldowitz was the deputy director in the U.S. State Department's Office of Israel-Palestinian Affairs from 1999 to 2003. Stuart Seldowitz also has been let go. The confirmation came when I think like a newspaper or something, like, what is it, the Gotham? Shit. I didn't want to cover this before there was a full-blown confirmation because I didn't want some like random guy to be fucking harassed because this guy's being a racist piece of shit. But there was some like, was it the Gotham newspaper or something? Not the newspaper. He came back and said more. No, not Gotham is. Gotham Government Relations. Oh, here it is. Also, not sure what the company is talking about. This guy's listed on our team section of their website, and they put out a press release less than a year ago saying he was on and joining their team in its foreign affairs. Yeah. So the identity of the guy in this video has been confirmed by his now former employer, Stuart Seldowitz, former director of the National Security Council under President Obama and former diplomat to the U.S. State Department, serving during 5 presidencies, and the Gotham Government Relations Bureau has ended all affiliation with him, which basically confirmed that it was him, that it was this guy is actually Stuart Seldowitz, which is kind of hard to believe, I guess, because you're like, how can someone so objectively fucking unimaginably racist could be in a position of power in the American government? And then you realize, like, of course, well, that kind of plays a role in how objectively unimaginably racist our foreign policy is, especially especially on matters such as this one.
My friends in immigration.
Really? Okay, go, yeah.
And to the Egyptian, the Mukhabarat wants your picture.
Okay, yalla, go.
Yeah? You know the Mukhabarat?
The
Mukhabarat.
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
I just speak English.
No?
Yeah, go, yalla.
Mukhabarat in Egypt will get your parents.
Go,
What is this? A tweet going viral about me? Of course there is.
One by one.
Yalla, روح منين? يلا, go.
Why should I go? Why should I go? Tell me why I should go. I'm standing here. I'm an American. I have it's a free country. It's not like Egypt. Smile for me. Did you rape your daughter like Muhammad did? Did you rape your daughter like Muhammad?
I speak English.
You only speak English?
No English, no.
You don't speak English?
Yes.
That just shows how ignorant you are. Because your Muhammad was a rapist. It says in the Hadith, in your holy book.
Who Muhammad?
What?
Who Muhammad?
Muhammad, your prophet. You know who he is.
My prophet?
Yeah. He's a rapist. He raped Aisha. Does it say that in the Hadith or not? You know that?
I don't speak English.
What?
No English.
You don't speak English? What do you speak? What do you speak? You speak Arabic? The language of the Quran? The Holy Quran? Some people use as a toilet? What do you think of that? People who use the Quran as a toilet? Does it bother you?
He's like so desperately trying to get a rise out of this dude. And I feel like if you're just like, if you're like an Arabic looking dude, even if you're like a Muslim looking dude in New York, you probably heard it so many fucking times that like it's unfazing. You know what I mean? Straight up. This is like, you hear this so much that it's not going to fucking get the You're not going to be able to get the emotion out of this person in this circumstance. Is this dementia? No, man. This is like dementia. This is the past 25 fucking years. Like, not 25, 22 fucking years, okay? It's just like regular old Islamophobia for the past 20 fucking years. That's not dementia at all. Unless you think like a massive amount of the American population is demented. Literally nobody in New York City talks this way. Most people will slap this guy. No, I'm talking about like very specific, incredibly Islamophobic motherfuckers who over the course of like this guy probably serving people have absolutely heard this kind of shit before. Okay?
Does it bother you? Tell me the truth.
I don't speak English.
You don't speak English? That's too bad.
Yeah, this isn't dementia, chat. This is American foreign policy. And here is a guy who actually played a role in it.
That's why you're selling food in a food cart. Because you're ignorant. But you should learn English. It'll help you.
Of course,
when they deport you back to Egypt and the Mukhabarat wants to interview you for being
Go yalla, because I'm more...
Yalla. So yeah. But of course, I mean, this is normal. This is perfectly normal. Why shouldn't he be doing this kind of shit? Oh, here he is again. This racist bigot has been harassing these vendors for 2 weeks. Another video of him saying the same thing. Vendors called the police. NYPD 19th Precinct told the vendors, there's nothing we can do. It's a free country.
What?
Go.
No. Muhammad was a child molester.
Go.
It says in the Hadith. You read the Hadith?
Go.
Do you read the Hadith?
I'm gonna call the police.
How old was Aisha when Muhammad married her?
It's not your business. Go.
No, I'm asking you.
Go.
She was 6, and then he tried to have sex with her when she was 9, and her hair fell out. It says that in your own holy book.
Go, please.
No. You go.
You go. He's like walking up to a fucking vendor and being like, no, you go. I mean, he's just a fucking racist psycho. What a freak, dude.
What's your name?
What's my name?
Yeah.
Muhammad.
Your name Muhammad?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
What's your name?
It's not your business. Go.
No, what's your name?
It's not your business.
You asked me. Now I gave you my answer. You give me
It's
your
not
answer.
your name.
What?
That's
Are you here legally?
Go.
Why should I go? It's a free country. It's not Egypt here.
Okay, I'm gonna call the police. Go.
This is literally a former Obama advisor. Bro, dude. Brody was fucking national security guy, okay? NatSec guy. More of this guy talking about how not enough Palestinian kids have died. Oh my God. This dude never stops, bro. What the fuck? Some people wake up in the morning and get like a fucking bacon, egg, and cheese, right? On a roll. One of the many beautiful amenities of living in the fucking one of the best cities in the world, New York City, okay? New York City, baby, concrete jungle, where dreams are made of. This guy's daily routine is just like, let me walk up to this fucking vendor and unload the most psychopathic, Islamophobic nonsense. I'm here to harass this man. Oh my God, brother. The man has been identified. Stuart Seldowitz is a career diplomat who has worked at the State Department and served as national security advisor under President Obama. I'll be providing this information to the authorities. Yeah, good luck with the authorities, by the way. I fucking doubt it. Maybe it's part of his job at the Gotham Government Company. Yeah, he's doing his job. Look at him. He's waving at him. He's like so excited. He's like, yeah, time to get my daily dose of racism out of the way. Fucking psycho. Freak, dude. Fucking freak.
Go. Why is he here? Go.
It's not my fault that you pray to a criminal.
Listen, I'm working now, okay? Can you leave, please? Go, please.
You're not working. There's
I'm just
here.
working here, yeah. Go.
There's nobody here. I'm going to put big signs here that say this guy believes in Hamas.
You want to buy something?
No, I don't.
Okay, why is he here?
I won't give you a penny of my money.
Listen. Why is he here?
What?
Do you want to buy something?
No.
Okay, go.
I don't want to go. I have a right to stand here. You have no right to be on the sidewalk. Do you have a permit?
Yeah, I have a permit. I have everything. I have a license.
Okay, but you don't have a visa.
I have a passport, my friend. Go.
What do you have?
It's not your business. Go.
Oh, it is my business because I actually know the guy who owns all these.
I have an American citizen. Do you have
You're
it?
American citizen?
Yeah, do you have it?
How? How did you become an American citizen?
It's not your business. Go.
Oh, you're right.
I'm born here.
But you're a terrorist. You support terrorism.
Listen, go. I'm not support something.
You support terrorism.
I'm not some. Go.
support
I'm just
killing
working
little
here.
children. You're a terrible person.
You kill children, not me.
What?
Go.
My kids? What about my kids?
You kill children, not me. Go.
I didn't kill children.
Okay, what I see
You
here?
know why? If we killed 4,000 Palestinian kids, you know what? It wasn't enough. It wasn't.
See, the reason why he feels confident being able to say this shit is because, like this is American foreign policy. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't he be confident saying shit like this in public, in broad daylight, with a camera on him? In his mind, he's just like the person he's shitting on, and the things that he's saying is quite literally like American foreign policy. He's done this. He's like worked in American foreign policy. Oh, nuts.
Enough.
Go.
So persistent, dude. Holy shit. Anyway, don't say some dumb shit in the chat. Okay? Keep your fucking terms of service violations to yourself. Don't say some dumb fucking shit in the chat, because guess what, dude? You will immediately be considered the worst guy. In circumstances like this, people immediately look for anyone that they can point to. Like when you catch someone very openly being like violently, virulently racist, the opposition will turn around and look for someone that they can fucking point the finger of blame to, okay? Despite the fact that, you know, a college campus freshman saying like free Palestine is nowhere near as like powerful or as fucking serious or as gross a violation as like walking up to a vendor multiple fucking times and you know, saying psychopathic shit. Stuart Seldowitz, whose hate speech and Islamophobia is going viral, here's his interview on Israel-Hamas conflict just after October 7th. He was the deputy director, senior political officer in the United States State Department's Office, Israel-Palestinian Affairs from 1999 to 2003. Some highlights. It says Hamas was created in the 1980s with the support of Israel government to weaken the PLO. I mean, that's true. Israel and the USA government thought an Islamic-based religious organization can easily be manipulated as they won't be politically aware or technologically sound. That is the classic fucking take from the 90s. So none of that, all of that tracks. You guys always blame Islam for everything, but the real culprits are always mass. Now tell me who's responsible for October 7th. Okay, I mean, this is not... Yeah, I mean, he's like your stereotypical fucking psychopathic NatSec monster, you know? You don't oftentimes see a American foreign policy guy openly be this violent and openly be this racist, right? Like, that's not... It's crazy how horny he got and how openly he fucking talked about it. You should watch this. This is Zionist talking about Rashida. Yeah, I heard this as well. Venting, news and musings, pro-Israel exclusive.
Yeah, so we were one of the first states, so you do not need any of that. But either way, there's going to be wands, guys. So for anybody out there who's recording, yada, yada, there's wands at every single event.
But
and
who would even want to bring a gun to an event like that? That's dangerous and not smart. That's like, I would never do such a thing. And plus, there's security there, and you're not allowed to bring weapons to something like an event like that, unless you're like a police officer or security and you're getting...
Wands, like they're talking about guns.
No. I would not travel with a gun from another state.
Stealth, what I'm hearing is that if you want a shooter at the event, you need to do it from
okay,
far
shut the fuck up and drop his ass.
Yeah.
Is one of the people in the group was talking about shooting and killing. Oh, wand is for detecting guns. Never mind. They weren't talking about guns. They were talking about how you can't really bring guns to any of these meetings because they have wands to check if you have a gun or not. Wands like for metal detectors and like in the airport. Yeah. ETA RP brain 2 years later. Yeah. The second video that Stewart calls this guy Islamically based religious groups are primitive and not sophisticated. I thought they were using Detroit slang, lol. Yeah, I thought they were talking about wands as in like guns, but I was wrong. Anyway, yeah. Here is Stuart Seldowitz, former director of the National Security Council under President Obama and former diplomat for the U.S. State Department, serving during 5 presidencies, is our foreign affairs chair. Gotham Government Relations has ended all affiliation with Stuart Seldowitz, an individual who hasn't contributed to our work in years. The video of his actions is vile, racist, and beneath the dignity of the standards we practice at our firm. But once again, who cares? You know, who cares how racist this guy is? That's just American foreign policy for you. You know, these guys don't give a fuck. He was hired and hired again and hired again for being like that. Here is a press release from the Gotham Government Relations from less than a year ago, almost a year ago, 29th of November, 2022, saying Gotham Government Relations expands, teams up with prestigious law firm Idala Bertuna Kamens as a lobbying arm. Our team at Idala Bertuna Kamens PC is highly skilled. Gotham Relations announces its expert and passionate team of new and returning members: David M. Schwartz, Gotham founder; Arthur Idala, Denny Salas, Imran H. Ansari, U.S. Congressman Gary Ackerman, Stuart Seldowitz, former director of the National Security Council under Obama and former diplomat for the U.S. State Department serving during 5 presidencies, is our foreign affairs chair. It's kind of like this. I'll give you a perspective that helps you realize something. Okay? Everybody knows that Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon were horrifically racist towards black people. They were very anti-black, right? Except liberals will try to, I guess, whitewash even Ronald Reagan's reputation, maybe not so much Richard Nixon. And they kind of forget how openly white supremacist they were, right? But there are phone conversations between Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon where they talk about African diplomats, calling them, I believe they likened them to monkeys and said that they don't know how to wear shoes and things of that nature. I mean, that's real. So why should they censor themselves if their policies already showed that they did not think black people were human beings? Do you understand? In this circumstance, Stewart over here behaving this way in public, and the confidence he has to behave this way in public, is only just a reaffirmation of what kind of policies he held on to when he was in a position of power. Same goes for Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon. Ronald Reagan called African diplomats monkeys in a call to Richard Nixon. Here.
I tell you to watch that thing on television, and I did. Yeah. Damn them, they're still uncomfortable wearing shoes.
Well, and then the tail wags the dog there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He feels comfortable saying stuff like this. His policies resemble saying stuff like this. Liberals have to fucking see the aesthetics for them to comprehend. They cannot make structural analysis. They have to see the actual aesthetics of racism for them to conclusively say that someone is racist. They need this shit. Anyway, another Chud CEO just saying whatever. What is this? The CEO behind the doxing truck follows students to Harvard-Yale game and posted and deleted this image of himself practicing for an encounter with them. Really feels like Harvard is just waiting for someone to get hurt at this point. Adam Gillette said, just a little practice in case someone particularly inclusive decides to visit me. Nice, dude. There's also this about the Stewart guy. What? He was senior advisor for the Dayton Peace Accord in Bosnia, in which the Serb genocidaires got rewarded for their genocide against Bosnian Muslims. The statelet within Bosnia called the Republika Srpska. This man clearly hates Muslims and is a lover of genocide. He's an equal opportunity, dude. I mean, he's just like, anytime Muslims are being killed, he's there. He's like, I'll be there no matter what, okay? Doesn't matter who's doing it. You got to think about it like that. Yeah. It's like the joke about how the American government at the time wasn't even offended that Muslims were being killed. They were like, we should be the ones doing the killing. How dare you? So, meanwhile, there it is. A little bit of Islamophobia to lighten the evening. How do people become like this? Dude, I just showed you yesterday a poll from a Tel Aviv university showing that 94% of Jewish Israelis believe that Israel is not bombing Gaza hard enough, which is the majority. 54% of the 94% believe that Israel is not bombing Gaza hard enough or bombing it just right. Okay? 94% of Jewish people in Israel believe that. 94%. So, like, how do you get to that point? It's years and years of social conditioning. Years and years of social conditioning. Okay? That's it. Speaking of which, let's take a look. Speaking of the social conditioning, Greenblatt just comes out and says he made a deal with Musk, excusing his promotion of the deadly great replacement conspiracy because he promised a wildly and dangerously over-policed pro-Palestinian rhetoric. He asserts it won't damage the ADL's reputation. Here is an interview with the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Greenblatt told the JTA he didn't regret his praise for Musk. Praising people when they take what the ADL sees as the right steps, he said, is part of his job fighting anti-Semitism. Musk's tweet and his own praise of it, Greenblatt told the JTA, came following a private conversation between two men in which Musk previewed his vow to suspend users who call for violence. During their conversation, Greenblatt said he did not press Musk for an apology for the post the billionaire wrote on Wednesday, which Greenblatt had called indisputably dangerous. Michelle Goldberg, a Jewish columnist for the New York Times, noted that Israel's diaspora minister, Amichai Chikli, also thanked Musk for denouncing the pro-Palestinian language. It's hard to figure out who's behaving more cynically, Musk or the Jewish leaders who are koshering him, she wrote in a column on Monday. You are losing the liberal Zionists when you behave this way, by the way. You will lose even soft Zionists, understandably so, when you openly claim that your major goal is to combat anti-Zionism and not actual great replacement anti-Semitism, which directly led to one of the worst anti-Semitic attacks in the Pittsburgh synagogue by a dude who was saying the exact same shit. The exact same great replacement. Jews are responsible for making the American white race impure that he wrote on Gab, which, by the way, is unnecessary at this point because Twitter has become Gab. That dude who went into the fucking Pittsburgh synagogue said those exact same things. Ridiculous. Greenblatt acknowledged the criticism. He said, at the end of the day, I understand that everyone might not agree with what I did, he said. But he told the JTA that he wasn't concerned that his positions on Musk would harm the ADL's reputation. The ADL has been around for 110 years. We don't play for any particular team, he said. Yeah, we know. Like when they were playing for Team Apartheid in South Africa. The ADL has been around for 110 years. Our job is to protect the Jewish people. I don't make the decisions. I do based on how do I think this affects our, quote, reputation. I do it based on, am I able to keep our community safe? It is ridiculous that he doesn't understand the criticism being launched against him here. If you're turning the ADL into Apartheid Defense League rather than the Anti-Defamation League, you all of a sudden are not actually tasked with keeping Jewish people safe. You are making them less safe. You are normalizing psychopathic, anti-Semitic, great replacement theories, conspiracies that have led to Jewish people being murdered by neo-Nazis. If you align yourself with neo-Nazis because you think neo-Nazis are at least like anti-Palestinian, you are not keeping Jewish people safe. In the United States of America, the number one common enemy for both Muslims and Jews is not other Jews or Muslims. It's white supremacist neo-Nazis. I've said this time and time again. Anyone who fucking says that in the United States of America or in the Western world as a whole, that like the largest purveyors of anti-Semitic acts and the largest purveyors of Islamophobic acts of violence, hate crimes, anyone who thinks that it's not neo-Nazis is wrong, okay? It is wrong, objectively. Jonathan Greenblatt is the most craven Jewish leader I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. This is particularly dangerous when combined with his hubristic ignorance. There it is. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. I mean, it's something that I used to at least like feel, I was more reserved, right? Like when talking about ADL back in the day, I used to be significantly more reserved when criticizing the ADL. And I didn't want to say like objectively that the ADL cares more about defending apartheid than defending Jewish people. But I mean, it's proof. This is proof. Oh, here's the thing, by the way. This march was recent as fuck. Oh yeah, this happened like literally this past weekend, dog. If you want to know what the real threat to Jews look like, Nazis are marching in Madison, Wisconsin today. But hey, these guys are federal agents, and they're not real. They're fake. Which, by the way, they might be. They might as well be. So let's be real. Do you see the dumbasses marching around Wisconsin in homemade tacky-ass Nazi uniforms, fucking LARPing nerds? Yeah. Free speech always protects them. Never the fucking pro-Palestinian activist, though. Weird. What is this? The example of Stuart Soldo as being a racist dirtbag is certainly derived in part from him being a Nazi weirdo, but his behavior also traces back to the indoctrination of young Jews in the Zionist mindset within Jewish day schools and after-school programs. Soldo is a classic example with his attendance at the Bialik School of the Flatbush Jewish Center in Brooklyn, New York for at least his high school term. I mean, yes, Zionism indoctrinates young American Jewish people into believing the most damaging aspects of Islamophobic sentiment, for sure. Absolutely. It's so perfectly aligns with American foreign policy that if I'm talking about the United States of America, it's impossible for me to not mention that. Anyway, Nazis don't get the same level of scrutiny here in America because, American foreign policy aligns with white supremacists. That's the reason why. The reason why you don't hear that same level of scrutiny. Feel me? The exact Nazi guys came to Love Fest here in Toledo, Ohio. It was terrifying. They pointed guns at us while cops watched. Yeah, Nazis also always are historically protected under free speech. Police offer them protection regularly, as they did in even Charlottesville and many other places. So it's great. Oh, also, here, speaking of Nazis, let's hear what Blake Masters is trying to do with his return.
College kids today really seem to hate Jews and support literal Islamic terrorists.
I think it's really funny that this guy straight up tried to do a Groyper-ass campaign, like literally just directly tapped into the Groyper vein and tried to channel every fucking racist 4chan Nazi, lost spectacularly, and then made his return being like, we must defend Jewish people in America, which is, objectively a good statement. I do think that we should defend Jewish people in the United States of America against anti-Semitism, except your audience is not going to be receptive to that, dog. What do you mean? It's like if I fucking came to this community, okay, and decided to revamp my policies, and then how did I revamp it? By advocating to abolish taxes.
It's disgusting. A lot of you are wondering, how could this possibly happen? You think it might have something to do with the decades of left-wing indoctrination that we've just let fester in our schools? Normal people understand that the Israelis getting attacked here, they're the good guys. The jihadis doing the attacking, they're the bad guys. I'm Blake Masters. I'm running for Congress here in Arizona's 8th District, and I approve this message.
This is so sick because, this rhetoric is just straight up 2004, you know what I mean? Them jihadis. Bro, we are one step removed from calling all Muslims hajis again and, all brown people hajis again. That's so sick.
Because we're going to defund the schools that teach anti-Jewish, pro-jihadi bullshit.
Anyway, so these are, some of my mutuals that wrote stuff, but immediately, America first, bruh, what? Groip Gang AF says, bruh, what? I do not care. You didn't need to make a statement about this, but the fact that you did says a lot. Are you running for rabbi at your local synagogue? Gab.com. It's time to put a stop to all the anti-white, anti-Christ, pro-Zionist bullshit. Another Israel first politician. This is my shock face. Tasmagadonian. Drop out. Chrissy, German cocoa cake. I'm glad you lost. No, lol. Bro. His audience was not receptive to this. I wonder why. Do you think it's because they are, diligent, peace-loving anti-Zionists who are dedicated to Palestinian emancipation? Or do you think it's because they are Nazis? It's because they're Nazis. Why are you on 4chan? Well, that's what happens when Elon Musk purchases the goddamn website. Blake Masters unironically just did this meme. Yeah, I mean, listen. He doesn't know how to read his room. Pretty funny. What? Elon bought 4chan? No, Elon bought Twitter and then turned Twitter into 4chan. Hold on. I want to get to the fun stuff, but before I do, hold on. We talked about the bunkers that Israel built. Here, two things I want to watch. Anti-Palestine TikTok from Noah Samson. This is
latest
more
escalation in their ongoing genocide against the Palestinian people. So far, over 13,000 Palestinian civilians have been murdered by the Israeli military, including over 5,000 children. The actual
it's not
death
fun
toll
stuff.
is
I'm
likely
saying we're
much
going to get the
higher.
fun
New
stuff.
estimates from human rights organizations place the number of dead at around 20,000, including 6,400 children.
And I want to watch why
5,000
Israel was originally attacked as well.
Palestinians remain trapped under rubble. Western governments, like the United States, enjoy all of this and want more.
Bro went to the only people who hate Jews more than Muslims and was like, love me. That's the funniest part about it, is that like the neo-Nazi movement in the United States of America is very conflicted right now because both of their enemies are fighting, right? And some of them hate Jewish people more than they hate Muslims, which is very few. And a lot of them hate Muslims more than they hate Jewish people. Now, it depends on like what seasoning, what layer of hell you belong to as a neo-Nazi. So many people are just like kind of taking advantage of the situation, not really picking sides, but doing pot shots. Okay, doing pot shots at both Jewish people and doing that under the auspices of anti-Zionist sentiment. Genuinely trying to level up their clout. It's just that there are still a significant number of like normal racists who are kind of anti-Semitic, but nowhere near as Islamophobic as they are anti-Semitic, right? I'm talking about regular racists, not like neo-Nazis. A lot of neo-Nazis go either way, in either direction. But it's always interesting to watch and take it all in. Fuck they're doing here. Are you not scared of Judgment Day? No.
Of it. The Biden administration continues to vocally and financially support Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel and ignore or censor any government officials brave and bold enough to say, stop doing a genocide, pretty please. The genocide has been covered extensively on social media, and today we're going to look at some of that, the videos and trends that have come from the perpetrator of the genocide, which is pro-Israeli and Zionist accounts. We're going to talk about how the sentiments expressed in these videos tie into the logic of the State of Israel's genocide campaign and what that means in a broader context. And yeah, okay, let's do it.
It is, I think, 1 p.m. We are going to be leaving Ashkelon now because I just don't feel safe here.
The GOAT, Rabbi Shmuly's daughter, who sells kosher sex toys. God, I learned so much about her in the past month that I just did not need to know. Big fan of Drake, or big hater of Drake, big former fan turned hater of Drake, Rabbi Shmuly Boteach's daughter.
But I do want to give you one piece of good news, that day and night, every few minutes, sometimes seconds, I can hear our IDF, our incredible army, bombing the living daylights out of Hamas. And it is giving me so much strength. You can hear, I don't know if you guys can hear now. I hope that they are showing Hamas just this much of the wrath of God, showing them that if you touch.
She says she loves hearing the sound of dead children in Gaza that she can hear over the hill, you know? It's fucking sick. It's sickening. What a disgusting, filthy piece of shit she is, of course.
A single hair on any Jew's head, we will come and we will bomb you until we just obliterate you from the face of the earth. Hamas is such...
She said Hamas? Oh, shit. That's right. She said Hamas. So at that point, because I remember covering it, I think it was like 2,000 or 3,000 children had died, had been killed by Israel. She knew that, but she still said Hamas. So what does that mean? Oh, I guess she just meant like, oh, they're bombing Hamas in that case. Never mind.
Pure evil. Grateful to every single one of our troops for going to the most dangerous parts in Israel right now and fighting for us. And I could hear Hamas being pulverized, and it's the greatest sound I've ever heard in my life. All right, stay there.
No, I'm saying at that point when she was saying this, it was like 3,000 children.
Based on what we know about what's actually going on the ground in Gaza, I think it's safe to assume that the greatest sound she's ever heard in her life is some combination of the screams of Palestinian children, their cries after every single one of their family members have been murdered by the Israeli military, or just bombs dropping on densely populated civilian areas. As freakish as this video might seem, it's actually a fairly standard Zionist perspective. The justification for collective punishment against Palestinians is that, they're all Hamas. We can see this attitude reflected all over the place. Most notably, all Israeli state officials and everything they are constantly saying.
The non-combatant population in the Gaza Strip is really a non-existent term because all of the Gazans voted for the Hamas. And as we have seen on the 7th of October, most of the population in the Gaza Strip are Hamas.
Some of them excitedly describing what's going on in Gaza as the new Nakba, referencing the 1948 ethnic cleansing of 700,000 Palestinians upon which the state of Israel was founded. This genocide thing is not new, it's just gotten really extreme. Check out this video from John the Duncan to learn more. I'll leave it linked below. We see this attitude reflected in statements from the official social media accounts of Israel. When we say that Hamas must be eliminated, we mean leaders, supporters, and even those who distribute sweets. They are all terrorists. There is no escape from the collapse of Hamas. Flatten the strip. Burn Gaza.
By the way, when he's saying that, he's talking about the kids, like literally, because there's a viral video of like kids and like random Palestinian civilians like walking up to one of the parades where they have like all of the militias riding through the streets before October 7th. I don't know when exactly it's from, and like walking up, dabbing them up, and like giving them sweets. That's what he's talking about. Itamar Ben-Gvir saying like, oh, you give fucking candy to like a militant faction, then you deserve death. Okay. Yeah, I think it was like about, I think they like put the music behind it too. And yeah, Hamas babies, I'm afraid. Exactly, dude. Exactly.
Gaza now, no less.
But signing bombs is a wholesome activity. Oh yeah, no, of course. That's valid because you're making your enemies perish. The greatest threat to Israel is, of course, as always, children, Palestinian children. The top of the hour ad break is the greatest threat to you, and Palestinian children is the greatest threat to Israel. Eviscerate the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or free. Here's the ad break now.
Right now, one goal, Nakba. A Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 48. Nakba in Gaza and Nakba to anyone who dares to join. Erase all of Gaza from the face of the earth. That the Gazan monsters will fly to the southern fence and try to enter Egyptian territory, or they will die and their death will be evil. Gaza should be erased. These are all active Israeli politicians and officials, just straight up admitting it, admitting what they're trying to do. One of the more infamous of these was a since deleted tweet from Netanyahu's account. This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. The comparison there, as we saw in the TikTok as well, between pure good and pure evil.
Hamas is such pure evil.
This time with the added touch of comparing all Palestinians to animals. Just yesterday, a video was released by Israeli state TV featuring a bunch of Israeli children singing a song with lines about Gaza like, "In another year, there will be nothing here, and we will annihilate everyone." Does it get any clearer than that? They got damn Hitler Kids Bop in here. At the recent March for Israel protest in Washington, D.C., we saw a lot of signs expressing this desire for collective punishment. Let Israel finish the job. Many Gazan civilians are Hamas in training. There is no proportional response to Hamas. The speakers at this rally went similarly mask off.
As Prime Minister Netanyahu says so well, this is a fight between good and evil, between light and darkness, between civilization and barbarism.
Even Netanyahu knew that the tweet openly expressing genocidal intent was not a good look. It's never a good look, is it, saying Hitler stuff? But when you're talking to a big crowd of Zionists, it's a safe space for you to open up and share your Hitlerian feelings. When Israel drops bombs on a car full of innocent women and children, killing all of them, they don't have to apologize, they don't have to take accountability, because they thought the car was a terrorist car, and therefore any...
Hey, by the way, almost identical to America. Just a reminder. Getting alerts that you're tweeting while listening to a Noah video is kind of a trip. Yeah, I'm always ABT. Always be tweeting. ABX. Always be Xing.
Any action taken against it.
By the way, almost identical to America, just a reminder. I mean, we've done it so many fucking times. The last bombing out of Kabul is another somber reminder of that. You know, it's just America activities right there.
Again, morally pure. This is the logic of genocide. One entire group of people are a threat, dangerous, and in need of expulsion or extermination. There is no proportional response to pure evil, which just blasts the door right open for genocidal intent. Unlike Nazi Germany, however, we have TikTok now, and Zionists post videos like this celebrating their genocidal regime without an ounce of self-awareness that everyone can see it. These ideas are leaving the Zionist social media bubbles, and and whether or not that will actually mean something in the long run remains to be seen, but it does seem like a lot more people are picking up on just how freakish this ideology is. So just post through it, Zionists. Keep posting. You're gonna be fine. It's always good PR. You guys are great at PR. A few weeks into the genocide, a video went viral of an Israeli man mocking the lack of water and electricity in Gaza. I don't need to play the full thing, but you get it. You see, very silly. He has water, they don't. He has electricity and TV, and they do not. This is, of course, referencing Israel's blockade on Gaza's resources, which extends past just water to include food, electricity, internet, gas, and medical supplies. Throughout the genocide, they have withheld these basic human resources, which is a war crime, but to Zionists like this, it's a funny and good thing to make fun of on Instagram Reels. You should do it. Seriously, do it. I mean it, I'm not kidding. You should stop posting, is what I mean. We can compare this cheeky little meme to literally anything that's going on in Gaza right now as an illustration of the deep inhumanity of the ideology of Zionism. Due to the lack of clean water, we're seeing sickness en masse. Cases of diarrhea have increased 20-fold over average cases in previous months, and it's only going to get worse as public water and sanitation services have begun shutting down as of November 15th. Gazans are being forced to move or drink seawater, and when there's nowhere to go, it's not really a choice here. This video is bad. Obviously, it's bad, it's unhinged. However, it's also good. It's good in the sense that it shows Zionists' true colors. To them, resources are not a right for Palestinians, but a privilege, one that can be revoked by Israel at any time. That same idea was shared in a viral video from the March for Israel rally last week.
Israel controls whether they have water, whether they have electricity.
We generously give them water. We generously give them electricity.
It's their land, my dear.
Access to it.
It's their land that was taken from them.
You know, a lot of enslavers described what they did to the enslaved as being generous. I think that's probably the closest we can get here to a comparison of that word being used in that way.
We generously give them water.
They seem like nice ladies, you know, very nice and
yeah, the other demonstration of generosity is always claiming, well, we could nuke them if we wanted to, but we don't. Like, how do you not see that you're being like a Nazi? Like, you're insane. You're an insanely violent person. Like, that's an unhinged thing to say openly. Oh, well, guess what, dude? We could have killed you way harder than the way we're killing currently. How nice. How humanitarian. Thank you.
And normal ladies. Thank you. Prominent American comedian Sarah Silverman shared a post on her Instagram story a few weeks ago justifying these war crimes. Many are saying that it's inhumane that Israel is cutting off water and electricity to Gaza. Israel has made it pretty simple. Release the hostages and we will turn it back on. Israel does not need to supply Gaza with these resources, which they do for free. Oh wow, free. That's wonderful. Are the bombs free too, or is it all on the house? Okay, well, we know it's on the house.
It's on the house. We pay for it. We pay for it with our taxes. It's fucking sick. We pay for it, and then we pay for it again.
On the houses and apartment buildings. Military targets, not so much. Silverman later backtracked on sharing this message, claiming that she was high when she posted it, which is interesting, you know? I knew weed was strong these days, but I've never seen it turn someone into Hitler. She's smoking Heimlich Himmler. Let's look at this argument a little closer, though.
It's a good take.
We got time. Return the hostage.
She's on that loud, dude. Wow, I should have never smoked that shit. Now I'm Heinrich Hempler? Oh, God. Okay,
we'll give you back your water. Firstly, the Israeli government has made it clear that they do not actually really care about the hostages. Netanyahu's repeatedly rejected offers for temporary ceasefires in exchange for their return. It's also speculated that multiple Israeli hostages have been killed by their own country's missiles, which is probably part of why the families of many of these hostages are protesting in hopes that their return will be prioritized, many of them explicitly calling for a ceasefire. I think more importantly, though, Hamas holding hostages is no justification for war crimes, which is what that is when you deprive 2 million people of water and other basic human resources. What we see here is that to Zionists, basic human rights are conditional upon whether or not.
Why is the Hamas leadership worth so many billions, dude? They're getting their fucking money up while you're getting your funny up in the chat, brother. I don't know, maybe because like Netanyahu's giving them fucking bags of cash and shit, and they do like real estate and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not good. I don't agree with it. You know, I'm anti-billionaire across the board, right? I think the funniest part of it is like that Ismail Haniyeh, who's supposed to be like the major guy, is literally the biggest broke boy in the crew. Like Abbas has more money than he does. I think Abbas is like rich too. The other guys are all rich as fuck. They're in the billions. Meanwhile, broke boy Ismail Haniyeh, whose family members are fucking dying inside of Gaza, is the one that has like $5 million in net worth, which I don't even know how the fuck that happened. Also, this assumes that you're pro-Hamas too. Yeah, I'm both pro-billionaires and pro-Hamas simultaneously is what the assumptions that this guy's operating on. There is no F at the end of Haniya's name. Sorry. Haniya is worth $4 billion. I've seen that as well, but then I've also seen that Haniya is worth $5 million. So I don't know which one it is. You're like a billionaire from panhandling. I suspect that part of the reason why they're fucking rich, rich is because like they, one, they're corrupt as shit, of course, because literally all of these guys are, like every single one, always, right? That's part of the reason why Israel keeps them alive. Like, think about it this way. The Israeli government has literally executed dudes like dudes in the PFLP that have never actually like fired a gun. You know what I mean? For the crime of writing articles, okay? Like, think about it that way. There are journalists that the Israeli government has killed within the Palestinian leadership, okay? So why the fuck don't they touch any of the Hamas leadership for the most part? Israel literally assassinates Iranian scientists in the middle of Iraq, okay? They literally kill a shit ton. Yeah, the Ghassan Kanafani is who I was thinking of. Like, Israel kills a shit ton of babies. Does Israel not know where fucking the Hamas leadership is? No, they do. Why did Netanyahu give them bags of fucking cash, suitcases full of cash? Something to consider, something to think about. Maybe it's because the Israeli government understands that keeping the Hamas leadership alive is good for them because they can just like consistently justify the violent actions and thwart any kind of Palestinian statehood project by pointing to them and going, look at these fucking terrorists.
You're Palestinian. The only way that this works in their minds is if Palestinians are viewed as subhuman terrorist enablers or terrorists themselves, which, you know, by these people, they are. That's how Sarah and this guy and these ladies and Zionists in general view them as obstacles to their end goal of completing their Zionist colonial.
Qatar, where phony are made. Listen, Qatar is a space that is dominated by, I would say, American allies. I don't want to get too deep into it, but also, you know, their existence is also a part of America's interests. Their existence in the way that they exist is a part of American foreign policy.
Colonial project, which is kicking all of them out of the territory that they want, dead or alive. One of the more grim trends to come out in the last month was Israeli influencers mocking Palestinian detainees. The original video is allegedly of blindfolded Palestinian detainees being held captive while a kid's song is playing on repeat in the background, Meni Mamtera, which is essentially an Israeli version of Baby Shark. The video was then recreated by Zionist influencers in cars, sometimes including their own children. In some videos, it's unclear whether the captives are actually Palestinian or just Israelis playing along, but either way, this was a big trend. Israeli national TV hosts thought that it was very funny and good to see this. What's especially sickening about this one is how it ties into reality. Gaza is already an open-air prison. 2 million people have their movement restricted, resources withheld, and are killed indiscriminately. But beyond this, in terms of active incarceration, things are worse in Gaza than pretty much anywhere in the world. 1 in every 5 Palestinians have been arrested, charged, and/or imprisoned by Israel. This rate doubles for Palestinian men, which is 2 out of every 5. For reference, the United States, which has the largest prison population in the world, has an imprisonment rate of 1 in 200. Reports of what happens to Palestinians inside of Israeli jails are, well, as bad as you'd expect for Palestinians in Israeli jails. Torture, starvation, mistreatment, everything you can imagine and worse. This imprisonment can happen for things as arbitrary as participating in nonviolent protests or even waving Palestinian flags. So it's hard, for me at least, to find the humor in these videos when we know what actually happens to Palestinian detainees. It's a lot like mocking Gazans for their lack of clean water. Israel does something evil. They withhold the resources. They use their occupying forces to imprison Palestinians indiscriminately. These acts then worsen the conditions for Palestinian people, often to the brink of death. And then Zionists make fun of them for being in those worsened conditions. Fellas, You created the conditions under which they are suffering. What are you doing? What are you doing making these videos? Why? There is a constant stream of genocide denial going on right now, and it's not limited to the President of the United States dismissing the death count statistics from the independently verified Gaza Health Ministry. It's
like, before we forget, lest we forget, when you look at the guy like Stewart, Mr. Stewart being incredibly Islamophobic, remember that the motherfucking president, okay, the quote-unquote leader of the free world, went on the national stage and straight up said, I can't trust the numbers coming out of the Gazan Health Ministry because they're Hamas-backed. And once he said that, a pivot occurred. Every single outlet in unison started reporting Hamas-backed Gazan Health Ministry. Hamas-backed Gazan Health Ministry, diminishing their long-standing track record of accurately reporting the death toll in the eyes of the broader majority of Americans who don't necessarily pay attention to this stuff closely. There are still people in this chat that come in here a month later and turn around and go, why? How do we know the Gazan Health Ministry numbers are real? Because they're Hamas. Or even try to do this like weird false equivalence, like, well, the IDF lies about everything. Sure, fine. Even though I agree with them secretly. But so does Hamas. Why do you trust Hamas? Why do you trust Hamas numbers? It seems like you're anti-Semitic. It seems like you want babies to be beheaded. Fucking ridiculous. Disgusting. You got to look at the track record, dog. Look at the track record. The Gazan Health Ministry's numbers have been cross-verified time and time again, and they have been reliable, consistent. The IDF's track record is the exact opposite. Speaking of beheaded babies, remember, the 40 beheaded babies. That was a story that blew the fuck up. What happened to that story?
It's also on TikTok. Eve Cohen here is just doing a makeup tutorial mocking the mothers of dead Palestinian children. TikTok has so much stuff on it. Wow, thanks TikTok. It's always wild to me how if you give Zionists the opportunity to speak, you can kind of count down the seconds on one hand until they start doing Hitler shit. The implication here is that Gaza is full of crisis actors, hoping to garner Western sympathy and bolster pro-Hamas media coverage by faking the deaths of their children. Now, this video and the idea it presents is obviously repulsive and dishonest. There's no shortage of footage of the death, destruction, and mutilation that Israel's genocide campaign has wrought on Palestinians. But, as with all of these examples, this is not some isolated incident. There's been multiple instances of Zionist media circles sharing videos of Palestinian people filming scenes of death and injury. These are framed by Zionists as crisis acting and evidence that things are not as bad for Palestinians as they might seem. In reality, though, all of these videos are real. They're just behind-the-scenes footage taken during, for example, the filming of Palestinian short films or of medical educational content. Another notable example of this is the Palestinian activist Saleh al-Jafarawi. This widely shared image of him playing all his quote-unquote roles has prompted more Zionist accusations of crisis acting, Hollywood as they call it, but it is again very easily...
Dude, that is the most Hitlerian shit, okay? The Pallywood shit is so utterly Hitlerian. It's just like straight up, dude. Straight up. If Nazis had fucking TikTok, that's exactly what they'd be doing. Exactly. They did similar things in Nazi Germany while hiding their atrocities. They did. Straight up. That level of gaslighting is so unimaginably evil. Like, it is insane.
Debunkable. Every one of these images has verifiable context. They were either taken long before October 7th, not actually him, or just footage of him doing real things in the world. Crisis acting accusations like this are a form of genocide denial, because to make such...
Pallywood was a response to Mohammed al-Dura in 2000, where in front of French cameras, the Israeli occupying force executed the child of a father by directly shooting him with live fire, like a little baby. And they did it in front of the European press. That is when the Pallywood conspiracy started, when they were like, oh, these are telegenically dead babies. These are children that are dying in front of the cameras on purpose, or maybe even they're fake. You're a complete idiot attacking Israel for defending themselves. Straight up, dude. Coming from the main gaslighter. Brother, I'm going to keep it $150 with you. Israel does not have a right to defend itself during a belligerent occupation. They do not. Under international law, the Israeli government and the occupying force does not have a right to defend itself. Okay? Take off the mask, man. Train is probably way smarter than you with his 2 degrees. I don't know if you know this, but This isn't defense. This is offense. This is an ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign. That's it.
I have been killed and...
Oops, wrong video.
Accusations is to ignore or lie about the statistics or seemingly endless amounts of footage of the death and destruction caused by Zionist terrorism. The spread of this kind of misinformation...
Bro, I'm getting ads on Twitter specifically addressing you. Wait, what? What are the ads? The fuck?
Is just one more way to sustain and rationalize their logic of genocide. There's a saying that's used...
They called you anti-American and a radical Islamist? Please show me the fucking ad, dog. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's the Hamas Piker shit. Dude bought ads, I think. Dude, that is the most racist, psychotic nonsense you can ever fucking arrive at. Holy moly, dude. What the fuck? And there's literally nothing I can do about it, by the way. There's no recourse. There is no fucking recourse for it. There's nothing. I can't do anything for it. The Wikipedian Hitler community is going wild. Yeah.
Quite frequently when talking about Zionists, which is every accusation is a confession, which I think fits nicely with our next example paired with the previous ones. A video of what was allegedly a Palestinian nurse sheltering in fear of Hamas inside of Al-Shifa hospital went viral. It was shared widely by Zionist social media accounts, and the video is fake. There are a number of elements to this video that betray its inauthenticity. The explosions you can hear in the back of the video are sound effects, as shown in a technical examination of the waveform audio.
The world has to know what Hamas is making here. Taking over the entire hospital. They're taking over the fuel, the medicine. I have nothing to treat with. I had to fix a fracture.
The woman filming has an Israeli accent and fails to conceal it in her mispronunciation of certain Arabic syllables. Additionally, according to Al-Shifa doctors, they don't use red stethoscopes in the Al-Shifa hospital where this person claims to have been working, and a number of those doctors and workers have come forward to say that they've never seen her in all of their time working at Al-Shifa. Also, just listen to what she's saying, the idea she puts forth, that Hamas is stealing fuel from the hospital. What fuel? There's no fuel. Israel cut the fuel off, which is a war crime, by the way. This killed multiple ICU patients, including a number of premature babies. This is crisis acting, and the aim of this deception is to astroturf justifications for Israel's war crimes. In this case, the raid on Al-Shifa hospital. This sort of content pairs nicely with official IDF propaganda, like the 3D renders of massive Hamas tunnel networks underneath Al-Shifa hospital, which were, of course, unsubstantiated and ultimately proven false by the IDF's own footage, or attempting to depict the raid as humanitarian and helpful, actually, by doing a photo op of them unloading boxes labeled medical supplies to Al-Shifa. Notice how light the boxes are and how they're labeled in English. They think that Western Zionists are the stupidest people on the planet, and to be honest, they might have a point, because people ate this shit up. Official IDF propaganda is deserving of its own video, to be sure, but the thing I'm trying to get at here is, I guess, don't trust anything you hear when people are trying to defend a genocide, which is what Zionists are trying to do right now. Whether it's official state media or good old-fashioned homegrown TikTok content. The nurse video might be some combination of both, but we don't know yet, and time will tell. Hey, what's up? Editor Noah here. I want to add a brief clarification to that last point, which is that you should be skeptical of everything you read, especially on the internet. Israel's genocidal intent does not somehow excuse misinformation from any other side of the conflict. However, and as I go into right after this, the Western media apparatus is streamlined to show extreme skepticism towards Palestinian claims, while at the same time spreading Israeli government propaganda with a serious lack of scrutiny. It's only until recent weeks that we've seen Western interviewers actually press Israeli officials on their genocidal claims. For so long, these claims just went uncontested. And if you're used to seeing this dynamic, it takes a certain vigilance to parse through how these perspectives are treated differently. There are plenty of reasons for this, but a major one is that the United States and Israel are allies. So they have a vested geopolitical interest in depicting one another's crimes as justified. Western outlets will very often repeat such claims without stressing the point that they originate from the IDF, the same IDF that has a long history of fabricating claims to justify killing Palestinians, and the same IDF that needs the support of Western media to carry out this genocide with impunity. Alright, so the last trend I wanted to mention today is the red triangle videos. This trend originates from videos posted by Hamas showing a red triangle pop up over IDF military targets like tanks before they are fired upon by Hamas resistance fighters. The red triangle is represented in the Palestinian flag and various other Palestinian resistance symbols. But just as they love to do to Palestinian land, Israel stole this trend and used it with their own combat footage. As many have pointed out, though, this trend doesn't really hit the same when we understand the reality of this genocide, which is that for the IDF, the triangles are not popping up over military targets, but over Gazan hospitals, refugee
and also just like overall houses and stuff. Like, just never an enemy combatant. I have yet to see a single fucking video from the Israeli side that shows them that, with the exception of the one drone video that I mentioned, there are some drone videos where you can see like, live ammunition, like people shooting out of a building that inevitably gets destroyed. But I have yet to see any fucking real-time combat footage from the IDF of like the actual Israeli occupying force taking it to the goddamn streets and like fighting any kind of militancy on the ground. The only time I see the IDF actually in combat is when I see Al-Qassam Brigade videos that circulate on Telegram and make its way to fucking Twitter, where they're getting blasted by some fucking dudes wearing Abibas, fake-ass tracksuits, with a fucking sniper rifle that they got from like 1978 in their goddamn flip-flops coming out of fucking tunnel systems. That's the only time I see like any kind of combat between the Israeli occupying force and a Palestinian militia. Only time. I haven't seen it. Like the one that the IDF posted recently is them just fucking opening up fire, like unloading into like a wooden table at a school, like an emptied out school. Okay, ridiculous. All right, guys, don't post this fucking link. Okay, get the fuck out of here. It's got 0 fucking likes, please.
camps, apartment buildings, and children. How do you do, fellow crimes against humanity enjoyers, says Israel so coolly and hipply. I also want to note that the contrast between these two types of videos is pretty incredible. Hamas fighters are running up next to these tanks and soloing them, basically. They're firing handheld rockets from the ruins of the buildings that Israel destroyed. The IDF, meanwhile, fires from afar and from above, and as we continue to see, their targets are vastly disproportionately civilians, including specifically targeted attacks towards journalists that are reporting on their war crimes. In looking at all this content today, I hope it's clear that these viral videos aren't outliers. They're not just getting dunked on for their depravity. They are examples of the causes and effects of Zionist ideology. The endorsement and celebration of collectively punishing the Palestinian people, the mockery of their destitution, the denial of genocide in various forms, and the co-opting of resistance symbols as propaganda for the West. This is all content, yes, but it's also a reflection of reality. This is what the state of Israel is telling you that they want over and over. And I hope that
it all plays along with Hamas are barbaric, violent monsters. All of their actions are barbaric. They are only acting out in a genocidal desire to kill all Jews, and not just all Jews, but the entirety of the Western world. All so that you do not think that like these actions on October 7th, which were ruthless and barbaric in many instances, came out of nowhere. It was completely unsuspected. It just was unprovoked, unimaginable, unprovoked. Definitely not a consequence of maintaining an apartheid. Do not ever say that. That is anti-Semitic. You know? I know this is a terrible time to say this, but you're so fucking hot, bro. I just had to put it out there. Thank you, man. That's very nice of you to say. In the middle of my ongoing coverage of an ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign. Yeah, I saw the racist dude who's harassing the food vendor. We talked
examining the links between content from people and official state policy might help some people see that, but I don't know. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Across the globe, we've seen record numbers at protests in support of Palestine, in support of a ceasefire. Boycotts are being done. Arms shipments to Israel are being blocked. Politicians unwilling to call for a ceasefire are being shouted down at IHOP or wherever they're eating dinner. Many such protests have been led by anti-Zionist Jewish groups, which is one efficient way to dispel the notion that criticizing Israel is inherently anti-Semitic. Even as we looked at, family members of the Israelis currently being held hostage by Hamas want the bloodshed to stop and for negotiations to happen without bombs being dropped. But these guys don't, and until they do, this will continue. So what can we do about this? Well, a good start would be anything. The first link below will be a Google Doc from the video essayist Dr. Fatima that has a lot of great links on people to follow, resources for education, and places to donate. In the meantime, I want to make some recommendations for people and channels to follow to stay updated. On YouTube, I would highly recommend Democracy Now! Their coverage of what's been going on has been consistent and stellar. Al Jazeera is also great and equally consistent. You can't go wrong with a little HasanAbi, in my opinion. I think he's done an amazing job. And there's tons of more people on separate platforms. Just
fucking mentioning my ass next to Al Jazeera and Democracy Now! That's crazy.
Everybody. It's taken me a while to upload for a number of
Park
reasons.
Champion.
But one of them that I want to mention now is that it's been hard to kind of figure out how to cover what's going on in a way that somehow adds something new to the conversation. I hope I've done that here in looking at these trends, but maybe I haven't. Just let me know. I'll have some more videos out soon, probably about this conflict. Let me know if there's anything.
Weeby says I follow Democracy Now! For gaming.
Whatever money this video makes, I'm going to donate
to
a charity. Probably one of them from the list. I'll update you on the community tab in a month. It's probably going to get demonetized though, so I'll figure something out. Maybe like a month's Patreon balance or something like that. But yeah, we're all done. See you later. And thanks to Row.
Your leftist Zoomer CNN. I mean, I'm glad that people are waking up to this reality. This is good. It's a objectively good thing. In all of the years of this kind of coverage, I've yet to see this level of support for Palestinians. It makes me very happy to see the generational divide. Obviously, it gives me a tremendous amount of confidence, and that divide, the generational divide, is real. And beyond the generational divide, by the way, this is apparently a very good video from Real Life Lore 2 days ago. Why Israel was originally attacked, talking about
this video is made
7.
possible by Nebula. Use the link down in the description below to support Real Life Lore directly by signing up. You can watch dozens of additional and exclusive full-length videos in my ongoing Nebula Modern Conflict series, covering recent major wars and crises.
Yeah, I know Hollywood
this video's next part
vehemently
covering the entire history of the wars and fighting between Israel and Gaza from the 1980s.
Melissa Barrera was dropped from Scream 7 after social media posts amid Israel-Hamas war. It fucking ridiculous, by the way. Fucking ridiculous. It's disgusting. It's ridiculous. Yes, Al Jazeera is a good news source to follow, and so is Democracy Now! It's fucking ridiculous that there are Hollywood celebrities that have literally been screeching about more genocide, please. More genocide now. We must kill as many babies as possible, with not even a fucking fraction of scrutiny. Meanwhile, Susan Sarandon got dropped by UTA, okay? Even though what she is saying, as Will Menaker correctly points out, any public or semi-public figure who gives voice to the overwhelming majority of public opinion on this issue can expect to face consequences. Like, this is ridiculous. Even if it wasn't the majority perspective, right? Which it is. But even if it wasn't the fucking majority perspective, it is the right perspective. These people are demonstrating moral courage, moral clarity in a time where it is absolutely a necessity to speak truth to power. And what is happening as a consequence of that? They're getting fucking fired. They're losing their positions. Meanwhile, those, as Zach Silberberg mentions here, did Amy Schumer face any consequences for insanely racist posts, or is it just the anti-genocide folks getting punished? We know the answer. Man, stop saying fucking dumbass shit like Kanye had a point. Suck my dick. Okay? You're such a stupid bitch, dude. Fuck you. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, dude, Kanye West definitely was a rugged anti-Zionist. Like, what are you talking about? I can't tell if these people are, like, very specifically trying to do some Nazi shit in here, like sneakily throwing this stuff in there, either to, try and like, pollute the messaging, which is probably the worst place you could try and do this at, for the record, or two, are doing this because, like, they are just anti-Semitic as fuck and think that, like, you know, this is a good place to try and drop shit like that. One of the worst places, straight up. You will have an easier time spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in a fucking Zionist Christian gathering, or even a Jewish Zionist gathering, as a matter of fact, if you look to what the ADL's position is on the matter, than a community like this one, okay? There's two different reasons for it. Number one, I've literally been banned for shitting on Kanye West and all of the other goddamn Nazis, okay? Alongside him. I've actually been banned before by Twitch. There's two reasons. One, anti-Semitism is never appropriate and never acceptable, okay? Two, it also is an incorrect analysis of the situation. Not only is it inappropriate, bigoted, hateful, it's also stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're just wrong. You're objectively wrong. You're trying to put the cart before the horse and trying to fucking literally turn around and try to fit a narrative that corresponds to your stupid ass worldview. Anyway, can you explain why that's a bad thing to say, insinuating maybe Jews really do run everything behind the scenes? I'm trying to explain to a friend and they're not getting it. I have already time and time again. Okay? This country is run by capitalists, capital owners. Our foreign policy reflects the interests of capital owners. American imperialism is a diverse group of individuals. It has nothing to do with Jewish people in general. Okay? There are Jewish capitalists as there are Jewish anti-capitalists. I don't want to fucking pull up the goddamn Vladimir Lenin quote once again. America's foreign policy has nothing to do with Jewish people. Okay? America does not give a fuck about Jewish people historically, and it certainly does not give a fuck about Jewish people now. America cares about American corporate interests. Okay? There might be different reasons why the Christian Zionist movement believe for religious purposes, like the evangelical Zionists who believe in the state of Israel's existence being a violent one and rapidly aid the settlement project that the Israeli government is also pushing. But ultimately, Israel can get away with doing whatever the fuck it wants, not because it controls America, but vice versa. Israel's goals perfectly align with America's goals in the region. America wants a forward operating base in the region. It's a resource-rich region that it wants to destabilize and control. America wants an espionage wing in the region. Israel offers both. This is why time and time again, America has funded and facilitated Israel's ethnic cleansing campaigns and has given it the go-ahead and at times even told them to stop. Very successfully so. I thought that's what we use Saudi Arabia for. We do use Saudi Arabia for that reason as well. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's also wrong. All right, it's food time. It's chow time too. When does America ask them to dial it back? 2021. Joseph Robinette Biden made a call. Said, it's over. It's done. George H.W. Bush also scaled back in the past as well, historically.
To the current conflict today. On the 29th of September 2023, the United States National Security Advisor, who reports directly to the president, Jake Sullivan, was speaking at the annual Atlantic Festival, listing off all of the accomplishments that the Biden administration had achieved in the Middle East. After years of brutal warfare that had resulted in more than 300,000 deaths, a 19-month-long truce in civil war-torn Yemen was continuing to hold. The long-running civil war in Syria was beginning to stabilize and settle down as well, while Bashar al-Assad, the longtime Syrian dictator, was finally being welcomed back into the Arab League again after more than a decade-long suspension over his handling of the war in Syria that had claimed the lives of more than 500,000 people. Brokered by China, Saudi Arabia and Iran had finally agreed on restoring their relations in March of 2023, after having been severed 6 years previously. Brokered by America, Saudi Arabia and Israel were also—
So far, very good. So far, very good. Belki, emin değilim. Yeah, so far, we're 1 minute in and it's very good.
Also on the cusp of normalizing their relations. Iran's attacks against American military bases had stopped, and there was a general sense in much of the world that the chronically violent and unstable Middle East was at last beginning to calm down and enter into a new era of peace. Jake Sullivan himself summed up the general foreign policy mood in the region during that speech on the 29th of September, when he said the following.
And the Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades. Now, challenges remain. Iran's nuclear weapons program, the tensions between Israelis and Palestinians. But the amount of time that I have to spend on crisis and conflict in the Middle East today compared to any of my predecessors.
This is actually huge. This actually, from where I'm standing at least, shows that while Israel is America's attack dog in the region, it is actually unironically going way too far with its actions. I personally still believe, and this is wee-woo speculation, I personally still believe that on the one hand, while the Abraham Accords were being continued by Brandon, I think the Brandon camp was also trying to renormalize relations with Iran, or at least start a pathway towards normalization, and maybe even the denuclearization agreement. Okay? Wee-woo, that is my speculation. Why do I believe this? Well, because they did a hostage swap and also unfroze $6 billion in assets. You don't do that for a country like Iran unless you are willing to put your name on something like that. However, in Hassan's mind, Hassan has never been wrong. I don't know if you guys know this, but like, analysis and speculation is a part of my job. Some of you don't have 3.5 fucking brain cells to put together and comprehend this, but like, you know, that's what I do. Anyway, the point is, what I'm trying to make is, I think what Jake Sullivan's saying here is important to recognize because that kind of stability in the region was good. It was beneficial so that America could focus on other shit. You know, China, Ukraine, and the like. So when Israel comes in and fucks all of that up because Israel wants desperately to do its own ethnic cleansing campaign and uses the October 7 attacks as a justification for blowing up everything, which is to a certain degree expected, by the way. Of course, they were going to violently retaliate. But, you know, actions leading up to that violent retaliation due to, one, the Abraham Accords, and also, two, you know, Netanyahu's consistent mishandling and going to the UN and fucking showing a map to the United Nations where Palestine doesn't exist at all. These escalations, beyond the violent maintenance of the apartheid regime, created an opportunity that, created a structure where, like, there was, of course, going to be some kind of violent retaliation that would blow up all of the regional stability conversations. When you blow up the regional stability to this degree, you're actually compromising, for your own personal genocidal interests, you're compromising America's foreign policy and America's foreign policy interests. You can't do that. Can you debunk a recent video with the IDF bunker being the idea of using a mosque? No, I covered it yesterday. There's nothing to debunk there.
Going back to 9/11 is significantly reduced.
It would only take 2 weeks for those words to immediately come back and haunt him. On the 7th of October, 2023, various Palestinian militant groups led by Hamas, the organization who rules in the Gaza Strip, launched a highly coordinated surprise land, sea, and air offensive against Israel. They managed to fire at least 5,000 rockets against Israel, while around 2,500 armed Hamas fighters managed to break through the walls surrounding Gaza and infiltrated into multiple villages of Israel itself, where they massacred at least 1,400 Israelis and other citizens in a single day.
Well, that number has changed. They probably wrote this video a while ago, but that number is actually not 1,400, it's 1,200 now. The additional 200 number was actually charred and burned. Campaign Socialist, thank you. Charred and burned Palestinian fighters.
Wounded more than 5,000 others, and took around 200 more as hostages back into Gaza. The attack represented the single bloodiest day in the entire history of Israel, and the first time since 1948 that a hostile outside military power managed to break into Israel proper. It all came as a profound shock to the state of Israel, which has since responded with an unprecedented declaration of war against Hamas in Gaza that was followed up by the rapid mobilization of 300,000 Israeli reserve troops, the largest and quickest call-up of reserves in Israel's entire history. The 16-year-long Israeli blockade of Gaza then subsequently transformed into a complete and total Israeli siege of Gaza, with the Israelis blocking off all electricity, fuel, telecommunications, water, and medicine from passing into Gaza through any of their territory by land, sea, or air. The Israeli Air Force began initiating a punishing aerial campaign across the Gaza Strip that saw more than 6,000 Israeli bombs dropped across the territory within only the first 6 days of the war beginning. More than double the amount of ordnance that the United States-led coalition dropped in an entire month in the war against ISIS. As the Israeli airstrikes continued on the 13th of October, Israel ordered that more than 1.1 million Palestinians immediately evacuate from the northern Gaza Strip towards the southern Gaza Strip within 24 hours or be potentially considered as enemy combatants. And then 2 weeks later, on the 27th of October, the Israeli ground forces launched their full-scale invasion into the northern Gaza Strip. And as of the production of this video, have Gaza City, the biggest city in Palestine with a pre-war population of more than 560,000 people, completely encircled. Once the Israeli ground forces push into Gaza City, they will likely experience what many military analysts believe will be nothing less than the most ferocious urban combat seen.
I don't get it. Isn't this from 3 days ago? Why is he talking about it like it's fucking... Is this like an older video that he posted or something? I don't understand. like the information that he's bringing up is like, I feel like it's like a week old or like not even a week old, multiple weeks old.
Seen in history since the Second World War. While Israel's stated military objective going forward is to completely destroy Hamas as an institution and its estimated 40,000 fighters held up in the Gaza Strip, while securing the release of the more than 200 hostages that they continue to hold. And in pursuit of those war aims, the Gaza Health Ministry run by Hamas claims that, as of the production of this video, the Israeli airstrikes and ground invasion have already killed nearly 10,000 Palestinians within the Gaza Strip and wounded nearly 25,000 more, in addition to the estimated 1,000 or so Hamas fighters who were killed within Israel during the initial October 7th invasion. A truly catastrophic war has thus once again returned to the Middle East. And the longer that the war continues, the longer it risks spreading like a contagion to drag in multiple other powers into an even greater Middle East-wide war. The brief era of peace and stability in the Middle East has once again been shattered. And in order to understand why this is all suddenly happening right now, you only have to go back a few years ago to 2017 in order to understand how the countdown to war in October of 2023 began originally ticking. By the time that 2017 rolled around, the de facto geopolitical situation of the area was roughly the same as it had been for the past decade ever since 2007.
Yep.
How it got there in 2007 was a very, very complicated story. But to cover through it all...
Oh, goddamn. He's cooking. We'll see. We'll see.
Very quickly, the British Empire acquired this territory in the Eastern Mediterranean known as Mandatory Palestine after defeating the Ottoman Empire in World War I, who had ruled the area for centuries beforehand. Most of the people who lived in the Mandate at that time were Arabs, but Jewish immigration to the land was increasing in scale as the Zionist movement in Europe sought to flee increasing anti-Semitism in places like Russia and later Germany, by establishing an independent Jewish state in the land of their ancient ancestors. The British openly stated that they would support the creation of a Jewish state in Mandatory Palestine through the Balfour Declaration of 1917.
I mean, there's like a couple stuff here that is important to notice, but I mean, is important to mention. It's not like obviously mentioning that Jews cohabitated the space for a long time under the Ottoman Empire. That's one. Balfour Declaration being ultimately an anti-Semitic one. And also the subsequent riots that took place as a consequence of like a colonial power that had given assurances to the Palestinians that they might have their own nation state, like their own nationalist movement at a time when all of the other Arab nations were doing their own nationalist shit. And then how the Balfour Declaration, or the multiple aliyahs, rather than the aliyahs, but the immigration of Jewish people as settler colonialists was done in an aggressive manner that, of course, understandably frustrated the native population. From their perspective, they're not thinking like, oh man, these Jewish people are being victimized by Europeans. They're thinking, why is this fucking European colony bringing a bunch of European people in here after telling us that we could fucking have our own nation state? Like, we collaborated with you against the Ottomans. You know?
Though with vague and undetermined borders. As more Jews increasingly came to Mandatory Palestine, especially after the Nazis rose to power in Germany, the Arabs of the territory resented seeing more of their land getting taken over, and so they revolted in 1936. The British squashed that rebellion, but they attempted to placate the Arabs by restricting further Jewish immigration and land purchases within the Mandate. But this policy angered Jewish groups in the Mandate, and so Jewish militant groups formed who launched their own rebellion, and violence between themselves and the Arabs escalated even further. By 1947, the British decided to give up and withdraw from Mandatory Palestine altogether.
Okay, that's a crazy fucking way to make these jumps, but he is right. The British forces, obviously in British Mandate Palestine, disarmed the marginal Arab movement that was like fighting against them and fighting against Jewish people that were settling in their territories. He also, of course, skipped the King David Hotel bombing that killed 91 people. That was done by a Zionist terrorist group because the British had made concessions to the native population at the time, because they were like, okay, you guys are getting real mad at us, so we're just not going to keep doing the unfettered, unrestricted immigration into the region. And before people before we continue on this conversation, there's one thing I have to mention. A lot of people look to this and go, well, Hasan, where should the Jews go? They were being oppressed in Europe. And that is true, right? I 100% agree with that. Like, that is a historical fact. The problem is, you do not think about it. You do not think about it from the perspective of the native population, the native Arab population, and how they were perceiving it. You think about it in a with the lenses of like living in a post World War II world where the Holocaust has happened and Jewish people have faced atrocities against them, with the knowledge that like they withstood a shit ton of pogroms, right? That is not the fucking knowledge that a lot of these people had at the time. It's so amazing how the European gesture of goodwill to the Jews who they haunted for centuries was to give away land that isn't theirs to give. Well, also, they did it in an incredibly anti-Semitic way. Like, they literally thought, oh, win-win. Fucking send the Jews to the desert, dog. Let them fucking fight it out. So sick. It's crazy. It's a crazy thing to do. And it was done by, like, genuinely, deeply anti-Semitic motherfuckers, for the record.
And so they submitted the matter of what to do with it to the United Nations, who, in the wake of the Holocaust in Europe, faced growing international pressure for the creation of an independent Jewish state. They came up with the 1947 UN Partition Plan, which called for partitioning mandatory Palestine into 3 separate states.
Okay, this is good. This is also important to mention. 33% Jews at this point, 67% Arabs, and it was a 55% split that favored the 33% Jewish population. Not only that, but also it favored the 33% Jewish population in areas where there was a majority Arab population in the fucking villages. So they would literally end up in this partition plan. They would literally end up giving Israel land, or Jews before Israel, land that the Arabs actually had a majority in, which was fucking ridiculous.
Independent Jewish state, an independent Palestinian Arab state, and an internationally run city-state in Jerusalem. The Arab side, in particular, resented this proposal at the time, though, as they argued it was too heavily biased towards the Jewish side, who were granted most of the mandate's land, despite only representing about 1/3 of the mandate's population at the time. The Jewish side, meanwhile, had misgivings about the plan as well, since most of the big cities and the actual arable land went to the Arab state, while Jerusalem itself was surrounded by Arab territory. But nonetheless, the Jewish side ultimately accepted the plan, while virtually the entire Arab world condemned the UN plan and rejected it. And the violence between the Palestinian Arabs and the Jews—
I want to point to something here, okay? It was totally fucking valid for the Arabs to say no to this, okay? And the reason why all the arable land maintained was given to the Arabs is because while the Jewish population that was immigrating into Israel, even during the even leading up to 1947, okay, they were only able to purchase certain land that was not as good. It was not good for agricultural production. It was swampland and shit. They couldn't actually fucking literally go and get better land, one, because people lived there, and two, because people were working on the land. So that's part of the reason why the areas that were given to the Jewish population in 1947 were areas that were not arable. The areas where you couldn't do a lot of agricultural production.
And the mandate only worsened. In 1948, Israel declared its independence from the mandate based on the 1947 UN plan boundaries. But the Palestinians and a coalition of outside Arab states refused to recognize them and immediately invaded, determined to overturn the UN partition plan that they saw as just another form of colonialism, seeking to steal more of their land. But Israel ended up winning that war and agreed on an armistice with the Arab states who attacked them in 1949. The so-called Green Line marked the military front line between the Israelis and the Arab states as it stood when that armistice agreement was signed. And though all of the Arab states at the time were very—
Bro, that's okay. I mean, this part I don't agree with. There is enough historical evidence at this point. This isn't fucking 1994, okay? If you are writing about the inception of the Israeli state in 2023, there is so much scholarly work from people who have literally tested their ideas and have been criticized aggressively, like Ilan Pappé, as a matter of fact, who have been proven correct time and time again. It is, in my opinion, irresponsible to talk about the actions that took place between 1947 and 1949 as though it is a Palestinian war against the Israeli militias and not a purposeful ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign that is known as the Nakba. Dog, that requires reading. Can I do a quick wiki search? No, real life lore knows better. Get the fuck out of here. He puts a lot of thought and a lot of effort into his videos. There is 0% chance. I don't think he's just like regurgitating shit that he fucking read on Wikipedia. I doubt it. Documentaries? It's not even documentaries, it's books. Like originally, a lot of the violence was presented. A lot of the violence that the Israeli, well, at the time, the Zionist brigades, some of which were literally self-described terrorists, by the way, and did atrocious acts. The way that this was presented was exactly in the way that real life lore is describing. Like, this is probably how you learn about the inception of the Israeli state if you go to like a Jewish school or that is like, teaching you the Zionist perspective. Okay? This is incredibly biased and at this point completely untrue. Like, trying to center the Nakba, which is a coordinated attack against all Palestinian life in areas that the Israeli government wanted to take over immediately after the British forces had withdrawn, when there is so much evidence to suggest that this was a coordinated attack, I think is inappropriate and also ahistorical. Talking about this as though this is like all Arab nations as a monolith attacking little old Israel is wrong. And not only is it wrong, but it is the worst kind of wrong, because it's also wrong in the direction that it's wrong in the direction where it's the exact type of genocide denial propaganda that the Israeli government propagates. The Israeli government repeats. There is no like united, a collective consciousness of Arabs either, by the way.
Clear that the Green Line did not mark any final or agreed upon borders. It did mark the de facto border between themselves and Israel nonetheless. At the same time, the Gaza Strip fell under the control of Egypt, the West Bank fell under the control of Jordan, while Jerusalem itself became divided between Israeli control in the west and Jordanian control in the east.
Yeah. This is about where I made it to in the video or on my own before I turned off, because it sure seemed like a lot was being missed. I'm a dumb guy, so I was waiting for you to watch it anyways. This guy's saying, Israel's been bombed and terrorized by Hamas for years. Obviously, Israel doesn't want to bomb hospitals and children, but Hamas is forcing their hand. It's a necessary evil. What? But if this is maddening, is ever going to stop? The moral responsibility to prevent Palestinian collateral damage. Civilian collateral damage lies with Hamas. It's not Israel's fault. Terrorists are hiding among the civilians. Yeah, dude. It's so sad that, you just made me do it. They just, you forced my hand to kill, 5,000 children, dude. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the moral clarity here. You really explained that Israel is not the villainous actor here. No, look at that guy's logs. Hamas talked shit for years and now everybody's crying when the bully get hit. Brother, how do you fucking look at a militant faction existing under an apartheid regime and go, those are the bullies and not the fucking apartheid? You know what I mean? That's fucking insane. It's insane. This is a completely delusional perspective to operate on. It's unfortunately all too common, like thinking that you won't see the top of the hour ad break at the top of the fucking hour. Yeah. People say they forced our hand to kill 5,000 children in the occupied territories, but they never considered that maybe the violent actions on October 7th aren't directly a consequence of like deep, undesirable anti-Semitism, but instead to make the fucking occupation as costly as possible after 75 fucking years. It wasn't born overnight, okay? Hamas didn't even fucking exist, nor was it ever popular. Ridiculous. It still isn't. Just like the top of the hour ad break isn't popular, unless you're subscribed. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. How is it that people who want to defend Israel literally just forget about so many instances throughout Israeli history leading up to October 7th? Can you explain why Benny Morris called Ilan Pappé the world's sloppiest historian in the New Republic? I haven't had time to read all these back and forths. It's because Benny Morris himself was one of the first writers that talked about ethnic cleansing and the Nakba, like one of the first Israeli scholars. But because he's a Zionist, he then had to switch up his messaging. And he hated the fact that other historians alongside himself used his scholarly work to say, yeah, this is ethnic cleansing and not good. The major points of contention between Ilan Pappé and Benny Morris and other scholars in general out of the new historians is that is basically that one, the Nakba happened and it was bad versus the Nakba happened and it was good, or the fact that there's still some contention within Ilan Pappé's work, or they will claim that like one line out of Ben-Gurion's diaries and letters was mistranslated by Ilan Pappé. There was also the what do you call it? There was also the fucking Tantura. One of Ilan Pappé's students, which he backed and wrote about as well, talked about the Tantura massacre, right? And for years, people actually claimed that the Tantura massacre was false. It was like, there wasn't enough evidence to prove that it was real. And then a couple years later, after the fact, there was a documentary that came out that interviewed veterans. There was a documentary that came out that literally interviewed veterans that conducted the operations in Tantura, the massacres in Tantura, and it turns out everything that Ilan Pappé wrote about, everything that he wrote about, and everything that his student wrote about was correct. For years and years, they said he did not have enough evidence to make these claims, that they were they were exaggerated. And he was absolutely fucking vindicated when the veterans that existed, the veterans that literally fucking engaged in these acts, openly admitted it. They found the burial ground under the parking lot next to a beach where Tantura happened within the last few years. Yeah, I mean, more evidence has come out since then as well. Here. Like, a lot of the veterans that were a part of these, like, Clan Dalit Nakba murders and massacres, very openly, they're still alive. They very openly talk about it, Turns out all you had to do was ask them. Yeah, Irgun and Stern Gang. Yeah, they raped.
מחשש מאיתנו. אף אחד על זה. אף אחד. ועם אשתך להגיד שחיית איתה הרבה מאוד שנים, אני מניח. לא דיברת? אף פעם לא סיפרתי לה. אני אספר לה שאני הייתי רוצח. השכחתי את הדבר. שוללו בטנטורה היה משהו. אלה הכברי האחים של הכפר הזה. יש בית קברות שם, נעשה שם חנייה. טהור, לא היה פתיבה. ולא בחור. היה סיפורים. בטנטורה תפסנו לפני אותם. לקח פשוט מאוד, ורצח אותם בתוך המכלאות. כמה נהרגו? איזה 270-80, אני קברתי אותם. بالصوت انا وقفنا ونطلع كل حياة ابوي واخوي. האמת יש את הכוח שלה.
The thing is, part of the goal, in a weird way, I guess, in comparison to like other genocidal forces at the time, the labor Zionists were a little too woke to do full-blown genocide. Maybe they just like didn't want to go through with it. Maybe they thought they could like scare people to leaving. It's like a weird thing to admit because it's not like a full-blown genocide. What ended up happening during the Nakba was that they actually did forcible ethnic cleansing and horrifying war crimes in certain villages with the hopes that other Arab villages and big cities would see how ruthless they were. So there was like rapes, throwing babies in ovens, a lot of the stuff that like the Israeli government claimed Hamas did on October 7th, unironically. And the thing is, they left a lot of survivors deliberately. at the time, they left a lot of survivors because they wanted the survivors to run and go to other villages and spread the word. This would make it so that if you're really violent and really ruthless in one village, then when you go to the next village and they know how violent you are, it'll make it easier for you to fucking, get away with making sure everybody escapes the village without actually having to kill a lot of people. So what they would do is they would go and leave a couple villagers alive who would run away, who still are alive, by the way, at the time of this documentary, at least. That's why there's like Arab victims and also Israeli veterans in the documentaries that openly talk about it. So, but what they would happen is, yeah, it's ancient warfare shit, literally. They were doing genocide on a budget, basically. They would also drop leaflets, ironically, from planes in the same exact fucking way that they did. And still continue to do so in Gaza. So, they would go to villages or cities, like I think it was a Jaffa, where they would play these like big speakers on top of an armored personnel carrier, like a megaphone or some shit, and they would literally play the sounds of gunfire and bombs. They would of course shoot people too, but they would also play the sounds of like gunfire and bombs specifically so they could get every single person to run away. They would do psyops and shut off like every single exit of the city, except for one, and tell everyone to go through that exit, never to return again. So a lot of people would pack up their shit and they would run away. Who did this? The Zionist brigades did under Plan Dalet during the Nakba. A lot of these events were later uncovered when this information was declassified, only to be reclassified again. Also, the irony, of course, is that Real Life Lore should know this and should be bringing this up because it's the most important event for Palestinians. It's the most important event for Israelis as well. That's why 1948, Creation and Catastrophe, wonderful documentary. Highly recommend you watch it. Where they literally talk to, just like the Tantura documentary, where they talk to the veterans within Irgun, Lehi, and also the Haganah, and they literally talk to the fucking Palestinian villagers who escaped. So, anyway, you should know that. I mean, you should learn about it. You should know it. You should. Here, look. We covered this before in Tantura. They were living like Europeans.
וגם הנשים היו לבושות ויפה, ובאמת היה כפר אחד, אנס שם איזה ילדה בת 16, משהו כזה. אתה מבין? אבל זה מכוער מאוד, היה לנו בחור אחד במצטר, הוא היה פרא אדם. הוא לקח פשוט מאוד ורצח אותם בתוך המכלאות. בתוך המכלאות, הם היו במכלאות, אתה יודע, חוטי ברזל כאלה עגולים.
Similar thing happened in Deir Yassin as well, where they took the remaining survivors, some of the survivors, and brought them to a nearby town. I think it might have been even Jerusalem, actually, if I'm recalling it correctly. And after they took the remaining victims that survived, that they hadn't killed, they put them in the back of a truck, like a prisoner truck. They pelted them with rocks and stones. They skinned some of them. People spat on them. And then they fucking killed them. They killed them in the middle of the town. Yeah, it was Jerusalem where they paraded them. Yeah, okay. And then they paraded their fucking dead bodies. A lot of that stuff, a lot of that shit was done in broad fucking daylight. Yeah, they made them walk through the towns, made them walk through town in Jerusalem, threw rocks, spit at them. It's completely unhinged, completely psychopathic. And guess what, dude? A lot of that stuff was hidden until recently. But if you're Real Life Lore covering this in 2023, you should probably know about it. You know what I mean? No disrespect. I like Real Life Lore's videos, but just simply stating that this is stating this situation as though it's like a Arab-Israeli war and not like a deliberate ethnic cleansing campaign that the Zionist militias carefully conducted with the direct consequence and the direct interest of ethnically displacing 750,000 Palestinians, fucked up.
אספו כל הגברים, הם יושבים שם כולם על הרצפה, ובא מישהו ולוקח תת מקלע ומתחיל זה, מחליף מחסנית, מה אתה חושב זה? אבל אנחנו לא היינו כאלה. הוא היה יוצא דופן, הבחור הזה, כן, מה שהוא עשה.
My man said bad apples, bro.
היו חבר'ה שלקחו את הלוויורים ורדפו אחרי חבר'ה וסרטו.
Wait till you find out that the fucking, the brigades, okay, had intelligence officers, even before they were like a full-blown, well, Haganah was already a standing military at this point, but they had intelligence officers inside of Jewish villages that would go into Arab villages that they had peacemaking deals with, like a I guess a ceasefire or like a peace deal that they've conducted, because there were Jewish villages and Arab villages next to one another, right? Deir Yassin being one of them, and they had peace pacts basically, and they had fucking espionage people that will go into the fucking Arab villages and document how many weapons they have. Do they have any militias? Do they have any guns? What kind of guns they have? How many women? How many children? Reporting it back and carefully documenting it for years before they even fucking did the Nakba. So the idea that this was like, this happened as a consequence of the Arab Civil War is fucking psychotic. Okay? They did this knowing full well that they would react violently the moment that the British left. It's crazy.
שרפו אותם, זה היה משהו זוועתי, וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר על זה, כי זה יכול להיות סקנדל שלם מהעניין הזה. אני לא רוצה לדבר על זה, וזהו.
ב3-4 חודשים הראשונים הייתי רוצח.
מה זה אומר?
אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו ירים ידיים, משהו כזה, לא לקחתי שבויים. זה זעזע אותי עד כדי כך, לא יכלתי לעבור לסדר היום. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים. תראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. אני לא יכול לספור.
Anyway, wait, why did we ban this guy? His response was forcing.
Israel's own expansion well beyond their originally accepted 1947 UN partition plan area also put them in control over large swaths of Palestinian Arab lands, which resulted in about 700,000 of them, who either fled or were forcibly pushed out in an event that became known as the Nakba, or the catastrophe, with many of them fleeing towards the Gaza Strip in the west.
Okay, maybe I spoke too soon, man. I fucking pre-watched this. I didn't pre-watch.
To steal more of their land. But Israel ended up winning that war and agreed on an armistice with the Arab states who attacked them in 1949. The so-called Green Line marked the military front line between the Israelis and the Arab states as it stood when that armistice agreement was signed. And though all of the Arab states at the time were very clear that the Green Line did not mark any final or agreed upon borders, it did mark the de facto border between themselves and Israel nonetheless. At the same time, the Gaza Strip fell under the control of Egypt, the West Bank fell under the control of Jordan, while Jerusalem itself—
Bro, I'm sorry, he fucking skipped over to 1949 and is talking about Jordan and shit. Obviously, my expectation is that I thought he fucking skipped it
Israeli
entirely.
Control in the west and Jordanian control in the east. Israel's own expansion well beyond their originally accepted 1947 UN partition plan area also put them in control over large swaths of Palestinian Arab lands, which resulted in about 700,000 of them, who either fled or were forcibly pushed out in an event that became known as the Nakba, or the catastrophe.
Also, they fled or either pushed out in an event that became known as the Nakba is like fucking ridiculous.
With many of them fleeing towards the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and others towards Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. And so an independent Palestinian state was—
No, dude, this is like, this framing is inappropriate. I'll say it. I don't think this framing is correct. I'm not even fucking doubling down on it because like, I didn't think that he would cover it, but he actually is. I'm just straight up saying, and I think it's too passive voice. I think Lonerbox, who agrees and admits that Israel is an apartheid state, has also done something similar. I don't know why at this point we're still doing like American history book revisionism, as you correctly pointed out, Diane My Coffee, when there's enough evidence to show the contrary. I would never describe the Armenian genocide in a similar capacity, right? I would not do that. That would be genocide denial. It's crazy. I think like if a Turkish person were to talk about the Armenian genocide in such terms, you would correctly identify that as genocide denial. Oh, well, there was World War I, and, Armenians were forced out of these villages, and some of them escaped, and some of them fled, and some of them were forced out through violent acts. But ultimately, there was a forcible displacement of Armenians to the tune of millions of Armenians leaving the area. And it's like, some shots were fired on the process. Some of them died on the process. They were Russian agents, blah, blah, blah. Like, this was a systematic. I'm glad that I actually took that sidestep to talk about Tantura, talk about Deir Yassin, talk about the Nakba, because I think it's very important to understand. I think it's very important to understand that it's not like, because that is the Israeli line. The line is Arab war against Israel. Israel wins. Arabs can suck one. Okay, all Arabs, including Palestinians, and all Arabs are, all of the Arabs and their crimes. All Arabs and their crimes are attributed to the fucking Palestinians in general, and they can suck this Israeli dick. We won fair and square, and some of the people fled, and some of the people, it's disputed, maybe ran on their own volition.
Immediately extinguished. At the same time, in 1949, there were approximately 1 million Jews of Mizrahi and Sephardi ancestry who lived all across the Muslim world as their ancestors had for thousands of years. But over the decades that followed, as Israel established itself further, the vast majority of them were either forcibly expelled, fled, or voluntarily migrated away in a mass Jewish exodus away from the Muslim world, and largely towards Israel. As a result, fewer than 30,000 Jews...
It's kind of wild that... Almost like, no, he's right. He's talking about the Aliyah, you fucking weirdos. He's talking about Jews that voluntarily came to Israel. A big chunk of them did. Some of them fucking left because they were, some of them ran away because of the pogroms, as I openly fucking point out. Okay? And some of them, unironically, were like, oh shit, Pog, Israel, love that. It's just funny that the way that he's describing this makes it almost the same as the Nakba, which it's not. That did happen, but it excludes the fact that Israel also pushed for that to happen. I mean, I don't place a lot of emphasis on this, even though Avi Shlaim has written extensively about how he uncovered that Mossad had a synagogue bombing plot in Iraq. Avi Shlaim is an Iraqi Jew in Israel. And I don't place a lot of emphasis onto it because, like, honestly, there are plenty of accounts from Iraqi Jews that openly talked about how awful the conditions were in Iraq for them. So I don't think it's all too important that, like, it's good to show that it corresponded to the Israeli state's interests in populating Israel with Jews. But beyond that, I'm not going to sit here and be like the Jews in Iraq were like perfectly well off and were not experiencing oppression or anti-Semitism. They were. A lot of the... It's not the same as the Nakba, of course. There isn't, they weren't like fucking going into Jewish villages and like doing mass rapes and shit. But I mean, there was still, there was still a lot of oppression that they faced at that point. I think a lot of the nationalist post-colonial movements were anti-Semitic in nature, not due to a innate hatred of Jews or anything. I think it was, in many instances, learned behavior from the Western world, especially when considering for how long Jews and Muslims in the region had peacefully coexisted, or at least much more peacefully coexisted in comparison to Jews everywhere else. I think that the centralization from the Western powers and also the additional anti-Semitism from the Western powers, from Christian powers in general, who like basically fucking invented anti-Semitism and were the biggest champions of it. I think a lot of that came within the framework of like, we don't want what happened in fucking historic Palestine to happen to us. We see that England is like populating the area with Jewish migrants in an act of settler colonial violence. They are doing this in their controlled territory. What if they do that to us? And then the Nakba happens, and you're like, oh my God, what the fuck? 750,000 Arabs, like, slaughtered, raped, destroyed, forcibly kicked away from their fucking towns they lived in. And that, in my opinion, has the negative consequence, but the foreseeable consequence of, like, making anti-Semitism basically a permanent staple in a lot of these Arab nationalist movements. If it was the Christians that did it and not Jewish people, it would be anti-Christian. You know what I mean? If the Christians slapped on the fucking cross onto their flag, and this was like a Christian enclave that was engaging in these acts, and there was a massive amount of Christian people that were not indigenous to the region, then yeah, there would be the same exact fucking reaction to Christianity, in my opinion. In Algeria, France had 3 tiers population. French then had Jews, that Muslims. They were the first to create the distinction based on religion. Yeah.
Continue to live in the Muslim world today, down from around 1 million in 1948. Today, these Middle Eastern and North African Jews who left and their descendants comprise more than 50% of the Israeli Jewish population.
I know the Crusades happen, okay?
And represent the country's single largest ethnic group today, while another 32% of the Israeli Jewish population are of Ashkenazi ancestry from Eastern and Central Europe.
Well, comment on the HasanAbi Productions of you and Willie Mac defending your stance a week ago. I'm still getting hate replies. Brother, there's a reason why I don't normally react to drama perverts, because the communities that they've fostered are some of the most psychopathic. Like, they have nothing else to live for, which is why they'll just hold on to it. So stop. Just completely fucking cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out from your life. You will never win. Turn off your fucking DMs. Turn it off. Don't respond. Disengage. It's not. They will never stop. They will never stop. Or, criticize them, correct the record. Criticize them, correct the record, and move on. These are fucking Kiwi Farms losers, brother. They have no life. This is all they do.
Who represent the second largest group. Ever since that time, both the Palestinians and the Israelis have struggled defining where one of their territories begins and the other ends, within the overall territory of the former British Mandate, and have struggled with achieving universal recognition by the outside world. Israel's mostly internationally recognized boundaries today consist of that so-called Green Line dating back to 1949. But there were also the additional territories that came under Israel's control during the later Six-Day War of 1967 that lay beyond the 1949 Armistice Green Line. Territories that are usually referred to as either the post-1967 territories or the Israeli-occupied territories. They include the Sinai Peninsula seized from Egypt, the Palestinian-inhabited territories that Israel seized from Egypt and Jordan, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights that were seized from Syria. After Israel seized all of these territories back in 1967, the United Nations Security...
What is this? Is there documentation about Jews living there before Zionism not being okay with it when they came into the region? Not being okay with it? I mean...
Council passed Resolution 242, which effectively considered them all as occupied territories that the Israelis should immediately withdraw from, while the Arab League convened at Khartoum in Sudan, where they proclaimed the 1967 Khartoum Resolution, explicitly laying out their foreign policy towards Israel going forward. No peace with Israel, no recognition with Israel, and no negotiations with Israel. A policy that became known as the Arab world's 3 no's, and the foundation upon which no Arab state would recognize Israel's existence in any context or shape for decades. Over the decades that followed from 1967, Israel treated each of their post-1967 acquired territories very differently. Israel agreed to return the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt in 1979, in exchange for a formal peace treaty with Egypt and Egyptian recognition of Israel's right to exist, marking the first time that an Arab state would ever do such a thing, and the first time that an Arab state would violate the 3 no's agreed upon by the Arab League back in the 1967 Khartoum Resolution. Israel then unilaterally decided to annex all of East Jerusalem in 1980, and subsequently proclaimed a unified Jerusalem as its own capital city, something that the United Nations would immediately declare as legally null and void under international law with Resolution 478, that considered East Jerusalem to still be an Israeli-occupied territory, and which also called upon all UN member states to withdraw their embassies from Jerusalem in the aftermath, which...
I don't know what the fuck he's gonna get to in an hour if he, skipped over a bunch of shit.
Everybody eventually agreed to do. By the time 2017...
I feel like... I don't know if this is a patchwork of different kinds of videos that he put together, because a lot of this stuff is, old information in the beginning. And then there is a shit ton of history that he skipped over. And I don't know what's happening.
Rolled around. There wasn't a single other country in the world outside of Israel who recognized
Half the video is detailing Trump's actions of recent events. I guess that's the reason. Yeah, he's just kind of skipping a lot of the stuff. Israel gave back the land. Can barely hear you, dude. Wait, really? What do you mean you can barely hear me? I can't tell if motherfuckers are saying that because they just don't have their speakers on, or what the deal is. You know what the dog doing? What the dog doing?
Israel's annexation of East Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, as the sole capital of Israel. Israel also decided to unilaterally annex the Golan Heights outright back in 1981, an action that the United Nations similarly declared under the passing of Resolution 497 immediately afterwards as null and void and without international legal effect. The Golan Heights would continue to be universally recognized by the entire international community as Israeli-occupied territory of.
It just seems like a lot of what Israel has done is universally acknowledged as like inappropriate, illegal, against international law. And yet for some fucking weird reason, they get away with it time and time again. It's because America allows it to happen. First the British and then America.
Of Syria for decades. And this also continued to remain true by 2017. That left the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which Israel has also treated very differently from all of the other post-1967 territories. Egypt renounced its claim to the Gaza Strip in the peace treaty with Israel in 1978, while Jordan formally renounced its claims to the West Bank and East Jerusalem a decade later in 1988, before becoming the second Arab state to make peace with Israel and recognize Israel's existence in 1994. Those renunciations by Egypt and Jordan to the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and Israel's continued internationally unrecognized occupation of all of them, left them each effectively as Palestinian-inhabited territories trapped in a state of permanent legal limbo for decades, as thousands of Israeli settlers began moving into all of them and displacing and angering the Palestinians who lived within them even further. After decades of violence between the Israeli authorities and the settlers on one side and the Palestinians on the other, in both the West Bank and East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip, the Israelis and the Palestinians eventually agreed upon the Oslo Accords of 1993 and 1995, which established the Palestinian Authority as an interim Palestinian government body that was eventually assumed would, one day, take over full authority in the entire occupied West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, as the eventually fully independent state of Palestine. But in the interim until then, the Israeli and Palestinian sides agreed on what originally was supposed to only be a temporary division of the West Bank into three distinctly different areas with varying levels of control between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli military and state. Area A would be the territories assigned entirely to the Civil and Security Administration run by the Palestinian Authority. Area B would be the territories assigned to only the civil administration run by the Palestinian Authority, but with a security administration that would continue to be run by the Israelis. And then there was also Area C, which would continue to be entirely run by both the Israeli civil and military authorities, without any influence from the.
How dope, man. What a great deal, huh? Wow. Seems very fair and balanced, I think. Zero chance he skips the Intifada. He's just not doing it chronologically, right? Yeah.
The Palestinian Authority at all, which effectively placed Area C under the continued de facto control of Israel. Area C consists of approximately 61% of the West Bank's total territory, and is presently the home of all of Israel's settlements and settlers in the West Bank, wedged all in between the Palestinian Authority's area.
Damn, dog. Seems to me like the Oslo Accords did not result in a contiguous state for the Arab citizens here. I fucked it up. I fucked up the word. Seems to me like more and more partitions were occurring that created a structure of Bantustans, like not dissimilar to motherfucking apartheid South Africa. Doesn't seem too pog to me, dog. I don't know. Seems very weird, champ, and not very pog tramp to me. I'm just gonna say it, okay? Aiden Ross calling. Yeah, dude, on God, for real. That's a big L, Israel. Big L, okay? Not a W at all. Seemingly bad deal. Bad deal making.
Area A and Area B, and ringed all around Jerusalem, where more than 99% of all the land is either strictly off limits or heavily restricted for Palestinians to access. Area C is also completely contiguous in area, while the Palestinian authorities administer territories in Areas A and B are not contiguous, and divided between 165 separate enclaves in between the contiguous Israeli-administered Area C, that is chock full of Israeli settlements in a situation that is sometimes.
That's a good deal, by the way, boys.
Sometimes been referred to as the Palestinian archipelago of the West Bank, and a system that has been very frequently compared to the system of apartheid that
respect their real life lore for saying this.
ruled South Africa and
fucking pre-watch
forced upon their black population until 1994.
Motherfucking
It was
pre-watch.
initially intended by the Oslo Accords of 1995 that all of Area C would be gradually transferred by the Israelis over to the Palestinian Authority's administration. But to date, that has never ended up happening. Within 1 week of the Oslo II Accord being signed on the 28th of September 1995 that established the system of areas A and B in the West Bank and granted the Palestinian Authority limited control, the Israeli prime minister who signed them, Yitzhak Rabin, was assassinated by an Israeli right-wing extremist who was opposed to the concept of any independent Palestinian entity. And the next election that came the following year in 1996 brought Benjamin Netanyahu into the office of Israel's prime minister for the first time, which resulted in a stalling.
Yeah, bro. They voted for the fucking guy who called for his assassination. You want to understand. Big L for Israel, dude. Imagine getting a motherfucking Eagles fan. Go Birds. Yeah, Israel, dude. Isn't real. Racking up the fucking L's, letting a dude from Philadelphia run the country, run the show.
Of any further negotiations between the Palestinian Authority and Israel. The supposedly temporary divisions within the West Bank agreed upon in 1995 immediately before.
No, he's from Philadelphia. He's not a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. If he was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, there would be peace in the Middle East.
Or Yitzhak Rabin's assassination have remained indefinite ever since, and the pace of Israeli settlers moving into Area C has only continued. At the current date in 2023, it's estimated that around 230,000 Israeli settlers live in the post-1967 territory of East Jerusalem, while another 470,000 Israeli settlers live within Area C of the West Bank.
Damn, that's crazy. Seems to me like they lied about the two-state negotiations specifically so they could continue in an unfettered manner, rapidly expand into the West Bank with seemingly no end in sight, with the hopes that they could maybe continue doing pogroms and make the lives of Palestinians living on occupied Palestinian territory as unimaginably cruel and unusually torturous as possible, with the hopes that they could just, peacefully, ethnically cleanse them from the land. Damn, dude. Seems to me like these deals weren't that good.
Across at least 132 separate
Steelers build, Eagles destroy. Steelers like to build, Eagles like to destroy and live in sewage and bomb shit. Ben Shapiro build.
Settlements and more than 140 separate outposts, where they have full civil and political rights like every other Israeli citizen does, and representing a four-fold increase in Israeli.
It's just like, people love saying like, man, this is just so confusing and so complicated. And it's like, okay, like any Jewish person in America, no matter where the fuck, or anywhere around the world, could just literally go and have full citizenship and full rights, and literally would get paid actually to go live in the fucking West Bank. But the motherfucking Palestinians that live like a couple miles away, the millions of Palestinians that used to live there can't go there. What do you mean? How is that allowed? How is that okay? Full rights aside from self-determination or marrying or buying a land or house, or no, Jewish people in Israel have full rights. What do you mean? Oh, God. I just realized, is Fetterman a Steelers fan? Weeby. How do you live with that? Don't fucking say no. Don't try to deny it. Was I wrong all along about Pittsburgh? City of brotherly love. Not looking too bad right now. Let me tell you. I don't know, man. He was talking about the Palestinian citizens of Israel, dude. I know, but I wasn't talking about the Palestinian citizens of Israel. I was talking about Jewish people that are not Israeli citizens yet. The amount of rights they have is unlimited. They have unlimited rights. They can do whatever the fuck they want. In the West Bank, Palestinians that used to live there can't go there again.
Settlers in the West Bank since the Oslo Accords were initially signed in 1995. This is in comparison to around 300,000 Palestinians who also live within Area C and are subject to Israeli military rule. Another roughly 2.8 million Palestinians who live confined within the Palestinian archipelago of Areas A and B under the Palestinian Authority's administration in the West Bank. And another...
to also, important to mention that, like, Israel routinely bombs and conducts military operations on Areas A and B that they have no business being inside of, but they still control it to a certain degree. When they're not doing that, they also get the Palestinian Authority to conduct, policing, and at the behest of the Israeli security apparatus. So overall, whenever you see like bulldozers in the fucking West Bank, they're literally going into Palestinian territory that they have no business being inside of to do more terror.
362,000 Palestinians who live within the Israeli-annexed East Jerusalem, all of whom have almost zero say over how they are actually governed. Israel's continued control over Area C in the West Bank for decades and hundreds of thousands of settlers that they have allowed to move into the territory since the 1990s have been frequently labeled as a violation of Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which plainly states that, quote, the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory that it occupies, in this case being the West Bank. Meanwhile, by 2005, Israel maintained about 8,000 settlers across 21 different settlements in the Gaza Strip, but by then, the situation was becoming untenable.
I mean, dude, I think part of the reason why Israel defends the settlements unconditionally for the most part is because, like, it is low-key how the fucking state was formed, you know what I mean? You're just kind of doing more Israel. You look at the settlements in the West Bank and you're like, well, I mean, this is how we did Israel. Now we're just doing Israel plus, right?
At only about twice the size of Washington, D.C., the Gaza Strip was geographically much smaller than the West Bank was. But with a population of 1.4 million Palestinians back then, it was also substantially more densely populated and urbanized than the West Bank was as well. The high costs associated with defending only a few thousand settlers in this crowded urbanized territory was becoming too costly for Israel to bear. And so, in 2005, they decided to unilaterally withdraw.
I respect real life lore again for saying this, because the way that this is presented in Zionist propaganda is like Israel, small bean, loves fucking Palestinians so much they're like, here, we'll give you Gaza. Go ahead. Bullshit.
From the Gaza Strip altogether. All of the 21 Israeli settlements inside of it were destroyed. All 8,000 Israeli settlers within Gaza were either evacuated or forcibly withdrawn, while the military withdrew as well, and for the first time, the entirety of the Gaza...
No, they were relocated. Where'd they go? Oh, that's right. They went to the fucking West Bank. These motherfuckers are crazy, bro. It's like, it's insane. Settlers are on some other shit, 100%. Like, I know the similarities between like Israel proper and like how it came to be, collection of settlements and settlements in the West Bank and Gaza are a little different, but like it's so crazy. Did you saw the Hamas photos on October 7 on their website? Ask yourself, do you think Hamas went to an Israeli company called Wix, okay, and said, Ahmed, let's start a website for Hamas, okay? Let's use Wix, bro. Like while they're getting bombed into oblivion. Damn, bro, these motherfuckers are not doing BDS. I wag my finger at the Hamas leadership for not practicing boycott, divestments, and sanctions of the state of Israel with their utilization of Wix.
Gaza Strip's land territory was passed over to the Palestinian Authority. Although Israel continued maintaining control over virtually all of Gaza's land crossings, with a fence they constructed around the entire territory back in 1994, along with continued control over all of Gaza's airspace that included Israel's destruction of the only airport in the Gaza Strip back in 2002. And then, finally, came the Palestinian legislative elections of January 2006 shortly afterwards, in which the political party known as Hamas achieved an unexpectedly decisive victory. Before then, the Palestinian Authority had been always...
Okay, bro, it's 3%. Like, I wouldn't say it's like an unexpected... It's unexpected, but I wouldn't say it's decisive. And ultimately, the details of the election are that they're, like, running on an anti... This comes on the heels of no belief that the Palestinian belief that the Israeli government is going to offer them any sort of peaceful solution that recognizes their autonomy. Not going to work. Okay. People don't trust them anymore. People don't trust it understandably at this point. And Hamas is running as the anti-corruption ticket, as opposed to Fatah, which is in the pocket of the United States of America, and also Israel. So people vote for Hamas And then America, in the American-backed election, George W. Bush then pushes for a coup, which I'm
is
sure
controlled
he'll
and
mention.
dominated by the secular, socialist, and Palestinian Arab nationalist party known as Fatah, who had initially sought Israel's total destruction and the establishment of a secular, Palestinian Arab socialist state over the entirety of the former British Mandate area in its place. But it subsequently made peace with Israel during the Oslo Accords and then restricted their ambitions to establishing an independent Palestinian state limited only to the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip instead. By contrast, Hamas was a Sunni Islamist and Palestinian nationalist party who argued that Fatah had become too complacent and too cooperative with Israel and had abandoned the true original Palestinian cause. Hamas continued to be fully committed to Israel's total destruction, the same way that Fatah had used to be prior to the Oslo Accords. And separately from Fatah, Hamas advocated for the eventual establishment of a Sunni Islamist Palestinian state across the entirety of the former British Mandate area, once Israel...
I want to show something really funny here. There's nothing funnier than a particular community and their members coming in here, calling me a fucking Turk roach and repeating, the Turk roach does not seek out criticism because they got banned for having the username Hamas Piker 420. Like, what criticism is happening here? That I'm a fucking Hamas terrorist? Is that what you are going to say? Is that your criticism? Like, it's so funny. It's so funny to be like, yeah, by the way, these are the people who get mad at the word Gusano and claim that this is the worst slur that you could ever use for the record. Something that we don't even allow in this community for the record, and haven't in a very long time, but they still run along with it regardless. So just remember, like, this is something that I experience on a daily fucking basis. Just because I don't talk about it doesn't mean that it's not commonplace. Okay? So spare me the bullshit is what I'm saying. Fucking bullshit. Yeah. Go cry about not being able to say the N-word more, you know? All right. Here. This is Benny Boy with a new statement. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this evening. I gotta pee. I'll be back. And at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
הישיבה הזאת נועדה לדון בהשבת חטופינו. אבל אני מבקש להתחיל בדבר שצריך להיות מובן מאליו. יש בחוץ דיבורי הבל, כאילו אחרי ההפוגה להשבת חטופינו, אנחנו נפסיק את המלחמה. אז אני מבקש להבהיר, אנחנו במלחמה, ונמשיך במלחמה. נמשיך במלחמה עד שנשיג את כל היעדים שלנו. לחסל את החמאס, להשיב את כל חטופינו ונעדרנו, ולהבטיח שבעזה לא יהיה שום גורם שמאיים על ישראל. אתמול בערב פגשתי יחד עם חברי קבינט המלחמה את בני משפחות החטופים. הקשבתי קשב רב למצוקה שלהם. הם תיארו בקול רוטט, לפעמים בדמעות, את הסיוט שבו הם נתונים. אמרתי למשפחות היקרות, השבת חטופינו היא משימה קדושה ועליונה, ואני מחויב לה יחד עם חבריי. כפי שאמר הרמב"ם, אין מצווה גדולה יותר מפדיון שבויים. לא נרפה מן המאמץ עד שנפדה את כולם, עד שנשיב את כולם. את הילדים והילדות, את האימהות והאבות, את הצעירים והצעירות, את הקשישים והקשישות, את החיילים והחיילות, את כולם. במלחמה יש שלבים, וגם בהשבת החטופים יש שלבים. אבל אנחנו לא נרפה עד שנשיג את...
Bro, she thought she was streaming, dude. She thought she was the streamer for a moment. What the fuck? I come back and she's just sitting on my chair. What is this? What is this? Are you the streamer? Are you the little streamer? What the fuck? She thought she's part of the team, dude. I mean, she is a part of the team, but she thought she was the streamer for a second. What the fuck? Let her
את
cook.
הניצחון המוחלט, ועד שנחזיר את כולם. זאת החובה הקדושה שלי, של כולנו. בימים האחרונים שוחחתי עם ידידנו נשיא ארצות הברית ג'ו ביידן.
Joe Biden is now... Joe Biden, if he ran for president of Israel, could win, okay, right now. More popular than Benjamin Netanyahu by a wide margin. Same with Donald Trump. Two of our last presidents are infinitely more popular in Israel than they are in America. Just think about that. Nah, he's Irish? No, I'm not even kidding. No, Joe Biden's approval rating is 83% in Israel right now. The only person who's like more popular than Joe Biden in Israel is literally Donald Trump. Think about that.
ביקשתי את התערבותו לטובת שיפור המתווה שיוצג בפניכם. והוא אכן שופר, כדי שיכלול יותר חטופים ופחות מחירים. השיחות האלה נשאו פרי. הנשיא ביידן נרתם לעניין, ואני מודה לו על כך. עכשיו לפנינו הערב החלטה קשה, אבל היא ההחלטה הנכונה. כל גורמי הביטחון תומכים בה, באופן מלא. הם הבהירו במלוא הערכתם המקצועית שביטחון כוחותינו יובטח בימי הפוגה, ושהמאמץ המודיעיני יישמר בימים אלה. הם הבהירו שהמאמץ המלחמתי לא רק שלא ייפגע, אלא להפך. הדבר יאפשר לצה"ל להיערך להמשך הלחימה. ואני מבקש להעביר כאן שוב. המלחמה נמשכת, המלחמה תימשך.
He's like, bro, I promise, dude. I will be so violent. Like, I promise, dude. Do not worry. As the moment that we get the hostages, bro, I am fucking blowing shit up. Don't worry. The genocide will continue.
Israel had been completely destroyed. After a brief civil war within the Palestinian Authority between Hamas and Fatah, Hamas emerged victorious within the Gaza Strip and pushed Fatah out completely by the middle of 2007, which has ever since led to a continuous division with.
Oh, the Yemeni response to U.S. officials asking to release the ship and their crew? Yeah, it is pretty funny. The U.S. Department spokesman calls on the Houthis to immediately release the detained ship and its crew. He said, no, I do understand why the American State Department was like letting the Saudi forces do a genocide in Yemen for as long as they did. These motherfuckers, when you unleash them, are an unimaginable force. Just an unstoppable force. They literally, dude, there is no recovery. There is no recovery from going from a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign to like taking over ships like this in a matter of months. Are you out of your mind? They keep interviewing them in Yemen. They, like, people go there, they interview them. They're like, what are you doing? And they're like, yeah, we're going to keep doing it. You can't stop us. What are you going to do? Kill us harder? You've been trying for the fucking past multiple years. They're crazy. They're crazy. That was an incredibly weird thing to say, but I get what you mean. There's never been a bigger glow up than going from straight up. I mean, I guess you could say this about like Israel, but like the difference is these guys went from being genocided to fighting against like actual, like the hegemonic superpower. A lot of the Jewish people that came on ships from the Holocaust fought alongside like an actual standing military against like the Palestinian villages that didn't really have any power whatsoever. You know what I mean? That would be like a similar glow up, I guess. But even then, Stuart Seld was the deputy director of the U.S. State Department. I know, we talked about it already. Saying Yemen had the glow up as if the Iranian ballistic missiles are just the accessory that completes their new look. Yeah, I mean, they did.
Within the Palestinian leadership, the Sunni Islamists of Hamas based in the Gaza Strip, who are fully dedicated to Israel's total destruction and the eventual establishment of a Sunni Islamic state across the entirety of the former British mandate in its place, and the secular, socialist, and nationalist Fatah based in the
I mean, they said till 2017. So I guess that is technically true until 2017 when the new charter literally is like, we actually love everybody, we just don't like Zionists.
Palestinian archipelago of the West Bank, willing to work together with Israel to eventually establish an independent Palestinian state based on the entirety of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, while recognizing Israel's own borders based on the 1949 Armistice Green Line, the same way that Egypt and Jordan do. But Israel responded to Hamas's uncompromising takeover of the Gaza Strip in 2007 by initiating a complete land, air, and sea blockade over the territory.
Yeah, I mean, this part is also incorrect. The blockade preceded the full-blown Hamas takeover, and the full-blown Hamas takeover came as a consequence of a coup that failed, an American-backed Fatah coup that failed, and they already had like a blockade propped up before. So I don't know why the fuck people say that. They make it seem like, oh, Hamas, scary. They want to take over everything in Israel. That's why the blockade had to happen. It's like, no, that's not correct.
That harshly limited the ability of Palestinians or goods to exit or enter. A blockade that Gaza's other neighbor, Egypt, agreed to fully participate in on their side of the border as well. The 1994-era fence surrounding Gaza by land across Israel and Egypt was then extensively upgraded into the modern system of high walls, barbed wire, motion sensors, and even robotic machine guns, while the Israeli Navy enforced a maritime no-go zone around the Gaza Strip by sea, while the Israeli Air Force enforced a no-fly zone over the Gaza Strip's airspace. Israel's stated aims of enforcing the blockade over the Gaza Strip were to restrict—
What airspace, dog? You blew up the fucking air. He said they blew up the airport in 2001. Suspicious. So the airport blew up in 2001, and yet the blockade didn't happen until 2007. Something to consider. Why was the airport not built again? There were still Jewish settlers living there until 2005. I wonder what was going on.
The ability of the Hamas-led government inside from being able to import weapons from abroad to use against Israel, and to economically strangle the Hamas-led government and apply pressures on it to either moderate its position or face a slow, grinding collapse with a permanent scarcity of resources and supplies, generating unrest amongst the Palestinians they were elected to.
Anybody have family in Israel? I do, and don't know what to tell them. Brother, I don't know. I have, I know like older Jewish people that have reached out in like the past couple of months that I try to connect with, like some of my friends in the movement, some of my Jewish friends in the movement. I mean, in the anti-Zionist movement, because I feel like I'm not the perfect person to be able to. I'm not the perfect person to be able to like convince people, but it's no different in many ways than trying to fucking talk to your parents about Fox News. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. We think like Israel and anti-Zionism is like a totally separate thing, but the reality is it's no different than trying to talk to your fucking anti-vaxxer parents. You know what I mean? About why they should stop watching Fox News and poisoning their brain. Many instances, the propaganda comes from the exact same fucking vectors too.
To govern, but for
well, you know, keep trying, I guess.
The past 16 years that have followed this blockade of Gaza beginning, Hamas has neither moderated its position nor collapsed from power, while frequent fighting has consistently erupted between them and Israel ever since. And so, the joint Israeli-Egyptian blockade has continued on without a pause now for the past 16 years that have followed ever since 2007, a situation that has been frequently labeled as one of the 21st century's vastest humanitarian catastrophes. Israel's 16-year ongoing blockade of Gaza has been frequently labeled by human rights advocates as a form of collective punishment applied to everyone who lives within the Gaza Strip, while Israel has always counter-maintained that the policy is necessary to protect their own citizens from attacks coming from Hamas. Notably, Gaza's population has increased from about 1.4 million people when the blockade began in 2007 to about 2.2 million people today in 2023. Meaning that about 800,000 of the Palestinians within the Gaza Strip, or about 40% of the entire population right now, are currently children 16 years or younger who have been born during this total blockade and who have literally never known anything other than life confined within the walls, enforced by the Israeli military, and stuck under Hamas's continued uncompromising leadership. And all of the accompanying poverty, hunger, resource scarcity, and occasional ferocious violence that has come with it. At only about twice the size of Washington, D.C., the Gaza Strip has since become one of the most crowded and densely populated places anywhere in the entire world. And surrounded by high walls and a naval blockade on all sides, and an enforced no-fly zone above it, where hardly anyone is ever allowed to leave for any reason at all. It has also frequently been referred to ever since as constituting nothing less.
This is just an attack on Titan? No, because there's no fucking, like, Hamas doesn't have the world-ending capabilities that you know, it's so stupid, okay? No, it's not Attack on Titan. It's not. It's not Attack on Titan because Hamas doesn't have the genocidal world-ending capabilities, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh, you mean Israel is the Titans? Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. As much as of a fucking weeb pervert I am, okay? I can't do this. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and compare real life genocide to a fucking anime. Okay,
than the world's largest open-air prison, wherein the highest ambitions for any of the millions of people within the prison to have aspired towards for the past 16 years have been limited only to either escaping from it or becoming the prison's new warden. This was the extremely complicated geopolitical state that Israel and Palestine both found themselves in between 2007 and 2017. With Israel effectively managing its post-1967 acquired and occupied territories with a suffocating blockade enforced around the Gaza Strip, increasing the numbers of its settlers in Area C of the West Bank, accompanied by frequent talks of annexing parts or all of it directly, and prior outright annexations of East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights that nobody else in the outside world recognized as being legitimate. At the same time, Israel was maintaining international recognition based on its 1949 Green Line armistice borders with most of the world's other countries, though with very notable exceptions continuing in the Arab and Muslim worlds who had largely never recognized Israel's existence ever since the end of the British Mandate in 1948, along with several anti-colonial or anti-Western socialist states like North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela. By 2017, the only Arab states that had ever recognized Israel's existence and made peace were Egypt in 1980 and Jordan in 1994, with all the others continuing to hold ranks in solidarity with the Palestinians, and the three no's of the 1967 Khartoum Resolution.
I mean, I think a lot of this stuff is also silly because the relations between Israel and the surrounding regional powers certainly got better over the course of the past 20 years, regardless of normalizing relations openly on paper. The Abraham Accords are simply making this relationship public.
The state of Palestine, meanwhile, based on its claims to the entire West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip from the Oslo Accords in 1993 and 1995, and represented by the Fatah-led Palestinian Authority, was recognized by most of the outside world as well and was granted the status of a permanent observer at the United Nations in 2012. Though, very notably, lacked any official recognition across most of the Western world, including none from Israel, the United States, Canada, Australia, Japan, and most of Western Europe. And despite its continued de jure claims to sovereignty in the entire West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian Authority really only maintained de facto authority over the Palestinian archipelago within the West Bank, with the rest of the West Bank and Area C under continued Israeli colonial and military rule, East Jerusalem being annexed directly into Israel itself, and the Gaza Strip under the control of its rival Hamas government, completely blockaded by the Israelis and Egyptians, with frequent violence erupting all around it. This was the general situation that remained more or less the same between 2007 and 2017, until things finally started rapidly changing even further in favor of the Israelis after Donald Trump assumed the American presidency in January of 2017. Within his first year of assuming office in December of 2017, the Trump administration extended official U.S. recognition of Jerusalem as the capital city of Israel, which effectively extended formal U.S. recognition to Israel's unilateral annexation of East Jerusalem as well, an action that had previously gone unrecognized by the entire international community since 1980. The day after the U.S. announcement was made, the UN Security Council called for an emergency meeting, where 14 out of the 15 members universally condemned the American decision. But it was vetoed and overturned by the sole remaining member of the council, the United States itself. The vast majority of the world's leaders sharply condemned the American decision because it effectively meant that the United States would never recognize East Jerusalem as being a part of any future independent Palestinian state. To date, only a handful of other countries have followed the Americans' lead in recognizing a unified Jerusalem as being exclusively Israel's capital, Guatemala and Honduras, and the only partially recognized state of Kosovo being the only other ones. Hamas, still blockaded within the Gaza Strip, immediately seized on the opportunity to demand a new Palestinian intifada or uprising be launched against the Israelis in response to the American decision. On the 14th of May, 2018, the United States officially transferred its embassy to Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, with the new embassy's grand opening, which sparked mass protests organized by Hamas within the Gaza Strip near to the Israeli border wall that went on for every single Friday for nearly an entire year and a half until the end of 2019, that tens of thousands of Palestinians participated in, and which the Israeli Defense Forces responded to harshly with frequent tear gas and sniper fire that resulted in the deaths of at least 223 Palestinians and more than 9,200 injuries. And in the same month that America recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital, the Netanyahu administration's ruling Likud party in Israel passed a resolution that instructed Israeli legislators to finally begin pursuing the full unilateral annexation of the West Bank Bank next, an action that Israel had long resisted formally doing ever since 1967, largely out of the fear of what the international backlash towards them would end up being. Then, after becoming the first outside country to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel in 2017, the United States under the Trump administration chose to officially recognize the 1981-era Israeli annexation of the Golan Heights next in March of 2019, making the United States the first and so far only other country besides Israel itself to recognize the Golan Heights as fully sovereign Israeli territory rather than as Syrian territory under the occupation of Israel. These American recognitions of Israel's sovereignty over East Jerusalem.
2018 March of Return wasn't organized by Hamas. It was organized by a random poet. There was actually no Hamas presence, according to the people on the ground. And the people that were shot at were children, women, elderly, nurses, and the like. Also, disabled people, people in a wheelchair, pregnant women. Yeah, just extremists like pregnant women. I mean, the reason why I get mad at the Biden administration is specifically because the reason why I get mad at the Biden administration is because they literally fucking follow through on the actions taken by the Trump administration.
And the Golan Heights were each continued forward with the Biden administration after 2021 as well, and it has since become a policy that is widely viewed by countries all around the world as an act of enormous hypocrisy on the part of Washington, as America has recognized Israel's unilateral annexations of territories that the entire rest of the world considers to be occupied and which America itself considered to be occupied for decades.
That's so crazy. So strange that America's word is bond. But when I say America is the hegemonic superpower and that it is also bad, it does a lot of bad things, everybody fucking chirps at me and cries about it. Two things that edgy white boys on the internet and edgy Americans especially that want healthcare cannot fucking stand is when you say American foreign policy has done a lot of bad objectively around the planet and it is the most powerful nation on the planet. And in order to be the most powerful nation on the planet, it has to do a lot of bad. I don't like that. And the other thing that the edgy white boys especially fucking hate on Reddit, who are like, I love healthcare. I think I want to have healthcare. It would be great if we did. But God damn it, do not say anything that disparages white people across the board on immutable characteristics. You're fucking racist. You're more racist than people that shit on black people, actually. Those are the two things, and they happen to be the two major motivating principles behind most people and their interests online. Like most political circles online have to literally take the pro-American position, and you can't say anything, God forbid, about white people, even in jest, even if you're white yourself. I unfortunately take the exact opposite position on both of these issues, so that's why I draw a lot of ire. Another thing that you can fucking also assuredly draw a lot of ire from if you support it is sex work. So trifecta, you know?
Well, America simultaneously has fiercely rejected Russia's unilateral annexations of territories in Ukraine.
Yeah, anti-white racism. Why die on this hill? Racism is the same as making someone who is short. Karen is a slur. Oh my God. Also, we're going to keep calling you a terrorist and keep calling you a Hamas supporter. Keep saying the N-word. Keep defending saying the N-word as a white person. And we're going to literally nonstop make websites, take out ads, calling you a Hamas supporter over and over again. We're going to call you a terrorist over and over again. Okay? None of this is Islamophobic. After all, we have bastardized your words to say that you actually do support terrorism, a designation that we've created for you specifically. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. No, totally, guys. It's I'm going to take it very seriously when a community of individuals who compare me to Osama bin Laden and say I'm a fucking terrorist supporter over and over again, who've like built websites linking me to Hamas, are actually very offended at the usage of what they declare to be slurs.
that are also considered to be occupied, like Crimea, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk. It has since made it appear to many outside observers that America isn't actually serious about upholding the norms of international law, but is only interested in selectively applying it to its rivals like Russia when they occupy and annex territories, while ignoring it for their friends and allies like Israel when they occupy and annex territories. Then it was in the following year, during a White House press conference on the 28th of January 2020, when the Trump administration, alongside the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, revealed what they each referred to as the deal of the century, better known as the Trump Peace Plan, the Trump administration's political proposal to finally resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict once and for all. The plan envisaged an independent Palestinian state composed only of various separated enclaves.
This is my favorite. The January 2020 Trump Peace Plan proposal is the Jared Kushner proposal. It's the best. Look at this. This is fucking awesome. These are future Palestinian states basically given to Palestinians, and they want to build a tunnel underneath Israel that goes between West Bank and Gaza. Okay, and this is the tech corridor, and there's only one way in and one way out of the tech corridor. You want to go to like a tech enclave here, you have to go through this one-lane highway or multiple-lane highway. Fucking sick.
Within the West Bank that would continue to be divided and completely surrounded by significantly expanded Israeli territory well beyond the mostly internationally recognized 1949 Armistice Green Line. The plan also completely rejected a Palestinian capital based in East Jerusalem proper, which the Trump administration had effectively recognized as fully Israeli territory back in 2017. Instead, the plan proposed that a new Palestinian capital would be exiled to the outskirts of Jerusalem and be separated from Jerusalem proper and all of Jerusalem's holy sites by the Israeli-constructed West Bank wall that now fully encloses the city from the rest of the West Bank. The plan even further demanded that these limited concessions allotted to a future independent Palestinian state would only be accepted by Israel and the United States if the Palestinian side first agreed to a status of total demilitarization and disarmament and agreed to completely abandon all international legal action against Israel and the United States as well. And then, even further, during the press conference that was announcing the plan in the White House, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, declared that the Israeli government would be immediately annexing the entire Jordan Valley and all of the Israeli settlements within the West Bank. This would have effectively resulted in an Israeli annexation of 30% of the West Bank's territory, and the third formal unilateral annexation of the Israelis in the post-1967 territories that virtually the entire world beyond the
the Jordan Valley being controlled by Israel is a non-starter. Numerous suggestions have been made, maybe like an international UN-backed military that controls the Jordan Valley on the border is a non-starter. They literally are like, nope, that's never happening. We have the water and we have the border.
The United States and Israel consider to be occupied territories. The 2020 Trump peace plan was ultimately resoundingly rejected by virtually all Palestinians, and even many Israelis alike, along with most of the rest of the world. Joe Biden and every other leading Democratic 2020 presidential candidate labeled the plan as a smokescreen for the Israeli annexation of the occupied West Bank.
Yeah, that's really weird that Joe Brandon said that, because Joe Brandon's like, one state, Jack, but in the way that Smotrich, Bezalel, good guy. Real handsome guy, that guy, Bezalel Smotrich. One state for Israel, no Palestine. That's what I want.
The UN rejected the plan and reaffirmed its own commitment to a two-state solution within the former mandatory Palestine based on Israel's pre-1967 Green Line borders and a Palestinian state in the entire West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. Mahmoud Abbas, the longtime undemocratic leader of the Fatah Party and the Palestinian Authority since he won his only election in 2005, showed a map of the Trump peace plan at the United Nations Security Council that he famously described as turning Palestine into Swiss cheese. And naturally, both his own government in the Palestinian archipelago of the West Bank and his rival Hamas government in the Gaza Strip rejected the plan as being too heavily biased towards the Israeli side. Moreover, even the Israelis' Yesha Council, an umbrella organization organization representing the hundreds of thousands of Israeli Jewish settlers in the West Bank, rejected the Trump peace plan as well on the simple basis that it granted the Palestinians an independent state at all, which they were completely opposed to, even in this extremely limited context. But as it became clear that the 2020 Trump plan defining an enlarged Israeli state and a shrunken Palestinian state would never be implemented over the vast disagreements on all sides involved, the Trump administration began making significant advances for Israel on the diplomatic front anyway. Behind the scenes, the Trump administration had been mediating negotiations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates that suddenly resulted.
Yeah, it's always good to just like completely avoid the Palestinians and the deal-making process that is supposed to figure out what happens to the Palestinians in general. That's always a solid way to ensure that you'll definitely have permanent peace.
In a shocking joint statement between them on the 13th of August, 2020. Israel agreed that they would indefinitely suspend all of their plans for annexing parts of the West Bank like the Jordan Valley and their settlements in Area C, while in exchange, the United Arab Emirates agreed to fully normalize their relations with Israel, with the first ever direct commercial flights launching between them by the end of the month. It was a shocking announcement, because it represented only the third time in history, since the British Mandate to Palestine expired in 1948, that an Arab state had ever recognized Israel, after Egypt had done so back in 1980, and after Jordan had done so in 1994. From 1994 onwards, for the next quarter of a century, none of the rest of the Arabs would officially break rank and make peace with Israel.
Yeah, except it doesn't matter, because they were still literally working alongside Israel since then. Especially after 2001, especially during the war on terror, like the idea that the Gulf states have not been American client states in perpetuity is a silly one, in my opinion. That's why we give them a lot of leeway, like including when they fund Salafist militias and shit, or Wahhabist fundamentalist militias. All around, as a matter of fact, all around the region. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm American. I don't know if you know this. My name is Hasan. I'm Turkish, but I'm also American. So, like, the countries that the United States of America does not like in the region are the same countries that also have a problem with Israel's existence. Like, unironically has a problem with Israel's existence and has gone back and forth on their own relationship with Israel. Syria being one. Obviously, Yemen, or at least the Houthi government of Yemen, certainly Iran being the major player in the region, but every other country in the region has always been unconditionally in support, and Iraq at certain points as well, and Lebanon at certain points as well, to a certain degree. But every other country in the region has always been, mostly favorable towards Israel. They might make a big stink like Turkey, but as I've told you before, like Recep Tayyip Erdogan will fucking cry and yell about Israel and say, wow, Israel, you're fucking violent. Your time is over. You're done. We know you have nukes, but you can't do shit. Your time's over. We're going to fuck you up, Israel. While there are pipelines going through Azerbaijan to Turkey into Israel that literally give 40% of fuel to Israel. It's all theater. What do you mean Erdogan is crying about Israel? I thought he was Israel's president. Oh no, I think you mean Bashar al-Assad. Oh, you mean Erdogan. Oh yeah, that's probably Israel's president. I saw that video too, man. It's great. Listen, there is no bigger power online than a fucking quirked up white boy, okay? Quirked up white boy with a Ben Shapiro affect. You will be able to, especially if you're like a little edgy, you are going to literally be the king of the white boys online. It don't matter how fucking stupid you are. It literally does not matter how little you know about a situation. As long as you're confident, oh my God, and you speak confidently and in an arrogant tone, and you sprinkle in a little bit of edgy talking points in there, you can rest on your laurels. You can always just simply repeat stuff that MSNBC is saying. As long as you are a little bit edgy, everyone will go, wow, this is a surefire way to win arguments online.
sticking on paper to the 1967 Three-Nose Agreement that they had all agreed upon back in Khartoum all that long time ago. But now, all of a sudden in the summer of 2020, seemingly out of nowhere, the United Arab Emirates had become the third Arab state overall and the first Persian Gulf state to openly violate.
Like Hassan when he repeats Bibi being from Philly, the fucking pure copium, the metric ton of copium coming from motherfuckers who just are so ashamed of the city of brotherly love, which Benjamin Netanyahu is from. Okay? It's okay, man. Sometimes you got to eat that kind of horse manure too. All right, go birds. Go birds. Just saying. Look at this. He's from Israel, born, bitch. No, totally, man. You're right. You're right. He certainly didn't grow up in Philadelphia. You're so right. Benjamin Netanyahu is more Pennsylvania than Dr. Oz is? Yes, because Dr. Oz is New Jersey. Mehmet Oz. He's from New Jersey. Benjamin Netanyahu is from Philadelphia.
Violate the 1967 Khartoum Resolution and make peace with Israel without the final status of the Palestinians being resolved first.
You can't say any of the things they're saying in the chat. Benjamin Netanyahu lived in Philadelphia for longer than I lived in New Jersey. It is ridiculous. Benjamin Netanyahu lived in Philadelphia for longer than I lived in Los Angeles. Get the fuck out of here. In his most formative years. You will never, I mean, he went to MIT as well, so he was in Massachusetts too. Okay? Doesn't Oz's dad know your grandpa? Yes. Mehmet Oz's father was also a doctor. That's anti-Semitic, bro. No, it's anti-Philadelphia, and a lot of people can't fucking cope with it. He's from Cheltenham. That's the Naperville of Philly. I don't care. Still Philly.
First. And it would be far from the last to do so. In a series of subsequent negotiations that came to be known overall as the Abraham Accords, the Trump administration was able to almost immediately convince Bahrain, after the United Arab Emirates, to become the fourth Arab state to fully normalize their relations with Israel in September of 2020. Then, just 3 months after that, in December of 2020, during the closing days of the Trump administration, the United States was able to convince Morocco to become the fifth Arab state to fully normalize their relations with Israel as well. That one was accomplished by Washington offering that, in exchange for Morocco recognizing Israel, the United States would extend its formal recognition to Morocco's unilateral annexation of the disputed territory of Western Sahara, a territory that Morocco had previously unilaterally declared to completely annex as their so-called southern provinces all the way back in the late 1970s, but which remained unrecognized by anyone else in the outside world for decades afterwards. With the
These Arab states are literally fake friends. Bro, the leadership of these nation states are they're irrelevant to the needs of the population, but also they don't listen to the needs of their own populations, especially on this issue. But that's why Israel has to not go too far, because then they'll fuck up all of these trade relations and these like normalization agreements that America has worked long and hard for. Because then people are going to fucking lose their minds. They're going to be like, what the fuck? Why is my government doing a deal with Israel when these motherfuckers are butchering Muslims? Now, ultimately, what's the meme? It's like, if you really want the Muslim world to truly defend Palestinians, tell them that Israel is no longer Jewish, but Shia. Kind of true. And I say this as someone from a Sunni Muslim country, okay? Yeah, you tell all these motherfuckers that Israel is now converted. They're Shia Muslim. They would have a much easier time defending Palestinians.
United Nations having always considered the Moroccan annexation, like all other unilateral annexations that have come following World War II, to be legally
New Jersey is Sunni? Yeah, New Jersey, the Sunni, the Sunni Muslim nation of New Jersey that I grew up in.
Null and void. So, in exchange for Morocco's recognition of Israel then, the United States became the first country in the world to ever recognize Morocco's unilateral annexation of Western Sahara, just as it had become the first country to ever recognize Israel's unilateral annexation of the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem in the couple years beforehand. All of which would ultimately provide even more hefty diplomatic ammunition to countries like Russia to blast the United States with later on, over Washington's hypocrisy regarding its selective applications of international law, approving unilateral annexations of UN-recognized occupied territories whenever Israel and now also Morocco do it, but fiercely rejecting it whenever Russia
Like, how can you fucking feel so much hatred in your heart for Russia against Ukraine, which in many instances is justifiable to feel, but like you do not reserve a fraction of that anger for Israel? Like, it blows my mind, dude. It blows my fucking mind. It's so crazy.
Russia does the same thing in Ukraine. 3 years later, in 2023, Israel would return the favor granted by Morocco by becoming the second state in the outside world to formally recognize Morocco's annexation of Western Sahara.
Because Ukraine is white, dog, is really not that hard. I mean, no, it's... Brother, first of all, whiteness is a political concept. We already mentioned it. Slavs were not necessarily considered white in certain points in time, both by America or Nazi Germany. But also, it's not like Israel and Palestinians are different than one another. None of those motherfuckers are white, okay? Have you seen people who are living in Israel? Have you met a Mizrahi Jew? They're Arab. Israel's not fucking white. Neither is Palestine. And Palestinians have white people, and there are Ashkenazi Jews in Israel. Like, it's a diverse environment. The entire region is incredibly diverse. The difference here is Ukraine is in the Western sphere of influence. It has a strategic interest for America, and so does Israel. That's the major difference here. Israel's stuck in its white supremacy. Yeah, to a degree. I don't know. Do you not support Ukraine? I have not only materially supported Ukraine, but I think I've supported Ukraine better than the American State Department has, time and time again, in demanding that there should be a ceasefire and peace negotiations, which, again, I advocate for a fucking ceasefire and peace negotiations in Gaza. Everybody yells at me and says, Hasan, you want Israelis to be genocided. I advocate for a fucking ceasefire and peace negotiations in Ukraine, and they say, Hasan, you want Ukrainians to be genocided. It seems like Americans just unconditionally fucking hate peace. Okay? Doesn't matter. I could be siding with the Ukrainians who are being attacked and invaded. Okay? Still, no peace there. I could be siding with the Palestinians who are being attacked and invaded. No peace there either. America just hates peace.
As well. And then on January 6th, 2021, on the very same day that a mob of pro-Trump supporters stormed the American Capitol building in Washington, D.C., another event of monumental geopolitical importance was simultaneously taking place over on the other side of the world, within the symbolic capital city of Sudan, Khartoum, the very location from which the Arab League had previously proclaimed its three-nose policy towards Israel more than 53 years previously. That day on January 6th,
I think the three no's, he focuses on it way too much. Like, the three no's are completely meaningless. Like, all of these countries, way before the Abraham Accords, had already, like, all but officially normalized relations with Israel. I just don't think that it's all that important, or was all that important. The only difference is that they were openly willing to recognize Israel.
In that precise symbolic location, the Sudanese government became the next Arab government to formally sign on to the Abraham Accords as well, which initiated the process of full Sudanese normalization with Israel as well. In order to convince them, the Trump administration had agreed to remove Sudan from America's state sponsor of terrorism list and provided them with a $1.2 billion loan to help clear Sudan's government debt to the World Bank. And just like that, the Trump administration was able to increase the pace of Israel's recognition in the Arab world from only 2 across 72 years of history to 4 more in fewer than 5 months, bringing the total up to 6 of them by 2021. And all without the underlying issue of Palestinian statehood being resolved first, that had long prevented Israel's recognition by any of the Arabs. By the time the Biden administration assumed office in Washington, it was seeming as if Israel was indeed going to be able to both eat their cake and still have it too. The Palestinians themselves were fully contained, divided, or scattered with an uncompromising Hamas-led government still dedicated to Israel's total destruction blockaded in Gaza, a mostly cooperative and collaborating Fatah-led government, isolated and divided across areas A and B of the West Bank, several million more completely removed Palestinian refugees scattered across Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, and about 1.6 million Palestinians.
there's so much in this process that he didn't mention of how the Fatah government not only got owned by Israel time and time again, but also like completely shed any remaining confidence that the Palestinian population had, and why they lost all confidence from the Palestinian population. Mostly because of the he didn't mention the intifadas, but also the reasons as to why it happened was because Israel purposefully. What? Oh, dude, fuck. That was so sick. I can't believe you banned that guy. What did he say? Fuck, two guys with insane takes. One guy said, what is it? Anti-fascists are fascist, and the Ottoman Empire was on par with Nazi Germany. Hassan is a socialist hypocrite. The other guy said, wait, where the fuck is it? It was like unhinged. He was saying like, it's terrifying that there's such a large community that's built around like hating the only Jewish country. Guy. Wait, what the fuck? Where did it go? Where's the message? The majority of Palestinians hate Fatah. Yeah, of course they do. Not really wrong about the Ottomans. Yeah, dude, the Ottomans are very similar to Nazi Germany. I guess if you're talking about the Armenian genocide, but beyond that, oh, here it is. It's extremely depressing to see such a large Twitch community revolving around hating the only Jewish state in the world. British Palestine was given to the Jews after centuries of anti-Semitic pogroms and murder of Jewish people. Most Jews are not even religious because it's an ethnicity after all, and Jews aren't white either. Hell, even Theodor Herzl was an atheist Jew, but the religious Kahanas make all Jews and Zionists look bad. No, it's not the religious Kahanas that make all the Jews and Zionists look bad. It's certainly a lot of the Zionists that justify the horrifying actions towards Palestinians that then say that they're doing it at the behest of all Jews, that inappropriately and in a very anti-Semitic way assign this violence to all Jewish people when that is not the case. Also, Theodor Herzl openly said that he was doing, colonial actions against the Palestinian population. I'm not clicking on that. Hassan is a buy.
Palestinian citizens of Israel itself, who comprised a minority of only about 20% of Israel's citizen population, despite Palestinians' total population across all of the former mandatory Palestine area, today remaining a slight majority at about 51% of the overall population, compared to the Jews at about 47%. To say nothing of the several million additional Palestinian refugees beyond the former mandatory Palestine in Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Lebanon, who have consistently argued for a right of return to the area of the former British Mandate that they or their ancestors fled or were forced out from. A right that represents a major component of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations that has always been refused by the Israeli side. From the Palestinian perspective, if more and more outside Arab states continue normalizing their ties with Israel, despite the Palestinians' dire situation on statehood, it could eventually have reached a tipping point where the Israeli government would eventually feel secure enough in a region with fewer overtly hostile enemies to finally begin the process of formally annexing territories in the West Bank, like the Jordan Valley and their numerous settlements, if not the entire West Bank altogether, something that has long been a goal of numerous right-wing and far-right Israeli parties for decades, but which has so far always been resisted out of fears of what the international response towards them would end up being. But if the fear of a harsh international response was removed, then what other deterrent would there have ever been? For the incoming Biden administration in 2021, the next goal for continuing on the Abraham Accords even further and achieving the biggest prize of all would be convincing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to become the next Arab country to normalize its relations with Israel as well. By this point in time, to most of the monarchist Gulf Arab states, Israel was already naturally starting to be viewed as less of an
the German Zionist Jews collaborated with the Nazis is a silly thing to mention. It was one group. They also, ironically, then became very socialist and very pro-USSR. But not only that, it was the Lehi group. But also, that is like similar to saying Palestinians collaborate with the fucking Nazis because the British-backed Mufti had talked to Adolf Hitler when a significantly larger number of Palestinians literally fucking died during World War II fighting against the Nazis. Don't mean shit. Yeah. There were Zionists who thought that Nazi Germany would be far more favorable to the Zionist cause than the British, especially during the especially during the the Havara agreements originally, and also during the British clamping down on Jewish immigration into the region. But it doesn't matter. This does not reflect the broader movement. And it's also kind of a gross thing to fucking say when, the Nazis are kind of known for something far worse. The extermination of 6 million Jews, I mean. So pointing to like one collaborationist movement of violent psychopaths within the Zionist movement is ridiculous. The Mufti was not a Palestinian leader in any way whatsoever. Yes, he was a British. No, he wasn't. I'm saying he was like some fucking random British-backed leader that they had placed in a position of power. It was not a leader that was. He was a puppet. Anyway, BB equals Big Boss makes sense now. No, Big Boss is not from Philadelphia, unlike Benjamin Netanyahu, who is
an outright hostile enemy, and more of a potential ally that they could maybe cooperate and do business with. The theocratic Islamic Republic in Iran, ruled by the Ayatollahs, and their ideology of radical Shiite Islamic revolution, had long espoused a foreign policy that advocated for the eventual unification of the entire Muslim world beneath the authority of their own Shia-dominated clergy, which included three initial objectives to accomplish first in very specific orders of importance. Number 1, destroy and remove all American and Western influence in the Islamic world that was perceived as a lasting vestige of the age of colonialism and corruptive. Number 2, completely destroy the state of.
For the record, like, the Shia position on this is anti-American, regardless of what some Shia leaders have said. Overall, I will say that, like, even what we've shown with like Hassan Nasrallah talking about anti-Semitism amongst Arab nations, it is unironically closer to a correct position as far as like America's involvement than what you hear from even pro-Israel Gulf nation state leadership that will then unironically repeat anti-Semitic nonsense.
Of Israel that is similarly viewed by Iran's regime as a foreign Western colonial power occupying lands that are historically and rightfully Islamic. And number 3, spread the Islamic revolution and the authority of Iran's Shiite clergy to the rest of the Muslim world, which necessitates overthrowing and toppling all of the.
It's official. Thank you, Elint News, for the update. According to Barak Ravid from Axios, breaking, the government has approved the deal for the release of the abductees. Regardless of, I suspect, what Itamar Ben-Gvir and many other of the religious far-right ultra-Zionists said. So, anyway, this stuff is very unlikely.
The various monarchies that exist across the Muslim world that Iran's clergy deem to be heretical and contradictory to where authority within Islamic states should truly lie, with the clergy and not with the nobility. Thus, ever since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, Iran has been consistently opposed to Israel's entire existence and to the existence of the Sunni Muslim monarchist regimes reigning in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Jordan. Just before 2020, when the Abraham Accords began rapidly accelerating Israel's recognition across the Arab world, the Iranians were making significant geopolitical gains against the Arab.
How Iran and Saudi met a few weeks ago? Iran and Saudi met a few weeks ago because China is now trying to get them to normalize relations and has been relatively successful in doing so. That's the reason why the blockade ended in Yemen. Did you ever consider visiting Israel, like filming a vlog there? Fuck no. One, I'm kind of terrified, like I will admit. I'd much rather go to West Bank or Gaza instead of going to Israel, but even then, I am afraid. Go to China? I am less afraid of going to China, despite, my commentary and criticisms of the Chinese government, specifically on separatist movements in Xinjiang and Uyghurs. But, of course, I have no criticisms of China. They've never done anything wrong and totally are just and valid. But overall, I'm less afraid of China than I am of Israel, for sure, 100%. Chinese government or USA government? No, I'm not afraid of the USA government. I'm an American citizen. Ultimately, I live in a country where there's at least like some semblance of free speech. That I do stand by. That's anti-Semitic. What? Saying that I'm more afraid of going to the West Bank or going anywhere that's like controlled by Israel than I am. Oh, it's a joke. Okay. Itamar Ben-Gvir just went on Israeli TV channel 14 saying insane shit.
לגבי הדוד מאמריקה, צריך להגיד לו תודה, באמת, אהבה גדולה, אבל צריך להגיד לביידן, תשמע, אתה אם היה לך חטופים, היה לך נשים...
If you had women there, if you had hostages there, and you know they're being abused,
שמתעללים בהם, אתה לא היית
you wouldn't give them a drop of mineral water?
טיפת מים מינרליים. וכן,
and
אנחנו
yes, we have to cling to our position.
ודלק היה חייב
and
להיות
fuel had to be a red line, because fuel is a tool used by Hamas.
אני לא קונה את זה שהדלק ילך ל...
God, he's such an ugly piece of shit, dude. I hate him so much. What a fucking... Ugh. What a fucking monster. That pump goes to UNRWA or Shmorna and other places. The water pumps, we know exactly where this fuel goes. He says, no, because if the water pumps don't work, there will be no water. You don't want people in Gaza to have water? I'll tell you, the claim is, and I don't want to go into the details, he looks normal, attack his stance and not his look. First of all, no, he doesn't. Okay. And secondly, don't worry. I attack his fucking opinions on a daily fucking basis. Okay. It's just when you have that, dude, I'm the one who first said Smotrich is hot. Okay. And you guys yelled at me. And I said the same thing for Lipit too. And I hate to admit it because like Smotrich is a fascist, psychopathic piece of shit. I'm just calling balls and strikes. Exactly. He looks like deep fried Peter Griffin. Oh no.
הייתה שלא בגלל המים, אלא שיכול להיות שהם יגרד להם.
Wait, what? I thought he was going to say the fucking, the fuel goes to the rockets. What is he talking about? The claim is, and I want to go into the details, was not because of the water, but it could be because of the lice itch. The Lord of the world, let there be lice to itch them. Until we know what happened to our children, let them all get lice, period. So enamored with his looks. That's anti-Semitic. Baby tier insult, says Hassan Piss Baby. Yeah, dude, I want to fuck him. I want to fuck Itamar Ben-Gvir. I'm enamored with his looks. I don't understand, man. I'm trying to lighten the fucking mood when I'm talking about some genocidal weirdo. What the fuck do you want? Why is everybody in here tone policing? Your literal fucking name is... Okay, stop sending me fucking Spider-Man. Jesus Christ. I hate when these dumb motherfuckers are literally like tone policing on my coverage of an ongoing ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing campaign.
Era monarchy specifically. They had successfully backed the Shia-adjacent Houthi movement in Yemen and kept them in power over most of the western side of the country, immediately opposite from Saudi Arabia's Shia majority and unstable southern border, and directly across from the strategic Bab el-Mandeb Strait, through which a large amount of Saudi Arabia's oil exports flow through, despite the Saudis spending nearly $265 billion in a years-long military intervention to crush the Houthis that failed. Iran's Shia militia
yeah, just like I try to crush the chatters with the top of the hour ad break and fail because many of you are subscribed. Here's the 3-minute ad break.
Organizations were growing increasingly powerful and influential in Iraq after the destruction of ISIS. Bashar al-Assad's government was winning the civil war in Syria against the Saudi-supported side. Hezbollah was growing even more powerful and more heavily armed than the Lebanese government itself, while the Gaza Strip, ruled by Hamas, remained a thorn in the side of both Israel and the anti-Islamist regime in Egypt of Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. These pieces, carefully positioned by the Iranians over decades across the board of the Middle East, represents what Tehran likes to call its axis of resistance.
I'm just saying, it would be really crazy if, and hear me out, okay, you recognize that Iran is greatly interested in purging your influence in the region because it correctly calls you an American state, okay? Here's how you can effectively eliminate one wing of that axis, okay? The anti-Israel, anti-American axis, anti-imperialist axis in the region. Offering Palestinians autonomy and you know, recognizing, not going to lie, people saying everything is anti-Semitic comes off way more anti-Semitic than anything you've said in the last 10 years. Well, I don't think I've ever said anything anti-Semitic in the last 10 fucking years. Or in general. I have been combating anti-Semitism diligently for the last 10 fucking years. But anyway, as I was saying, here's a really cool idea. It's called making one singular state where Palestinians have rights and liberties, and therefore there is no militant faction that is violently trying to rid what some may call the Zionist entity. You know, it could be a very effective way to stop that. Also, you know, normalizing relations with Lebanon, saying maybe even good faith normalization of relations with Syria. Oh, fuck. For a second, I thought Israel was an autonomous country and not simply another American state and an unsinkable aircraft carrier and a forward operating base for the United States of America. That's part of the reason why they can't do any of those things, because that would go against the interests of the United States of America. So there you go. That is part of the reason. It's a perfect allegiance. Israel wants to permanently expand and claim that it's being conducted. This permanent expansion that's occurring is being done at the behest of their real national security concerns. That permanent expansion strategy will then turn around and create unironic national security concerns for Israel. This continues to destabilize the entire region while it makes the lives of Israeli citizens unsafe, Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs alike, as a matter of fact. But it doesn't matter because ultimately it helps America. It helps America's interest in the region. As long as Israel doesn't get too horny to fucking kill too many Palestinians, which would then cause much larger destabilization in the region, which Israel's currently doing now.
And Saudi Arabia was beginning to feel like the Axis was encircling them. And then in 2019, Iran itself, or its proxies, even fired cruise missiles at Saudi Arabia that blew up the kingdom's biggest oil processing facilities at Abqaiq and Qurayas, that temporarily knocked half of the country's oil
Wait, I thought that was Houthis that did that.
Production offline. An attack that the kingdom's historic defender, the United States, refused to retaliate over. The Saudi monarchy quickly calculated after those attacks and after their military quagmire in Yemen that in order for them to have the best shot at surviving the coming inevitable confrontation,
Iran did it. I mean, it's Houthis that did it. They shot Iranian missiles, but I think it was the Houthis.
Confrontations with Iran over the rest of the century, they could no longer continue relying exclusively on their status as the world's biggest exporter and supplier of oil to keep the United States interested in defending them. A country that was becoming increasingly self-reliant on their own oil production through the shale and fracking revolutions. They needed to lock down an ironclad mutual defense treaty with the United States, just like the ones Washington has with their closest allies like NATO, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the Philippines that would legally bind the United States to come to the kingdom's defense if they were ever to be attacked by Iran or their proxies again. And to help lock that treaty down, they began to also recognize that the enemy of their enemy could also end up becoming their friend. And that friend was potentially Israel.
Bro, that's it. Okay. This is wrong. Like, this is so wrong. This is literally if you unironically look to like what leadership has said about Israel and truly believe it. This is why I keep repeating, no, they covered for Iran and claimed it. Iran launched munitions from the Ahwaz airbase. The Quds 1 cruise missiles used don't have the range to reach from Houthi-controlled territory. Oh, shit. I thought it was the Houthis that did it. But again, like all of these fucking countries had already been working in all but name with the Israeli government. Ahvaz, not Ahwaz.
A country they had long opposed on the basis of solidarity with the Palestinian Arabs, but a country that posed no serious existential threat to the monarchy in the Saudi kingdom, the same way that revolutionary Iran and its axis of resistance did. That's part of the context that contributed to the Sunni monarchies in the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain agreeing to both recognize Israel with the Trump administration's mediation in 2020. And it's been a heavy part of the calculus that
Turkey will be a key player in the negotiations. No, they won't. I mean, I guess they will, but once the negotiations have actually concluded. Okay, here's what I will say. Like all of the Arab leadership coalition that's like going to China to negotiate, every single part of that is bullshit, okay? There's only one guy at the table, not Turkey, it's America, okay? only one guy at the motherfucking table here. Only one guy that controls all the levers of power is the United States of America. That's it. What will happen after the conflict or this iteration of the conflict is over? Yeah, sure, they'll have regional partners involved, Turkey being one of them. You're not wrong about that. But overall, this is just America's say-so.
That has been going on with the Biden administration's attempts to mediate a further normalization agreement between the Saudis and the Israelis next. And thus, across 2022 and 2023, the Saudis, the Israelis, and the Americans were all negotiating and discussing this process to jointly solve all of their own unique problems of the 2020s. Going into the negotiations, the Saudis were deliberately artificially cutting their own oil production lower and lower to the point where their spare oil production capacity reached 3 million barrels of oil per day by October of 2023, meaning that essentially within a single month's notice, the Saudis could, hypothetically, decide to just flip a switch and unleash the spigots and dump an entire Brazil's worth of oil production onto the world market again, which would, of course, dramatically reduce global oil prices, greatly taper global inflationary pressures and fuel prices leading into the upcoming American presidential election, while simultaneously harming Russia's ability to continue financing.
Wait, the Scream producers came out and explained. Spyglass says Melissa Barrera was fired from Scream due to rhetoric that flagrantly crosses the line into hate speech. Spyglass Media Group initially declined to comment when Variety broke the news the company had dropped Melissa Barrera from the cast of Scream 7, but now the production banner behind the hit horror franchise revival push is pushing back on the narrative that has quickly coalesced around the decision that Barrera was fired for showing support for the Palestinian cause. Instead, a spokesperson clarifies that Barrera's posts were interpreted as anti-Semitic. How cowardly of the mainstream media to literally be like, well, they're interpreted as anti-Semitic. That's how you know it's like they're openly stating that it's probably not. Spyglass stance is unequivocally clear. We have zero tolerance for anti-Semitism or the incitement of hate in any form, including false references to genocide, ethnic cleansing, Holocaust extortion, or anything that flagrantly crosses the line of hate speech. In the wake of the October 7 Hamas terror attacks and Israel's subsequent attacks on Gaza, Barrera has been posting on her Instagram about the conflict, sharing posts that accuse Israel of genocide and ethnic cleansing. Wow, that's crazy. That's so fucking anti-Semitic. And distorting the Holocaust to boost the Israeli arms industry. Spyglass, I don't even know what the fuck this means, by the way. Spyglass quickly cut ties with the In the Heights actor following the post. Barrera was slated to star in the next Scream outing after leading the 5th and 6th entries in the past 2 years. Barrera is no longer working with the publicist, though it is unclear who dropped whom when the relationship was ended. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. Jenna Ortega is pro-Palestine too. Yeah, if you notice, she hasn't been as vocal this time around. Okay? She has not been as vocal this time around. I wonder why. Because every single person pretty much understands that if you fucking say anything and everything, there's motherfuckers waiting for you to waiting to misconstrue what you're saying if you're pro-Palestinian. So they can be like, oh, see, I told you. Yeah, no, this is a nut up or shut up moment, or more so, shut the fuck up. Don't say anything about Israel. She posted a story from a Jewish person's perspective. She's smart. Yeah, I mean, even that could still lead to problems for you. Yeah, remember the Times of Israel post from Danielle Margolis? Jenna Ortega versus Kanye. Whose anti-Semitic hate is worse? Oh, God. Remember when we covered this? This was a simpler time. Yeah. Simpler time, and yet so similar to the ongoing issues. Yeah. The comparison is so laughable because Jenna Ortega said Israel is an apartheid state. Kanye West is just anti-Semitic. Okay? Who's more dangerous to the safety of the Jewish people, Kanye West or Jenna Ortega? Easy, right? Kanye is an open Jew hater. This is true. He creates tweets that are both incomprehensible and threateningly anti-Semitic, spews Black Hebrew Israelite and Nation of Islam propaganda, and declares his love for Hitler and the Nazis. Yeah, Kanye West, pretty obvious. He went full Nazi. There was no question, you know? He even appeared to cause discomfort for even Alex Jones, the guy who attacked the survivors of the Sandy Hook shooting. Ortega, here, okay. While West uses his social media and self-aggrandizement, unhinged rants, and declarations that he's a god and most troublingly Jew hatred, Ortega uses hers to promote her work in humanitarian causes. She seems to genuinely want to help others. And therein lies the problem. The anti-Semitism of the well-intentioned but uninformed. Yeah, she posted decolonize Palestine. Decolonize, question mark. Was this a clumsy attempt at supporting a two-state solution? I clicked the link and I was horrified. Hamas-style propaganda. I found a site that was extremist propaganda, sadly, not uncommon, even on Netflix, advocating for the same position Hamas holds, the abolition of the state of Israel, the world's only Jewish state, small being Jewish state, existing only in part of the land which Jews are indigenous. The site tells a fictional story in which Jews from Europe were and are foreign invaders who violently displaced the Pacific Palestinian people, which is objectively true. What the fuck are we doing? For example, the following appears in the Palestine 101 section. The website that she fucking posted about, by the way, again, which she deleted, I guess, so that tweet is gone, was this website, decolonizepalestine.com. A wonderful website that has a lot of information and shows you the myths, the cute little grandma with a little key on her belt. I love this. I love this because it immediately showcases, like, look, one paragraph for Kanye West being like, he loves Adolf Hitler, it's his favorite guy. And then the rest of the article is literally about how anti-Semitic Jenna Ortega is. They were on the Deprogram. Who was? They were on a recent episode of the Deprogram. What is this? You can see there's a Hamas website complete with a terrorist name, Arabic in the English language. Try on Alex Jones clip for reference. I don't even want to click on it, okay? It's so gross. Everything that Kanye West said was so fucking gross. The one thing Kanye West didn't say, however, was that he's pro-Israel. And if he had said all of those things and then followed that up with, but Israel has a right to defend itself, it seems at least the ADL would be like, yeah, that's fine. Anyway. Oh, Decolonize Palestine was on Deprogram. Got it. What's your squat numbers lately? I don't fucking know. I haven't squatted in a while. I have been deadlifting, though. I mean, I ripped a 12-banger for, I think it was like 400 pounds. Fairly easily, as a matter of fact, on my top set, which was shocking. It was a 12-banger. I hit 400 pounds for 12. How's your back, dude? Pretty fucking strong. Strong like a goddamn ox. I mean, you're like 37, 320 pounds of pure Turkish muscle. I'd hope so. Thank you for saying that. I am not. Here's the post that actually got Barrera cut from Scream, not the other one. This could be construed as anti-Semitic, and she could have probably chose her phrasing a bit better. The Slash Film article, Melissa Barrera was filmed from Scream 7 for leading into an anti-Semitic trope that Jews control the media, and I have to assume it's referencing this Instagram story. This is quite blatantly misconstruing what she said. I've been actively looking for videos and information for the Palestinian side for the last 2 weeks or so, following accounts, etc. Why? Because Western media only shows the other side. Why they do that, I will let you deduce for yourself. I mean, this literally means because it's in line with America's foreign policy interests. I'm 32 years old. I'm not 37. Fuck you, chatters. Usually the algorithm on social media gets the gist. Well, my Discover page on IG will only show me videos showing and talking about the Israeli side. Censorship is very real. This is really funny that she's saying this because it's objectively incorrect. The real reason why she most likely is only seeing pro-Israeli information is because she's like a Hollywood actor, and a lot of the fucking Hollywood actors that signed the fucking no ceasefire, go full tilt letter and shit are pro-Israel. It's probably who she is, it's probably who she's friends with. My entire fucking feed on Instagram is just straight up, top to bottom, dead children. Like children in plastic bags, dead children whose literally heads have exploded from Israeli rockets. It's really, really horrifying. That is my entire feed. Why? Because I follow Eyes on Palestine. I follow Sean King. I follow Motaz. I follow Plestia. I follow all of the Palestinian journalists. And also, most of my friends are anti-Zionist. I do have Zionist friends as well, certainly. Why do you follow Sean King? Because he is doing hostage negotiations. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. He's the one who's releasing hostages. The real question is, why don't you? Anyway, he posted the 6405 number I was talking about earlier. What is that? Serious question. How do you reconcile your views with your Zionist friends and still stay friends? I'm having a rough time with it. Guys, there's I mean, I still try, but at the end of the day, there's not really much you can do. You know what I mean? There's plenty of people. There's at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do. Usually the algorithm on social media censorship, Palestinians know this. They know the world has been trying to make them invisible for decades. Keep sharing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is like, I think this part could have been worded more carefully, but this does not mean she's saying that Jews control the media. This is an insane reason to fire someone without even giving her a chance to clarify what she meant. Apparently, this comment also led to her firing. Yeah, she said Gaza is being treated like a concentration camp, cornering everyone together with nowhere to go, no electricity, no power. People are still silently watching all this happen. This is genocide and ethnic cleansing. Those were the statements that caused her to be fired. Objectively true. The other one could have been misconstrued, I guess, if you're like super cynical in your read. Yeah, it's ridiculous. My point always is you gotta be very careful. You can't allow anything to be misconstrued. You have to use your words very carefully. People will still turn around. People will still fucking turn around and say you're being anti-Semitic or that you love terrorism, that you want to kill settler babies. Like, these are the things that people say about me. If you've been in here for long enough time, over the course of the past 2 months, you know that I've never advocated for positions like that, but it still doesn't matter. So ultimately, you have to realize, like, yeah. Once again, by the way, actual anti-Semites in Hollywood still operating. Just saying. I don't think Hollywood has that big of an issue with anti-Semitism. Like, you know, people saying actually anti-Semitic things. Just, or maybe because he's also said a bunch of other racist stuff. So they're like, oh, he's just like a bad guy. He's racist. He's equal opportunity racist. So he's fine. Yeah, he literally said Jews are why Jesus was killed. He's insane. He's making a sequel to The Passion of Christ? Wait, how? What? What do you mean? How do you make a sequel to The Passion of Christ? Isn't it? It's over, right? Like, what do you mean? Is there a new Jesus coming? Oh my God, is it Jesus coming back to Earth like rapture shit? Because that's pretty pog. He supposedly kept getting struck by lightning during the filming of the Jesus movie and thought it was a good idea to keep going. Passion of the Christ 2 Book of Mormon? No, Passion of the Christ 2 is like literally fucking wiping out the West Bank. He's going to go into the West Bank and fist fight every Palestinian so that Jesus can come back to Earth.
Financing its war in Ukraine, as Russia, being the second largest oil exporter in the world, overwhelmingly relies on selling its own oil and gas reserves to fund their own government and military expenditures. And the lower global oil prices are, the less money Russia has to continue funding its war in Ukraine. The Biden administration, obviously, would greatly desire this outcome of the Saudis unleashing their taps. And to sweeten the deal even further, the Saudis would be willing to fully normalize their relations with Israel as well, granting the Biden administration a historic political achievement that the Trump administration before it wasn't quite capable of acquiring. All they were asking for in return was for Washington to solve all of their own problems. An ironclad mutual defense treaty permanently committing the United States to the kingdom's future defense against Iran, and American nuclear energy technology to enable the Saudis to establish a nuclear energy industry that would include the ability to enrich their own uranium. That, in a pinch, could enable the Saudis to rapidly develop their own nuclear weapon in the event that the Iranians suddenly developed one first. To the Biden administration in the United States, a deal enabling greater cooperation between the Israelis and the Gulf-era monarchies was also highly desirable for multiple reasons. It was well known by this point that America was attempting to finally withdraw most of its military forces from the Middle East, in order to focus on countering what Washington views as the far more pressing geopolitical challenges of the decade. Russian military aggression and expansion in Europe, aimed at Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and likely elsewhere in the former Soviet world, and Chinese desires to fully and finally dominate Taiwan and East Asia. The Biden administration's commitment to finally withdraw from America's military presence in the region, to focus more aggressively on these other theaters, was most infamously symbolized by the disastrous American withdrawal from Afghanistan in the summer of 2021, and the ensuing Taliban blitzkrieg that immediately catapulted the Taliban right back into power again that undid nearly all of America's trillions of dollars, thousands of lives, and decades of effort spent trying to dislodge them. Washington knows that Iran and its axis of resistance remains its most potent geopolitical threat in the Middle East, who is the most capable force of throwing the entire—
You don't have to ban the guy that says your face is annoying, mods. It's okay.
entire world economy into chaos by launching wars in the Persian Gulf and all around the world's most critical oil and gas trade routes. The consequences of which would be spiking global oil and gas prices that would most immediately benefit the Russian war machine that is still raging across Ukraine. This is why the United States now more than ever needs its local allies in the Middle East who have historically not cooperated well together because of the Palestinian issue remaining unresolved, to set aside their differences and finally begin cooperating to contain Iran and its axis of resistance, while Washington's own forces relocate to focus on containing China in the Pacific and Russia in Eastern Europe. This is why the United States wants Israel and Saudi Arabia, its two biggest partners in the Middle East and the two greatest Middle Eastern military powers beyond Iran and Turkey, who have never had any formal relations before, to finally begin working together along with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain against all of their mutual enemies in the region, Iran's axis of resistance. And then to Israel, Saudi Arabia, of all countries extending their recognition to the Jewish state, would be a permanent game changer. Saudi Arabia is the leading oil exporter of the world, and with that comes enormous economic power. Dominated by its world-leading oil exports, Saudi Arabia wields what is by far the largest economy in the Arab world, that is more than 2.5 times larger than the Egyptian economy, despite having only a third of Egypt's population. The Saudi economy is indeed so outsized compared to the rest of the Arab world that it represents nearly 1/3 of the entire Arab League's combined economy all on its own. Saudi Arabia is thus most often thought of as the premier leading Arab state today, despite having only the 6th largest overall population in the Arab world. And it's not just because of Saudi Arabia's outsized economic power either, but for their religious legitimacy within the worldwide Islamic faith, owing to their control and stewardship over the two holiest cities and sites in Islam.
Guys, I cover the hostage deal update, I know.
Mecca and Medina. If the Saudis recognized Israel's legitimacy then, there's no telling how much further their heavy weight would have carried with influencing even more Arab and Muslim countries around the world to recognize Israel next, especially in the context of Sudan, Morocco, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, all recognizing Israel immediately beforehand too. But the Saudi monarchy knew that simply recognizing Israel without addressing the underlying question of Palestinian statehood at all would have been a deeply unpopular move among their own people, who continue to overwhelmingly value their solidarity with their fellow Palestinian Arabs, more than the cold geopolitical calculus that the ruling family prioritizes for the sake of their own survival. And
I swear this video way overstates the importance of religion in a lot of this shit. I also think that it basically set up the Abraham Accords as like a serious peace process, like a serious move towards peace, without factoring in that like Israel is an apartheid regime. There was no mention of the fact that Israel is an apartheid regime, and it completely glances over the subject matter, especially when we're talking about why Israel was originally attacked. And the irony is that it is a very Western focused it is ironically very Western focused approach to the subject matter. I mean, it's dense and it's correct. Like a lot of the stuff that he's mentioning is not wrong, but the major problem is that if you frame it this way, then you're like, well, and then October 7 happened and Palestinians did that to fucking destroy the beautiful peace process that America had worked so hard alongside Israel. Now, I'm pretty sure he's a liberal. I don't think he's a Trump supporter or anything like that. But having said that, he said it's an apartheid when he was talking about the archipelago of Palestine. Okay. He briefly mentioned it. You're right. My point is, has been called an apartheid state is not enough. And it being an apartheid state is the fundamental reason why Israel was originally attacked. Like, there is no other reason. All of this other stuff, he did compare it to South Africa and Bantustans, which is good. But all of this other stuff that's going on that completely writes out Palestinians from the supposed quote-unquote peace process is part of the reason. Is part of the reason why October 7 happened, certainly. However, it's also another major misstep by the power player in the region. I look at this with, I think, an extremely critical lens where I look at Israel's arrogance in the way that it has dealt with the Palestinian people as bad governance in general. beyond the morality of the situation, which I think is abhorrent, and apartheid is completely not permissible. It's ridiculous. It's violent. It's horrifyingly racist. But I do think personally that Israel has also done a very bad job so far, especially since 1967. Really fucking bad. If your goal is permanent security and not like a suicidal interest in never ending expansion in the region, a region that is like becoming more hostile to you due to your fucking violent actions, both towards the Palestinians and to other fucking countries in your neighborhood, of course this is going to happen. And of course you're going to have security problems for your citizens. I think that you cannot continue behaving this way with hopes that like America will always bail you out. And this is a reality that even the internal security apparatus of Israel has recognized and has tried to rein in. Israel kept getting in his own way because the overarching Zionist agenda was to take over the entirety of this land that Palestinians were on top of still. And in order to do so, in order to try and do so with, Israel tried to do this while also trying to not piss off the Western world or the Arab nations in the region or the Arab populations in the region. A lot of these policies, in my opinion, should be analyzed from this very important framework that the Israeli government, okay, as an entity separate from the Israeli people, always and forever has operated in a way where they care more about Palestinian expulsion than they do about Israeli security. They demonstrated this on October 7th. They demonstrated this on October 8th. And they demonstrated this on October 6th too. One of the first actions that the Israeli government engaged in was to immediately start bombing Gaza while there were still hundreds of Palestinian militants inside of Israel proper. That to me shows what the truth is. It shows that the overarching goal here is to just like utilize any opportunity to expel or to kill as many Palestinians as you possibly can.
So, Riyadh was also demanding some limited and relatively small concessions from the Israelis relating to the ongoing Israeli occupation of the West Bank, in order to save some face and appear to continue being the Arab world's champion. But this was proving difficult for specifically the new Israeli government of 2023 to accept, because it was a brand new coalition government, largely composed of hardcore right-wing Israeli nationalist parties who wanted to completely annex the entire West Bank outright. The preceding November 2022 legislative elections in Israel had resulted in what has been called the most far-right government in Israel's entire history, a byproduct of years' worth of higher fertility rates among Israel's most religious sects of Judaism, resulting in a shifting of demographics further towards the religious right that is expected to continue for decades to come. Leading into the negotiations on normalization with Saudi Arabia, Benjamin Netanyahu was already considered to have been fighting within Israel for his continued political survival. His new coalition government in 2023 consists of pro-settler parties like Jewish Power and the religious Zionist Party that favor deporting Palestinians considered to be disloyal from Israel and favor further Israeli annexations in the West Bank. The coalition agreement between Netanyahu's own Likud party and the
That's just bad framing. There were 5 elections. The demographics didn't change in 1 year. There's two competing interests here. One is Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal motivation to try and remain in power so he doesn't go to jail. And two, a lot of these parties, including the Likud party itself, like Likud being a popular party in Israel is already unacceptable. It's ridiculous. But then these other guys also gaining more prominence as a consequence of the Israeli politics becoming more and more right-wing it would have happened under any circumstance as long as Israel had an apartheid. This is why when you look at the centrists in Israel and you listen to what they have to say about the treatment of Palestinians, you will recognize that even they are like totally on board with destroying Gaza, totally on board with wiping out Hamas. Hamas terrorism cannot live, cannot exist. And the only way that we can deal with it is by fucking mowing the lawn again. It's just, this doesn't happen overnight. It happens over years and years and years of constantly reinforcing why you must have the permanent security assurances in the only way you know how, which is by further oppressing Palestinians. Just look to America. Just look to America. Our politics get increasingly more violent year over year. We talk about like trans rights and stuff, or we talk about like how women's rights are great here in America. We have gay marriage and shit. But ultimately, when you look to American politics, there's always a consistent ratchet effect. And this very same thing already is also occurring in European countries, with more and more far-right elements gaining prominence in European parliaments, in European countries. AfD in Germany, Meloni in Italy, some of which have already seized control. Le Pen in France. But then you look at Le Pen in France, and then you look at fucking Macron and his dealings. Instead of demonstrating a strong left-wing opposition, instead of allowing a strong left-wing opposition that is populist, but economically populist, and also socially progressive, these guys, the neoliberals in power, turn around and capitulate to right-wing elements of social conservatism, which, as we know in the United States of America, but also in Europe, only lends credence to the most fascist elements in society, to the most fascist forms of governance, the most fascist parties. When you do that, all you do is you just normalize the AfD's position. You lend it credence from the governing majority for no reason whatsoever. Democrats do this for the Republicans all the time. What we know as the ratchet effect, ratcheting towards further and further right-wing politics. It's really, really devastating. It is going to cause, in my opinion, a lot of problems in the near future for Europe. If we're looking at it from a materials analysis way, isn't all the right-wingers coming into power right now mostly due to capitalists overextending in the public's reaction to protests, etc.? Yes. It's centrists lending credence to social conservatism as the only permissible form of populism. If the public is demanding material change, but also simultaneously saying a bunch of racist shit, and the only thing that you as a neoliberal can allow is like maybe offering 10% more racist policies, all of a sudden you haven't changed the material conditions on the ground that is causing that volatility, causing that anger to begin with, and all you've done is lend credence to the fucking right-wing positions, and you will never be able to defeat the right-wing populace in their own game. No one in America is ever going to say, yeah, I'm voting for the Democratic Party because they're racist. So when the Democratic Party does behave in very racist ways or permit right-wing white nativist immigration policies, for example, you're not actually winning over a majority of people that are like, you know what, I'd rather go with the Democrats because they're doing racism in an appropriate way. All you've done at that point is just basically create an environment where the Republicans can go, see, no matter what they do, they will never be able to deal with immigration. We can deal with immigration because we're the real racists. And even they recognize it's bad. Look, there was no better demonstration of this than Donald Trump turning around and being like, who built the camps? Obama built the camps. It was so wild. I felt like I was taking crazy pills when Donald Trump would openly be like, Obama built the camps. Why didn't you yell at him back then? And it's like, bitch, I yelled at Obama too. And Biden is now building the wall. You think that matters? When you look at, yes, I know I described the CDU in Germany. I know. It's identical, okay? Centrist, center-right politicians like the Liberal Democratic Party in the United States of America or the CDU in Germany unironically create an environment that causes actual far-right parties to gain prominence because you are legitimizing their position.
Religious Zionist Party that followed those elections in November of 2022 specifically stated, quote, "The Prime Minister will work towards the formulation and promotion of a policy whereby sovereignty is applied to the Judea and Samaria. Judea and Samaria being the Israeli right-wing term for the West Bank. As a result..."
Like, dude, racism is easy politics, okay? It's so easy. It's so easy. The broad majority of every population is stupid as fuck. And stupid people are easy to dupe with reactionary framing. Okay, the fear of the other. It's like a very base natural phenomena. Okay, it's like some lizard brain shit. And that's precisely what Democrats lean into as well. UB is correct. When rhetoric enables the subjugation of the other for the sake of security theater, fascism is always going to be the result. While it's not the same, America has consistently enabled the southern border as the reason for our rise in fascism, or our treatment of black and brown populations, our treatment of the working poor. And conditions worsen, we cannot ever have any courageous leaders sit back and offer the material changes necessary to fix these problems. So all we do is try to like push the problems away. And the only way to push the problems away, the only way to sweep them out of sight and out of mind is through a militant machine. A machine that moves us closer and closer towards barbarism, fascism.
Result, in February of 2023, the Israeli Defense Ministry agreed to transfer most of their administrative powers in the West Bank over to a West Bank settler named Bezalel Smotrich, the leader of the Religious Zionist Party and the brand new coalition government's appointed Minister of Finance. A move that effectively appointed Smotrich, an avowed Jewish supremacist who openly opposes any Palestinian statehood at all and denies the existence of the Palestinian
Smotrich is a manlet, I've come to find.
People as the de facto governor of the West Bank. And while the move might not have been accompanied by the same kind of pomp and circumstance that went along with Russia's declared unilateral annexations of occupied territories in Ukraine, this Israeli transfer of authority in the West Bank from military rule to civilian rule effectively amounted to a quiet de jure Israeli annexation of the West Bank anyway, and further cemented Israel's long-term designs on incorporating the territory even further at the expense of the Palestinians, and in contravention to the agreed-upon Oslo Accords of 1993 and 1995. And thus, for Netanyahu to compromise.
Azan, do you believe Israel could ever become so belligerent and self-destructive to American interests the U.S. will drop them? And is that copium? Yes, America will never drop Israel. What are you, fucking nuts? No. America will just rein in Israel before they drop Israel. What do you mean? Dude, I'm telling you right now, no matter how fucking horny Netanyahu is, okay, no matter how horny he is to have one last hurrah before he loses power and may even go to prison, no matter what happens, America could technically still say, dude, you're done. You're done.
On any plans of further incorporating the West Bank into Israel would mean betraying his own coalition partners who were keeping him in power, which significantly tied his hands on the negotiation.
Oh yeah, Netanyahu's not going to prison for war crimes, for corruption. Yes. I think part of the corruption case was literally him giving money to Hamas, actually. Wasn't it? Hold on. What was the corruption charges against him? He was indicted for breach of trust, accepting bribes, and fraud, which led him to legally relinquish his ministry positions, ministry portfolios, other than prime minister. He denied all accusations, vociferously attacked those who seek to prosecute him. Trump put Israel into uncharted territory, dominating political life. Dude, they're so perfect for one another. Him and Trump are so perfect for one another. The investigations into Netanyahu's conduct began in 2016 when the authorities pursued claims that the prime minister had a habit of performing official favors for wealthy businessmen in exchange for gifts, both material and intangible. Netanyahu's Israel's longest-serving prime minister was accused of receiving cigars, champagne, bracelets, bags, luxury clothes, disrupting investigative and judicial proceedings, and even demanding fawning coverage by two leading Israeli news outlets. In 2018, police formally recommended that he be prosecuted. In 2019, he was indicted and the trial began in 2020. Jerusalem District Court made its way through a list of more than 300 witnesses, but the trial, originally expected to last a year or more, has been delayed several times for various reasons, including once when a central witness cited personal reasons in 2021, another time because of coronavirus restrictions, and again in February this year when the judge in case tested positive for COVID. Case 1000, suspicions. Netanyahu received gifts from Hollywood mogul Arnon Milchan, Australian businessman James Packer in return for political favors, lavish gifts. Case 2000, Netanyahu and Arnon Moses, publisher of the Yediot Ahronoth Daily, discussed the tit-for-tat deal. Yediot is Ynet, right? Netanyahu would limit the circulation of rival newspaper Sheldon Adelson owned Israel Hayom. Wait, what? Netanyahu and Sheldon were on the outs? I did not know that. Wait, this is so weird. Aren't they both? But they're both right wing. That's so weird. In return, Yediot Ahronoth would give the premier favorable coverage. Adelson is dead now? Yes, he is. He died. James Packer with then fiancee Mariah Carey in Italy, June 2015. Sheldon Adelson, was he a journalist? Fuck no, he was a fucking casino mogul, dude. What? Sheldon Adelson. Damn, a lot of chatters don't know. Straight fucking awful demon. Awful reactionary right-wing psychopath. One of the biggest defenders of the Republican Party. One of the biggest donors of the Republican Party. There's no solidarity amongst right-wing people. There's only the next enemy. Right-wing will kill right-wing if they perceive each other as a bigger threat to their ideology. Yes, I do know that Yair Netanyahu's son, lives in Miami. Another L for Florida. Also, he's 2 days younger than you. Yes, I do know. I know that Yair Netanyahu, also a groiper and anti-Semitic himself, just like his dad, is in Miami right now. He lives in Miami. Netanyahu allegedly gave Milchan for return for $750 in gifts. He pushed the Milchan law, which gives tax breaks for Israelis returning after living overseas. He helped him get a new 10-year visa to the U.S., set up a meeting to advance his interest in the Israeli TV market. Further deal tied to Milchan's Indian business partner, intervened to prevent collapse of Israeli TV channel that Milchan had shares in. Damn, this guy's awesome. Netanyahu's other son is a Bible champion. Sheldon Adelson owned a Boeing 747 SP, which was one of the only ways to fly directly from Las Vegas to Israel nonstop in luxury. Same plane they use in the Sophia Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy program to take pics of space from higher up in the atmosphere. Nice. Not even a Bible champion. He came in third place. I mean, I think that's still pretty pog. Good for Netanyahu's world Bible champion son. Much better than the other one. What the fuck is a groiper, dude? Like a 4chan loser. Like a 4chan Nazi. Anyway.
With Saudi Arabia, who was wanting to see at least some symbolic progress against the occupation of the West Bank being made. But progress was still being made nonetheless, with the Saudi crown prince himself saying in September of 2023, mere weeks before Hamas's attack on Israel, that every day the prospects of normalized relations between the kingdom and Israel were getting closer. All of this build-up to war began coming to a head in 2023, when Iran and the Saudis first negotiated a full restoration in their own diplomatic relations in March, with the mediation of the Chinese. A clear attempt by Iran to present itself and its axis as being less threatening to Riyadh in order to dissuade the Saudis from seeing the need to ally any further with Israel. Clearly, Iran does not want its two biggest self-declared enemies in the region, Israel and the Saudi monarchy, actually cooperating together against them. Iran would prefer to divide and conquer, and prevent Israel and the Saudis from being able to cooperate against them. Divided, they are easier targets for Tehran and their axis to work against independently, one at a time whenever they believe the times are right. Any deal between Tel Aviv and Riyadh that would disrupt that capability would have thus been anathema and unacceptable to Tehran's regime. Ultimately, as of the production of this video, it's still not precisely clear if Iran ended up having any direct influence or not on Hamas's attack on Israel that was launched on October 7th. But Hamas and Iran do have a very long relationship. Iran somewhat supports Hamas's regime in the Gaza Strip because they share at least one core aligned goal: the total destruction of Israel as a state. But Hamas is not just a total proxy of Iran that answers directly to the Ayatollah in the same kind of way that Hezbollah in Lebanon does. Hamas and Iran have core ideological and theological differences that matter. Hamas is a militant Sunni Islamist and Palestinian Arab nationalist organization, while Iran envisions the ultimate establishment of a pan-Islamist state ruled by their own Shiite clergy that would, assumingly one day, include all of Palestine as well.
I mean, I don't think the theological differences matter at all, especially considering that I don't think that matters at all, especially considering that they are literally closer to the Shia regime than they are to the Muslim Brotherhood, which they originally started as an offshoot of. So it's not, I don't think this is like a religious war. I don't think religion plays this big of a deal. Religion plays an important role when discussing places like Jerusalem. The symbolism of what Jerusalem is and who gets to control Jerusalem is important to the entire Muslim world. It's important to some of the religious Jews as well, but and maybe even Christians too. But ultimately, it's not. I don't think that this is like a religious war as much as it is a way to purge the region of American. A way to purge the region from American influence, which, by the way, is a foolhardy endeavor, and it's not going to happen, but still, that is the major point here.
Of course, differences in ideology haven't stopped Iran from cooperating with other regimes in its axis of resistance before, such as the Arab nationalist and nominally secular Assad regime in Syria, but the differences between Hamas and Iran are still notable nonetheless. Hamas has historically cooperated with Iran and the rest of the axis of resistance in a sort of marriage.
Hamas is technically closer to Wahhabism, I guess? Fuck no. No. What? Absolutely not. Not even remotely close to Wahhabism. No. No shot. No. Absolutely not. Bro, they literally fucking killed ISIS members inside of Gaza. You know who's closer to Wahhabism? Israel, okay? They're the ones who play the enemy of my enemy is my friend type shit when they were aligned with al-Nusra Front in Syria. No. Hamas in and of itself, like Hamas as an institution might be Islamist, or Hamas leadership might be Islamist, but that doesn't, that's neither here nor there. They do not operate with Islamist purpose. If that was the case, then they wouldn't be advocating to release like the leader of the PFLP, for example.
Of convenience. Not because they do so enthusiastically, but because there's basically nobody else in the world who will actually directly support them against Israel, as Hamas is recognized as a terrorist organization by basically the entire Western world and Egypt. Hamas knows that Iran views them as essentially a pawn on their board of the Middle East. A pawn that can be sacrificed to achieve strategic outcomes, like finally crashing the Israel-Saudi normalization process once and for all. But Hamas has been left with no other choice but to operate as Iran's pawn. And even independently of Iran's reasons and influence, Hamas had their own motives to launch their attack on October 7th as well. By provoking Israel into launching a massive retaliatory invasion of the Gaza Strip, it puts Saudi Arabia into a very uncomfortable position. Would they, as the self-professed leader of the Arab world and advocate for the Arab people, continue?
The goal of any kind of terror attack, any kind of attack of like indiscriminately lobbing missiles or kidnapping IDF members or even kidnapping Israeli citizens and civilians is always the same. It's one and the same. It's the same goal that the PFLP had if they were to fucking, take over a plane, like hijack a plane. It's always to make demands of the Israeli state, or rather to engage in a negotiations process, or depending on how desperate they are, to make the occupation as costly as possible. That's it. Like it's never anything beyond that. There is no like additional we want to exterminate all the Jews type shit that American political commentators try to consistently claim is the overarching goal here. No. They indiscriminately fired upon civilians, including killing and even taking hostage a bunch of Thai immigrant workers. They killed a bunch of Druze people as well. They killed a bunch of Arabs when they went into Israel proper. Their goal overall is to make the occupation be costly, that they're still there, that they cannot be ignored, that you can't simply trap 2.5 million people into a open air prison and then have another 2.5 million under occupation in the West Bank under an apartheid structure. They just can't do that without repercussions. You might not agree with that, but that is the ultimate goal. Like the ultimate goal of the HasanAbi broadcast is serving you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
normalizing relations with Israel in the midst of cataclysmic suffering of the Palestinian Arabs in Gaza, continuing to do so would have fundamentally undermined the Saudi monarchy's own legitimacy with its people, and with Arabs and Muslims the world over. And so potentially with them deciding to stop the deal, the Saudis and Israelis wouldn't end up being able to cooperate together against one of Hamas's biggest supporters, Iran. The pace of continued recognition of Israel in the Arab world from the Abraham Accords may finally be stopped. The unresolved question of Palestinian statehood may finally return back to the forefront of political discourse in the Arab and outside worlds. International pressure on Israel may continue to grow, and perhaps the Israeli government would feel less secure in their looming plans to annex the West Bank.
Yeah, gotta make money while talking about Gaza. Yeah, dude. Can't forget the ads. I know that's my major goal. Like, I wasn't joking. That is the major reason. That's why I talk about like politically unpopular things on a regular basis. That's why I've been relentlessly covering Israel Palestine over the course of the past 2 months, despite the fact that it has like literally led to a massive meltdown. Thousands of people routinely calling me a fucking terrorist, and a supporter of Hamas. And also most people just leaving because ultimately most people even leaving the broadcast because they're too bored of like the constant coverage of death and atrocities over and over again. I do it because I love the money. That's why I do it.
Even feel less secure and continuing on.
Thank you for speaking truth to power, my friend.
Their 16-year-long blockade of the Gaza Strip. So far, it appears that many of these objectives have begun to already be achieved. Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, has already announced that the talks of normalizing relations with Israel will be put indefinitely on hold until the war in Gaza is over, and he has begun increasing his demands of Israel for a deal much further than he was before. Now, the Saudis are demanding that in order for the normalization agreement to be made after the war is concluded, Israel must fully withdraw all of its hundreds of thousands of settlers from the West Bank entirely, something that the hundreds of thousands of Israeli settlers themselves and the increasingly far-right Israeli demographics and parties who currently govern the country will most likely never be willing to accept. And that means that it's highly doubtful that Israel and the
There is no party in the Israeli government that would accept that. Maybe like the communist 5 seats that occupy the communist parties, and maybe like if they were popular enough, like the Arab parties. No shot. It's just not a thing. That is not. It also would be very violent. Like, it would be ridiculous.
Saudis will be able to actually work out a deal and fully cooperate together against Iran going forward.
My links don't work.
Moreover, Washington's strategic plans for a new security arrangement in the Middle East to cover for their reshuffling of forces to focus on countering China and Russia now appear to have failed, with the future cooperation between the Israelis and the Saudis against the Iranians and the Axis of Resistance now appearing to be in tatters. Iran will continue to be emboldened to whittle away at the Israelis and Saudis one at a time, and at a time and place of their own choosing, while Iran's increasingly close ally Russia will be strengthened by the deal falling apart as well, because now the Saudis have very little incentive to turn back online their spare oil production capacity of 3 million barrels of oil a day.
You're a deluded extremist that fosters more divisions than the solutions you claim to seek. No, I'm not an extremist. Well, I guess maybe I am. Actually, you know what? There is probably, if peace is an extreme position, then yes, I am an extremist. If peace or if healthcare, for example, is a radical proposition in America, then yes, I am a radical, right? The real question is it the correct proposition? Is it the morally righteous proposition? That's what you must be asking yourself. And as far as like fostering more division than the solutions I claim to seek, this part is actually incorrect. The only difference here is that divisions always exist. You are just not conditioned into seeing the perspective of the oppressed. So when I cover the perspective of the oppressed rather than the position that the oppressor wants you to hear, which is that to assure stability, we must continue oppressing viciously, all of a sudden you start believing that this is causing division. This is inherently a reactionary perspective. It is. It's one that Republicans regularly repeat when talking about Black Lives Matter. Oh, you're causing more division by bringing up the fact that black people's position in American society and contemporary American society is still unjust, is one of major injustices. You think it's extreme and you think it's divisive because you would rather have me shut the fuck up. You would rather have people that speak out on injustices shut the fuck up so you can continue turning a blind eye to it. And you could just as easily turn a blind eye to it and maybe watch MSNBC or CNN or any number of other other political commentators online that feed you this, bed by story or whatever the fuck it's called, nighttime story, lullaby. But instead you come here and you get mad and you try to attack me for these positions. Bedtime story. Bed by. Sorry. Well, I'm, ESL. So you have to ask yourself, am I a deluded extremist that fosters more division, or is there something inside of you that says maybe an apartheid is immoral and I'm more mad at this guy telling me that it's an apartheid because it's forcing me to come to terms with what I believe I am? A person who would rather just turn look the other way. You're an extremist, Hamas, Abi. How about you pull up those top of the hour ads to spread your lies of Italiophobia? I miss those days. Didn't I run the top of the hour ad break? I did. Minutes ago.
Which will likely keep oil prices higher for longer, and which will keep allowing the Russians to continue earning more money on their oil exports to keep pushing back against American influence in Ukraine and Europe. Moreover, America now might not be able to afford to turn its full attention away from the Middle East, like they had previously hoped to do, meaning that America's own forces will have to pick and choose their battles of support between a rotating cast of Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, as the increasingly close partnership of Iran, Russia, and China choose when to strike against global American hegemony next.
Look at much more manageable of a position you got now. I get the position of the oppressed, but we cannot loop in the actions of Hamas or the Palestinian people and defend basically a terrorist organization that takes advantage of its own people for a cause that is one-sided. I am not mad, nor do I want you to shut the fuck up. I want you to recognize the other side. I in no way defend the IDF. I think they should be condemned, but not in a way that involves killing innocent music festival goers. There's so much to unpack here, because everything that you just said about Palestinians being conflated with Hamas is a conflation that the IDF makes in the actions that it takes in Gaza. All you do here is say IDF should be condemned. Do you feel like the IDF is a terrorist organization? I certainly do. I do. I think Israel is a terrorist state, just like the United States of America is a terrorist state. Okay? I condemn Hamas, but I doubt that you would condemn Israel as a terrorist state. Do you believe that Israel is an apartheid? Do you believe that Israel is violent in the maintenance of an apartheid state? Okay? I have not once never said that killing innocent music festival goers is an actual adequate solution. You know what I mean? I never said that. The difference is, while I personally don't believe that we should be placing the same moral boundaries on a faction that was born out of violently and in a reactionary manner resisting to an apartheid regime with the same apartheid regime that is a militarized nuclear state that is maintaining said apartheid regime, okay? I can't even get people to play on that same moral playing field. We can't even get Israel and Hamas on the same fucking moral boundaries here. The difference, however, is that it's normal. It is totally allowed to defend Israel unconditionally. You get very mad when someone even tries to analyze the reasons as to why something like Hamas exists. You consider that to be uncouth. You consider that to be defense apologetics for terrorism. Okay?
The Israeli ground forces are now invading the Gaza Strip and are dedicated to Hamas's complete destruction. It becomes apparent that sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice a pawn in order to bait your enemy into making a strategic mistake. And it seems like Tehran has played their piece, knowingly or not, extraordinarily well. Of course, there's a lot more history and context to the many, many wars fought between Israel and Hamas that eventually led up to the current war that's ongoing today. The current conflict is actually the 5th war that they have fought between each other, with previous large-scale wars being waged between them in 2021, in 2014, in 2009, and in 2008, and skirmishes and attacks between them being fought all in between, that have all contributed even further to the buildup of total war that began in October of 2023. But unfortunately, due to the inherently violent, controversial, and recent nature of discussing how an organization like Hamas was able to catapult itself into power in the Middle East, and how all of the many wars between them and the Israelis have gone ever since, the next part of this video would almost certainly cause the rest of the video that came before it to become demonetized and age restricted, which ultimately would mean that YouTube's algorithm would have never promoted any of this video to you, and you would probably never have gotten to see any of it. But thankfully, I was still able to produce that next part of this video anyway because of the power of Nebula, where you can go and watch the next full-length part covering exactly how Hamas managed to rise to power in Gaza and how the many wars and conflicts between them and the Israelis have been fought ever since. If you want a broader context behind this conflict with information that this video didn't quite get into, like what the Gaza Strip really is, what Hamas is, and how the conflict between Gaza, Hamas, and Israel has constantly evolved over decades into its current form, then this is what you should check out next, as it's all very important to understand if you want to try and make sense of what's going on here right now. And this is also just one of more than 24 exclusive full-length real-life lore videos that you can only find on Nebula in my overall Modern Conflict series there that can all only be found over there because of all of their darker, more controversial subject material. There are dozens of other episodes covering how other recent major wars and conflicts in the Middle East began and went that this video also never really dived into, like the rise and fall of ISIS across Iraq and Syria, the modern civil wars in Syria, Yemen, and Libya, a deeper dive into the origins of the United States-Iran conflict, the 2003 US invasion of Iraq, and the 20-year-long American invasion and occupation of Afghanistan, along with dozens of others and brand new episodes releasing every single month that will help keep you up to date and informed with all of the proper context that you need to understand major ongoing crises and conflicts. And what's even more, you also get access to all of the other amazing exclusive content that's on Nebula, because the best part about this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its creators, built by me and hundreds of other YouTubers and podcasters. And because it's a subscription-based service, we all get to work on way bigger and higher budget productions over there than we ever could do on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content that you'll find equally fascinating from tons of other creators that you probably already know as well. Like when
Haas's video is particularly bad and makes everything about US and Iran like it's so in line with any profoundly self-important American take. I think the Israeli conflict is an American one, and saying that is not incorrect. A lot of people engage in this weird copium. Yeah, Nebula is a
Productions, Neo Poly.
This is America. Like, this is an American conflict. This is America's doing 100%. He lost me the claims of this being 5D chess game by Iran and oversimplifications about oil. It's also very liberal and American-centric. I think second thought on Nebula parted ways. I don't know if it was an amicable split or not, but I think Nebula is still pretty decent overall, and there's great content creators on there. Oh, I forgot to do the fucking Patriot Awards and shit. Here's Joe Biden mistaking Taylor Swift for Britney Spears.
Harder than getting a ticket to the Renaissance tour or Britney's tour. She's down in, it's kind of warm in Brazil right now.
Oh my God, that's so bad. One, said it's Britney's tour. It's not, it's Taylor's tour. Two, he mentioned how fucking warm it is in Brazil after like heat death occurred. Oh my God, Swifties, get him. He's done. He's done. He's done. It's over. It's Jover. Oh, here. Let's watch Jesse Waters, what he had to say about gay Nutcracker Christmas figurines.
Gay Nutcracker.
The fuck? How did this break?
Gay Nutcracker. Complete with a rainbow hat, a trans flag. Full price, $12, but right now it's on sale for $8. Target also sells Santa ornaments, but Target Santa is in a wheelchair and is black.
Why is that so triggering? Like what are we doing? We're just like dunking on people in wheelchairs. Like at some point you just gotta be like, dude, conservatism is just about being mean. Like, it's such a weird fucking thing. Also, they never show the shit ton of like normal Santas, white Santas, the best Santa. You just go get a regular ass Santa too, don't worry.
It doesn't make sense. You have to ask yourself, why do they keep pushing this? Who are they trying to appeal to? Because despite what the media portrays or how...
Also, there's no better representation that conservatism is just like a loser ideology than this fucking dumbass Riley Gaines, who got 5th place in a swim meet one fucking time. And oh my God, dude, She tied for 5th place. She lost to one trans woman who didn't win the fucking swim meet. And she still lost to multiple cis women. And she's still fucking complaining, dude. Oh my God. Perpetual L machine.
Politicians are voting. This doesn't represent the overwhelming majority of how this country, really how.
It's also ironic because, like, she doesn't fit the fucking dainty stereotypes. Like, she doesn't even fit the gender binary. Despite the fact that she's made her entire commentary around, like, saying that you can always tell, trans women are bad. You're way too muscular, way too athletic looking. And in a world where you want to shit on those who do not fit the same gender standards, the same gender norms that you are supposedly fucking advocating for, you would get bullied too. Cis women far outnumber trans women. And the women that end up getting yelled at the most due to transphobia are still always going to be cis women. Transphobia harms more cis women than trans women because there aren't that many trans women out there. It's so weird. Instead of moving towards advocacy and moving towards tolerance and like correctly explaining to people that gender is a social phenomena, very odd that this person who doesn't even fit the fucking gender norms that she supposedly believes is rigid is just still advocating for a world where she's going to get dunked on.
The world feels on this issue. I think majority of people, parents especially, they can acknowledge that gay nutcracker and black disabled Santa has gone way too far.
Way too far, man. I'm so fucking triggered. I can't believe it. Why isn't it like Santa with a big old dick? You know what I mean? Standing proudly on his 2 fucking feet, looking sexy, pectorals, you know, glistening in the fucking sun. That's what I want. I want my Santa to be fucking
Santa Awards last night, and it was just as dumb as last year. First off, yes, the Patriot Awards are all too real. They're sponsored by Bass Pro Shop and Golden Corral. You can only watch them on Fox's streaming service, Fox Nation. And this year, they got decidedly more fashy. I mean, the first award of the night, the coveted Most Valuable Patriot, went to Moms for Liberty, a designated...
Oh, Moms for Liberty. Oh, no. Yikes. So close to the recent news that came out that one of the leaders in Moms for Liberty was not only convicted as a sex offender, but even worse than that, was a Laroshite. That's right. Ooh, not good. Here it is. Right-wing Moms for Liberty organizer is a convicted sex offender. Philip Fisher Jr., who does faith-based outreach for the group in Philadelphia, abused a 14-year-old in 2011. The Philadelphia Inquirer reported on Monday. Turns out Fisher was convicted in 2012 for aggravated sexual abuse of a 14-year-old boy, with the charging document saying that Fisher, then 25, engaged on oral and anal sex with the boy. Fisher, who pleaded guilty, told the Inquirer that the conviction was a railroad job by a PAC affiliated with Lyndon LaRouche, the culty former presidential candidate whose organization Fisher worked for at the time. It was a political situation that happened between me and Lyndon LaRouche, Fisher said. It was a member of his camp, his party, that made the accusation. They pushed it through. Yup. So glad they gave the award to this, though.
Designated extremist organization that lost at least 70% of its races this year. Luckily, that last part doesn't really matter because hosts were pretty psyched about stochastic terror.
A movement that was so powerful, they were called domestic terrorists.
Those two freedom fighters.
The only other notable awardee was author James Patterson. He won the Back the Blue Award for his propaganda book. Some other highlights include when Sean Hannity went on stage just to recite the same exact bits he did last year.
Well, they do love conserving their talking points.
I know there's a lot of really hot chicks that watch that audience of yours.
Any fans with Mark Levin?
That's it. I'm done.
Hannity also did a spoken word version of The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He did not explain why.
The devil, he jumps up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what.
I really cannot stress how much of this show is just Fox hosts cosplaying as actual famous people, because that's the entire reason this show exists. They couldn't get into the real awards shows, so they created their own, except it only has like 5 awards and 3 real celebrities. You think I'm kidding? But they were so happy Dennis Quaid was there that he went on stage twice, and one of those was to sing his horrible gospel song.
But bad things happen to good people when you're riding with the devil on a foggy night.
Now I know you're wondering if there were
yeah.
any looks at the Patriot Awards. Don't worry, I got you. We've got Harris Faulkner's dress, Janine Pirro wearing 7,000 paper doilies. I don't know what this is. I think worst fit of the night, though, goes to Riley Gaines, a woman who has made her entire career on transphobia, but is incapable of using a steamer. I'm not even gonna touch the shoes. Like I said before, the Patriot Awards are only available on Fox Nation. I've talked about Fox Nation in the past. I think what's really striking about it is how it's completely unusable. For example, last night, if I tried to pause at any time, Fox Nation would send me to an entirely different show called Top Combat Pilot. Luckily, if you don't want to deal with the website, you can go to the Patriot Awards in person. For just $49, you can see the personalities you know and love, like Abby Hornacek and Johnny Joey Jones. There are some ground rules though. No political shirts, no weapons, no flags, and also Fox Nation can use your name, your voice, your actions, your likeness in anything at any time in perpetuity. And for what you're getting, I can't think of a better deal.
You go there as Hank Pecker? Fuck yeah. All right. This is all I got for today, though. Wanted to end it on a high note, talking to you about motherfucking yee-ass Patriot Awards. No gaming will be commencing tonight. I apologize. I'm tired. You watched The Curse yet? I have not. I love you guys. I have not yet watched. I don't think I watched the Jujutsu Kaisen episode that came out last night. Anyway, love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye. From me and Kaya.
Los Angeles, California, starlock to the starlock to stop it, Chica. Started streaming, the sun is streaming. The sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Starting Discord activity, take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGB. Therefore, all left at your fingertips. Money at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks so schwarzy. Trump rally live reaction on riot at the area again. The sun is streaming, sun is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Live stream fair comments, Austin Ojais. All the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. Full-blown mass pandemic, Monster Street at your home. Total radicality coming. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily whether big or whether small, me and so many find there again. The sun is streaming, the sun is there he is again. The sun is streaming, the sun is streaming.